Hello, dear friends. Today, I will bring you an incredibly thrilling and attractive story about a high school girl. Recently, she has been skipping meals and drinks to read a novel about a murderer who holds the title of a duke. It was he who killed Miss Regina to cover up a complicated trail. Instead, through some Canadian magic, the high school girl can enter the story, taking on the role of Regina and facing the murderer. She always lives in anxiety, fearing she will be eliminated just like in the original story. But strangely, the Duke not only doesn't kill her but also gives her expensive gifts. Even more shocking, he confesses his love to her and is determined to marry her at all costs. Where will this forbidden love lead? Does the Duke truly love Regina? Or is it just a trap? Can this high school girl change the storyline? Let's find out together on a moonless, starless night outside the forest edge, where a meeting takes place between a handsome prince and a beautiful young lady. For some reason, the lady looks terrified, her body trembling, her heart pounding chaotically. She thinks to herself, Arson Greroy is both the Duke of the Jordan Empire and someone everyone wants to be close to, but also someone I never want to be involved with, not even for a second. The lady, who is from the Blois family and is named Regina Blois, sees Arson searching for something in her bag. She wonders what he is taking out. Is it a dagger or a poison needle? Regardless, she thinks she is doomed. No matter how much she struggles, besides entering Regina's body, a loud noise startles her, and she closes her eyes tightly. Could it be that she cannot escape the fate that has been set? Oh, what a surprise! The reality is far from what Regina imagined. What Arson takes out is a sparkling diamond ring. He proposes, "Marry me." It's such a romantic proposal that Regina blushes with embarrassment. It turns out that everything that just happened is a scene written in Isoda's forbidden book. This is the last novel the protagonist reads before falling asleep. It starts with the death of a character. To summarize the novel briefly, Regina is an ordinary noble lady, extremely ordinary. She is Isoda's best friend and is deeply trusted by her. One day, while walking at night, Regina accidentally witnesses a murder. The criminal is a famous person in high society and is also the half-brother of Emperor Duke Arson Greroy. With great power and a handsome face, he can be seen as an outstanding supporting character. However, he has a weakness. His mind is not normal. He has killed countless people on Emperor Arson's orders, and he has also eliminated Regina because she saw what happened that day. Not knowing what to think, but wanting to get what she wants, Regina threatens him. In the end, she cannot survive and dies at Arson's hands. Isoda, who adores Regina, investigates her death and finds herself in a love triangle between the main character, Emperor Rulli, and the antagonist, Arson. Our female protagonist has read up to that point in the novel. She reflects that a novel is just a novel. She hasn't witnessed the murder yet. She has never spoken a word to Arson. At this moment, our high school protagonist magically steps into the story and becomes Miss Regina. Looking at her face, it seems she has many hidden concerns. So, the question is, what should I, who have entered Regina's body, do? Of course, I must silently stay away from him. She is determined not to let herself witness the murder. But while taking a shortcut home, she ends up witnessing the murder from the original story. Regina hides behind a wall, terrified, and listens to Arson's entire conversation. So, when I warn you and you still stop, that's not acceptable. Because you ignored my warning for the second time, don't resent me. She suddenly remembers the name Durang Octopus from the original story. It's the murder that Regina Blois witnessed in the original story, and it's the event that starts the main story. Regina tries not to make any sound. If she is discovered here, will she suffer the same fate? She walks slowly, step by step, waiting for the right moment. Then, she closes her eyes and nose and runs headlong, still crying out for help in her heart. On the other side, Arson Greroy seems to realize something is amiss. He smirks with the cruel smile of a murderer. When Regina returns home, her face is always downcast, lacking vitality. The maid Sally is so anxious she sheds tears, asking, "What's wrong, miss?" Regina forces a smile and replies, "Oh, it's nothing." But in reality, Her heart is full of worries. If I follow the original story's path, my end will be death indeed. And Arson did not let the witness survive. Regina turned to her maid Sally and said, "Bring me the invitations I have received, please." She hurriedly went to the place where this week's event was organized. This is an invitation to a party in a few weeks, and this one mainly comes from the noble families. Regina fell into deep thought. Refuse all the parties that we can miss without any issue. For now, we must lay low. She pondered for a while. Then she told Sally, "Refuse them all for me and destroy the whole pile of invitations." The maid quickly took all the invitations to be processed. "I understand," she said. Meanwhile, Regina sat down with a sigh of frustration. Forget it, no one else witnessed that incident but me. If I remain silent like this, no one will know, and the storyline probably won't deviate if a minor character like me is missing, right? She laughed to herself. Oh, could it be that I'm lying in bed, reassuring myself? That's right, he lives his life and I live mine. That's enough. At a gathering of the most distinguished ladies and counts, everyone was whispering and gossiping. Have you heard? Count Durang has been murdered. Those words reached Regina's ears, making her eyes widen in surprise. In her heart, she kept repeating, "It's nothing. It's okay," different from the original story where she had no involvement with Arson. Isoda, worried, held Regina's hand tightly and asked, "You look terrible, are you okay?" Regina just smiled and said, "Yes, I'm fine." Suddenly, a voice from afar called out, "Greetings, Miss Blois." Regina quickly turned to see that the voice was not unfamiliar. It was Arson. She wondered to herself, why is Arson starting a conversation with me? He gave her a friendly smile. Regina hesitantly greeted him. "Hello? But what do you want with me?" Arson spoke with hidden meaning. "I was curious if you made it home safely that day." She pretended to be naive and asked back, "What did you just say? Are you mistaking me for someone else?" "I don't recall ever meeting you, Duke." He was not one to be easily dismissed and replied, "I've heard that once someone sees the black hair of the lady, they can never forget it." "Indeed, that's true." She trembled all over and stammered a thank you. "To receive such praise from the Duke is an honor for my entire family. But truly, that person is not me. I've just recovered from an illness not long ago, so I'm feeling a bit dizzy. I apologize, but may I leave first?" Seeing this, Arson had to say, "It seems I've kept a sick person for too long. Of course, you may leave." With his approval, Isoda quickly helped Regina to leave. Before leaving, she politely said, "Then I shall take my leave first." He once again smiled and replied, "Yes, see you later." Isoda led Regina away from the party. On the way, he curiously asked, "What is the relationship between you two?" Regina smiled and explained, "There's no relationship. It's really just a misunderstanding." Her face clearly showed sadness. "Please, lead me to my resting room," she requested. Isoda, confused, asked, "Do you need me to stay with you?" She replied with a tired voice, "No, there's no need." Finally, they reached Isoda's room. Isoda gently seated her on a chair. Seeing his concern, she softly spoke a few words to reassure him. "I'm sorry for bringing you here. I'll be back soon." Isoda confirmed once more, "Are you sure you're okay?" Regina smiled helplessly and answered, "Yes, he's like a fussy mother, always fussing over everything. That will do. So, if anything happens, ring the bell for the maid immediately, okay?" She smiled and replied, "I know." In her mind, she couldn't stop thinking about that fateful night. Did he really see me? Count Blois is really a very ordinary noble. If there's anything special, it's the black hair as Arson mentioned earlier. And perhaps my beloved brother Edwin, too. Just like Arson, Count Blois is on the Emperor's side, so he has no need to approach me for political purposes. She screamed in fear. Is he planning to kill me for real? Anyway, I have to go home. She hurriedly ran out of the room. Tell the host of the party that I'm feeling tired and going home. The sound of footsteps echoed down the corridor. A voice made her stop in her tracks. Count Blois, even though you died then, I saw a figure just like this. Arson suddenly appeared and spoke those words, causing Regina to be terrified to the extreme. Her face turned pale as a banana leaf. She turned back, stammering, "I." He smirked with a smile. Her heart pounded as if it wanted to leap out of her chest. Duke Arson approached and said, "You haven't changed a bit, have you?" Mississippi. A romantic night sky full of stars shone through the window. In contrast, inside, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Arson kept staring at Regina, making her so scared that she dared not blink. Regina trembled and said, "I don't understand what you're saying. The wind is starting to get cold. I'll go to my room first," she said, and quickly left. He still stood there, staring at her retreating figure. The fear from earlier still haunted Regina's mind deeply. "Regina," he called out. She ran back, shouting, "You look even paler than before." She smiled gently and said to Isoda, "I think I have to go first." The gossip of the people there once again reached Regina's ears. But that evening it was said that someone had seen Duke Greroy nearby. Those words struck her like lightning. Seeing her standing still as a scarecrow, Isoda shouted in panic, "Regina, many earth-shattering secrets have been revealed. In fact, Duke Greroy is a loyal subject of His Majesty the Emperor, while Count Durang is on the side of Earl Russell." Regina began to reason from the information she had heard. The house of Earl Russell belongs to the family of the Empress Dowager, Alicia Russell, who gave birth to the third prince, the half-brother of Arson and Rully. Although she tried to make the third prince king, she failed, and the crown prince at that time, Rully, became the king. However, she did not give up and always harbored dreams of rebellion. To prevent this, Arson associated with someone codenamed Purifier, and of course I know these things because they are the content of the novel I read. However, where did the rumor that Duke Greroy was seen come from? Could he have misunderstood that I was the one spreading the rumor? Suddenly, she spoke up. "That day, I also saw Duke Greroy. He had entered the jewelry store." Everyone was surprised upon hearing this, and they stared at her and began to murmur. At this moment, Regina panicked when she realized, "Damn, I clearly said earlier that I didn't see anything." A curious lady came to ask her again. "The jewelry store, really?" Having thrown the spear, Regina had to follow it and made up a story in response. "Yes, that day I had some things I wanted to look at, so I was nearby. I saw him pass by from a distance, but I don't know what he was choosing. But it was a long while before I saw him come out. Usually, when we enter a clothing or jewelry store, we often look at this and that without realizing how time flies, right?" The people there were convinced by her words. "That's true. If I go into a jewelry store, I might spend half a day there," Regina continued. "Moreover, I heard that Count Durang died in the evening, and at that time the Duke must have still been in the jewelry store." But she still had many doubts in her heart. Not understanding why the news said that Count Durang died in the evening was moved. But the truth should be that it was late at night, close to midnight, using the wrong time to create an alibi for Arson. "That's all I can do." A few seconds later, she turned to her close friend Isoda and said, "I'm going home first, sorry." He worriedly instructed her, "It's okay. Go home and rest quickly. And remember to take your medicine too." She smiled and replied, "Yes," then hurriedly left the party. After that incident, I refused all invitations and confined myself at home because I was worried I would be silenced if I went out. In reality, if Arson was determined to kill me, he would easily break into the villa. Day by day, Regina became more and more emaciated. "What day is it that I haven't left the house?" she wondered. "Should I go find him to beg for my life? Saying that I will absolutely not tell anyone, so please spare me. No, in movies, those who beg for mercy always end up dead." The maid Sally stood outside, puzzled, not understanding why the lady's mood kept changing. When mealtime came, she had no appetite. A gloomy sky always loomed around her, and her family was extremely worried. Regina's mother asked her, "Why haven't I seen you go out lately? Going out to sunbathe or attending parties is also good." She made up an excuse to reply, "I just find parties a bit boring. I prefer staying at home and reading books." Her father unexpectedly took out 2 concert tickets and offered them to her. How about going to the opera? I heard there's a famous play being performed these days. You can go with Edwin or with the young lady from Earl Russell's house. That wouldn't be bad. She held the ticket in her hand but felt no excitement. What should I do? I can't stay indoors forever. My parents are worried about me. It would be better if I went. Finally, she decided to go. The theater was packed with attendees. However, Regina couldn't stop fearing. She kept looking left and right to see if anyone was following her. Isoda whispered, asking him if he was feeling better. I heard you haven't stepped outside lately, she said with a smile. Yes, I'm better now, he replied suddenly. He mentioned Kai. That's right. Kai has been complaining to me. Regina's eyes widened in surprise. Kai! Isoda Rose and I are very close to Kai Velof, she said. We became close when we entered Regina's body, Isoda recounted. He said you refused to party and even stopped replying to his invitations. Indeed, your best friend is me, right? She replied. Oh, is that so? When I get home, I'll contact him. The lights suddenly went out. Isoda, very excited, exclaimed, It's starting. The artists took turns performing under the stage lights. Isoda watched intently with bright eyes, while Regina seemed much more bored. The crisp applause of the audience rose, and Regina stood up, saying, I'll go to the restroom for a bit. She walked out of the room dejectedly, and after a few steps, someone appeared, blocking her way with a familiar voice. We meet again, Miss Blois. She shuddered, her face pale. Arson appeared with his trademark smile. She looked at him worriedly, and he returned her gaze with adoration. Regina politely greeted, Hello, Duke Greroy. She reassured herself, thinking, There are many people here. He can't harm me. I must act as if nothing is wrong. He kept looking at her and then smiled enigmatically. In her mind, she imagined Arson as a tiger always lurking around the young deer. Regina. Just the thought made her break out in sweat. Clearly, he was threatening her with his gaze. Arson leaned in closer and asked, You're not planning to run away today, are you? She turned on her acting mode and naively replied, Run away? Why would I? Did someone leave the Duke behind and run off? I wasn't feeling well that day, so I was a bit rude. He asked anxiously, Are you feeling better now? Regina smiled and answered, Of course, I'm well. That's why I came to watch the opera. Thank you for your concern. Now, if you'll excuse me. As she spoke, she gently turned to leave, but suddenly Arson grabbed her hand. She froze for a few seconds before quickly pulling away. He informed her that he had a gift for her. Regina asked in surprise, A gift? Arson said it would soon be sent to the Blois household. Hearing about the gift, she burst into tears, resenting why he treated her this way. A few days later, someone outside announced, Miss Duke Greroy has sent a gift. She walked down the stairs lethargically. The gift from Duke Greroy was handed to her by a courteous man from the Duke's side. Yes, this is the gift the Duke has sent for you, miss. Holding the gift in her hands, Regina hesitated, while her maid Sally was more excited than her mistress. She decided to open it and see. Inside was a small red box that looked quite expensive. Regina trembled as she opened it to see the gift. Her face was in shock. This is a sparkling diamond necklace, added Arson's bodyguard. The Duke also sent this letter with it. She was surprised. A letter. Holding the letter, she pursed her lips to suppress the fear inside. In the letter, he wrote, At the next party, I want to see you wearing this necklace signed by Arson. Regina pondered. If a lady received such a letter from Duke Greroy, she would usually think this, a refined and elegant gentleman asking if she could wear the necklace he gifted at the next party? But all I can feel is this, a murderer with threatening words. If you don't wear this necklace at the next party, I can't guarantee you'll see tomorrow. Her face turned grim. Why did he send me this necklace? Her brother suddenly entered and saw her unhappy face. He asked, What's wrong, Regina? Is something the matter? She was startled by her brother's appearance. No, it's nothing special. Her brother saw the gift she was holding. Who sent that? And why do you look like that? She hesitantly replied, Duke Greroy. Her brother was very curious. Why would Duke Greroy send you this if it's nothing special? Regina, you keep denying it, but there's nothing wrong, right? He gently told her. If there's something, just tell me. We're family. We can share our concerns. Regina stood silently, not saying a word. A few seconds later, she regained her composure and laughed. Thank you, but really, there's nothing wrong, brother. Her brother still felt uneasy. If you say so, that's good. But she looked for an excuse to avoid the conversation. I told you it was true, she said. Let's go eat. After saying this, she quickly left, leaving her brother with a puzzled look. When she returned to her room, she closed the door tightly and let out a long, tired sigh. I'm sorry, brother. I don't want to drag our whole family into this. A pile of letters filled the table. Regina was surprised. It's only been a short time, and there's already so much here. Did Sally set this aside for me? This is the invitation that Isoda mentioned. He said he had declined the party invitation and had not responded to the card. But it's true that it makes others worry, and I have to reply that I will come. If I don't go, he will surely be disappointed. Even while writing letters, she still thought of him. I must listen to Arson, she thought. In an instant, she lifted her spirits. But there's also Isoda and Kai. If all three of us must go together, surely Arson will have no other choice. The day of the party arrived. Isoda excitedly waved her hand, calling out, Regina, over here. She sighed in relief and said, I thought you wouldn't come. She smiled and replied, Sorry, I had to decline another party invitation. Isoda giggled and said, He was grumbling about you before you arrived. He felt embarrassed and asked, When will he stop imitating Kai? He wondered, Did something happen to Regina? Did she come? He was so flustered. He quickly explained, I'm just worried, that's all. Isoda responded, Yes, that must be it. She stood outside, smiling, watching the two tease each other. Suddenly, Isoda turned and asked, Regina, that necklace looks different from your usual style. Are you trying to change your image? She was so embarrassed she didn't know how to respond. Everyone started whispering. They turned to see Duke Arson appear, shining like an A-list star. Isoda's expression changed. It's Duke Greroy. She could only reply, Yes, that's right, as he whispered in her ear. She said, I don't like that man at all. He was prying into your affairs last time. Meanwhile, Arson was happily talking with everyone. Suddenly, he turned to look at her. Then he approached and greeted her. Hello, Miss Blois. She blushed in response. Hello, Duke, she replied. He leaned in close and said, You wore the necklace, didn't you? After a moment of thought, she had made her choice. Diamonds, Regina asked fearfully to herself. What's with this person? The ladies who knew began to gossip. Did the Duke buy it in the jewelry store to give to her? Seeing everyone's eyes on her, she startled and became frightened. She realized that, at the previous party, she had spoken in front of everyone. The Duke had been at the jewelry store. She had been used as an alibi. How did he know everything she had said? That day, Arson kept praising her. It's really beautiful, he said. She avoided his gaze but still thanked him. People continued to whisper about the two. Did Duke Greroy give her that necklace? Oh my God! Finally, Arson left. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll go meet the Count and Countess. Have fun, everyone. Isoda curiously asked, What's this? Did Duke Greroy give you that necklace? She sighed with relief and answered, Yes. Both Kai and he were astonished. They questioned her. What happened between you two? Clearly, there was no relationship before. She was flustered, not knowing how to explain. It's all a mess, she said helplessly. Regina told them, We weren't acquainted until a few days ago. Then he sent a letter insisting I wear this necklace. Isoda shouted, Why? She could only reply, To see. I'm curious too. Isoda was excited. What's this? I also want to give Regina a necklace. Kai stood beside her, silent, just nodding in agreement. She laughed happily, a stark contrast to her inner turmoil. I've already helped with the alibi. Surely there's nothing more for me to do, right? Please let it end like this. It would be wonderful. Lostin must have heard her too. If so, then I'm clearly receiving hatred and malice from that deity. Twilight fell, and the carriage carrying Regina continued to roll down the road. Inside, she felt like a lost soul because this was just the beginning, not the end. Although in the original story, the one who killed her was Arson, the person who instigated this was someone else. It was Emperor Ruli. To celebrate the emperor's birthday, a congratulatory feast was held in the royal palace. And that meant today she had stepped into their home court. She sighed, leaning on the balcony railing. Although fortunately nothing special has happened so far, she must live in such anxiety. How can one live like this? Suddenly, her hair accessory came undone and fell into a nearby bush. Regina, in a panic, looked for her hairpin. She fumbled around to see if anyone nearby could help. Unfortunately, there was no one around. She had to pick it up herself. She slowly climbed over the balcony railing, half her body hanging over. Something rustled in the bush, causing her to hesitate. Was that a hiss? A cracking sound made her face fill with fear. The railing was too slippery, and unfortunately, Regina's hand slipped. As a result, she fell backward. The sound of rustling leaves in the quiet night. Regina lay on the grass with a pained expression. It seemed she saw something. A black cat playing with her hairpin. So it was a cat. It took the hairpin in its mouth and turned to leave. Ignoring Regina's pleas. That's not edible. Give it back to me, please. Hey, that's mine. Give it back, little cat. Okay? She chased after it, and only then did she realize she had gone too far. Just a few seconds of inattention, and the black cat had disappeared. She looked around for any sign of it. Cat, where are you? Suddenly, footsteps approached her. Gathering all her courage, she looked up to see who it was. A person with a familiar face and hair appeared. Guess who it could be? Who else would come here? It was Duke Arson. Regina once again fell into unease. Arson petted the cat, praising it. Well done. Her limbs shook and she stammered. Now, even if she ran, the cat would catch her. He called her name, Regina Blois, and reached into his pocket to take something out. Regina, terrified, imagined all sorts of things. What was he going to take out? A sword or a gun? Whatever it was, she was about to die. No matter how much she struggled, besides entering Regina's body, could she escape the fate that had been arranged? Reflexively, she raised her hand to defend herself. Arson proposed, "Marry me." She slowly opened her eyes to see. "What did you say?" He smiled and replied, "I said marry me." In front of her was the sight of Duke Arson with a dazzling engagement ring box. Her voice trembling, she asked, "Duke, why?" He sincerely suggested, "Let's try love, shall we?" As he spoke, he held her small hands. "When I killed that man, I knew you were here." That statement made everything inside her collapse. Anyway, this was better than dying. He put the ring on Regina's finger and gave her a kiss. "Let's get married." She fearfully asked, "Wait, what does Duke Arson gain from marrying me?" He explained, "I need someone to grasp public opinion in society." She carefully worded a refusal. "But we don't have to marry." Arson pulled her closer and whispered in her ear, "How can I be sure you won't run away just when I need someone for the position of the lady of the house?" As he finished speaking, he kissed her hair. That action made her shiver. He spoke sweetly, "I love you. I will try to arrange the wedding as soon as possible." Isoda and Kai suddenly appeared behind them. They were extremely surprised by this shocking news. "Marrying Regina? Over time, you've been strange." Could it be that she slowly realized she was just an actor in the movie he was directing? Was it to show these two, so he acted? Arson smiled and said, "Your friend has arrived, so let's meet later. Oh, and one more thing. Be careful next time. Don't lose it again." At this point, she could only say 3 words, "Thank you, sir." Isoda, still in disbelief, held her hand tightly and asked, "What's this?" When did you start dating? Are you really getting married? Regina didn't know what to say, only able to reply, I guess so. Isoda, tears falling, said, What? You're really going to be with that duke? Kai looked around and told everyone, Let's go back first. Regina wondered to herself, There can't be any more surprises, right? Suddenly saying marry like that when returning to the party, she again encountered Duke Arson. Marrying Duke Arson Greroy. Isoda was so angry he wanted to chew his handkerchief. Unacceptable, she fell into deep thought. According to the original story, Arson and Isoda would be attracted to each other, and they would become a happy couple with their love. That must be why Isoda was so uncomfortable, unable to accept these events. Regina realized that this meant the original story had been disrupted. After Arson sent the marriage proposal, things proceeded very quickly because Count Blois held no grudge against Duke Greroy, the brother of the Emperor. She had a conversation with her parents. I understand, she said with a sad expression. In contrast, her parents were very happy. You should think carefully and then decide whether to marry or not. It's entirely your choice, they said. Of course, it's because my parents trust me too much, she thought. Her mother suddenly asked, Have you planned when to have the ceremony? She became flustered by this question. After a moment, she forced a smile and replied, I was also planning to discuss this today at the luxurious and splendid castle of Count Arson. Regina asked tearfully, Can't we get engaged first? It's all so sudden. He laughed bluntly. No, it's best to let you know in advance. Don't even think about running away. She quickly replied, I can't escape from the Duke's grasp. And then he changed his plans. Let's get engaged first, but there's a condition, Regina asked with wide eyes. What condition? Duke Arson began to lay out some rules as follows. During the engagement, you must stay at Duke Greroy's house. She felt powerless and could only agree. Yes, he smiled with satisfaction. Let's start by calling each other by name. You call me Arson, which made her skin crawl. She sat motionless like a statue. He urged her to hurry up, and finally, she had to obey him. Arson, he replied with a smile of happiness. Yes, Regina, get ready to come in here. She clenched her dress tightly to hide her fear. A while later, Regina emerged in a completely new outfit. The servants bowed their heads and said in unison, Greetings. She was dressed in luxurious clothes, but her lips did not bear a smile. In the original story, the villain kills me. Now, I'm at the home of Arson Greroy, inside a castle decorated with extremely sharp patterns. Even the bedroom was lavishly adorned. Regina's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this my room? It's even more luxurious than my previous one. But before she could enjoy it for long, she returned to a dejected expression, feeling anxious about Arson's room next door. What does he intend to do with me? She thought. Well, whatever it is, first of all, don't argue with Arson's temper. On the first day, she and he enjoyed an afternoon tea in an unusually silent atmosphere. On the second day, they both strolled around the castle grounds. Arson just smiled happily without saying a word. On the third day, they dined together. At this point, she was very curious. What's going on? Why isn't he making me do anything? Just eating and then having tea together. Luckily, she was getting used to it, but she was startled when he finally decided to talk. Do you know there's a party at Duke Allegrand's house this Friday? She smiled and replied, Yes, I know. He told her, You just need to attend the party with me, that's all. And she obediently followed. I will remember this, she thought, feeling somewhat relieved that she was finally given something to do. The silence enveloped them suddenly again. Regina took the initiative to ask, Is there anything else you need me to do? He gently replied, This time, you just need to obediently stay by my side. That's all. Her face turned grim as she answered, Yes, sir. It seems a bit hard to digest. A few seconds later, he turned to her and said, This afternoon, the party costume designer will come here, you know? She replied in surprise, Yes, Arson, while he stared at her without blinking, calling her name, Regina. She tilted her head, putting on an innocent and adorable face as she looked at him. Finally, he concluded with a question. Huh? It's nothing. Leaving her feeling sad and almost ready to cry. What's that about? Truly, he is an incomprehensible person. That afternoon at Arson's castle, as promised, the designer arrived in full. It's an honor for me to meet the young lady. I am Melas, responsible for designing the costumes for this party, she said. Regina smiled and replied, Thank you. I'll leave it all to you. The woman politely excused herself, Please forgive my intrusion, and immediately started measuring with a tape measure, looking very professional. That's perfect. After I finish sewing, I'll bring it over for you to try on, she said. Regina laughed and thanked her. When everyone left, her tired expression was evident. Why do I feel so tense? She wondered. I guess I need a short break. Before she could rest, someone came looking for her, startling her. Please come in, she said, her eyes wide open, looking at something. Arson entered with a handsome look, laughing. Your expression is a bit too much. You just made a face like, What's happening tomorrow? She hurriedly explained, No, it's not like that, as he sat down beside her and said, If that's not the case, then I'm lucky. I've tried to show you my friendly side, so I hope you won't run away from me. She turned her face away and asked, What are you saying? Suddenly, he hugged her waist and turned her towards him. He gently hugged her and kissed her hair, making Regina blush with embarrassment. Her eyes widened as she looked at him. Arson happily said, That's right. Aren't we about to marry because we fell in love at first sight? Designer Melas opened the door and announced, First, the prototype dress. She was shocked to see the two of them being affectionate. Oh my goodness, she exclaimed. He smiled and greeted, Long time no see, Melas. Still holding his love tightly, she said, It's been a long time, Duke. This is the sample dress for you to try on, miss, she said. Regina jumped and replied, Yes, Mrs. Melas, who then invited her to the dressing room. She hurried to change her clothes. Arson sat behind, looking at her with adoration. When she entered the fitting room, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and told herself, Calm down, Regina. No matter how well he acts, you must not fall for it. Why, you ask? She stepped out worriedly, and whenever he looked at her, he smiled, constantly praising, It suits your figure very well. But Regina was preoccupied with other thoughts, because Arson Greroy is a monster with a facade of sanity. He waved his hand, saying, Come here. And she hesitated, trying to suppress her emotions as she sat in his lap. Their overt actions made the designers feel a bit embarrassed. Indeed, if you don't feel embarrassed, then others will. Regina was plotting something in her head. Moreover, when the time comes, she will definitely run away from this person. One day, the two of them sat together in a carriage, the wind blowing through the cracks, causing the curtains to flutter. Inside, they sat silently facing each other. Arson took the initiative to praise her. You did very well last time. But Regina still didn't understand his meaning. He explained, I mean, when you were getting fitted for that dress, your face blushed so much. A few hours later, they arrived at the party. Arson stepped down first and turned back to remind her, I hope you'll behave the same way at the party. Regina could only silently nod her head, then gently took his hand to step down from the carriage. She seems to have grown quite accustomed to this. This appearance is yet another perfect act, isn't it? If so, I also have my own measures. A beautiful girl is introduced as Regina, the daughter of Count Blois, and the person she is speaking with is also part of the royal lineage. He introduces himself as Count Ronielt. I am very pleased to meet you, Mississippi. Her smile just now became even brighter, but of course it was only a fake smile. Regina thought to herself that not only Arson could act like that. He asked Regina about her relationship. But miss, what is your relationship with Duke Greroy? She replied, Speaking of the devil, and he shall appear. Arson, from behind, wrapped his arms around her waist and said, We are each other's fiancés. This made Regina blush all over. He was very gentle with her, holding a plate of sweets and saying, "I brought the cheesecake you like here." "Thank you, Arson," she said. This unexpected situation gave Regina goosebumps. She didn't expect him to know her preferences. How did he know she liked cheesecake? Duke Ronielt remarked from a distance. "It seems the Duke is very fond of his fiancée, isn't he? But isn't getting married like this a bit too fast?" Both of them showed more intimate gestures. Arson said, "Without love, one cannot get married." Regina chimed in with Arson, "You are indeed different," while feeling a bit anxious inside. "But he says even without love, he would still marry." She suddenly noticed something that caught her attention and looked around at everyone. After all, the people around were also incessantly curious, weren't they? Although Duke Allegrand is a family with a long history, Arson's participation has increased the value of the party. Regina felt very gloomy. Perhaps anyone would want to be close to Arson. Even marriage attracts people like that. After that, she strolled around the party, her eyes darting around like a thief. She thought, but it seems Kai said he would also come today, suddenly from a distance. The sound of someone sobbing caught Regina's attention. She looked in their direction. A princess in a red dress was waiting for the princess in a blue dress. Regina was curious. What's going on? Suddenly, the lady in red turned to look at her with a hostile gaze, as if she had just been jilted. The push from the past made Regina only smile to get through the situation. Although she didn't understand what was happening, it seemed like the situation was getting worse. A storm of rage was about to descend, starting with the princess in red and falling on Regina. She yelled, "What are you looking at? Go somewhere else." Regina was surprised. Why? She remembered the affectionate hug earlier. Could it be because of that? Regina left feeling dejected, her heart shattered. That's why she wondered why she liked such a man in the first place. She should have met better people. Her unusual behavior caught the attention of a red-haired duke, who called out her name loudly. Regina heard a familiar voice, turned around, and recognized it was Kai. Finally, he had come as he said he would. Feeling a rival presence, Arson swooped in like a breeze and draped his arm over Regina's shoulder. He inquired about the identity of the man in front of her. Regina apologized for the conversation having gone on a bit too long. Without waiting for her turn, she said, "He also introduced himself as Kai, Count Bellois." After giving the other party information, Kai expressed a desire to talk privately with Regina. "I have something urgent to tell you," he said. At this moment, she hesitated, looking in Arson's direction. Understanding the issue, he asked the Duke, "May I take Regina outside for a moment?" Arson flatly refused. "Why not? I am a bit jealous, you know." She shyly replied to Arson, "I will be right back." Arson's face looked like a child far from home. He said, "Go quickly and come back, okay?" Regina went to a less crowded place. Kai asked directly, "What's the matter?" He covered his mouth anxiously, as if the matter he was about to speak of was difficult. "I have this issue. I don't know if I should ask you?" Regina's cheeks also gradually turned red. She had been threatened before the marriage. After an innocent question posed by Kai, Regina fell silent. She was startled and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Then Regina waved her hand. "What are you joking about? I married him because I truly like him." But inside her, a strange anxiety arose. "What is this feeling?" Kai explained, "Suddenly you got married, so it's me." Regina continued to wave her hand. "Don't worry needlessly anymore." It seemed he also understood the issue. He rubbed his neck, trying to calm down. "Yes, I was worrying needlessly. Fortunately, you like him, so you got married." Regina turned to Kai tenderly. "Don't worry too much, I'm fine," he replied. "I'm not your brother. I let it go because you're adorable." What does letting go have to do with being adorable? These words inadvertently reached Arson's ears, and his gaze began to change. The two also began to notice Arson. Kai said, "Go inside. Your fiancé is staring at us over there." Regina turned around and asked, "What about Arson?" Noticing that she was looking at him, he quickly changed his demeanor, offering a gentle smile. Kai found it strange, thinking that expression wasn't quite right. Arson asked her, "Have you finished talking? You seem very close, huh?" Regina laughed awkwardly. "You've been staring at me all day. How can you be so committed to that idea?" The gossip from other princesses made her anxious. To avert danger, Regina immediately hugged Arson's arm. She declared her love for him. "We're just close friends. Don't worry like that." "Well, if it has come to this, I should just go along with the idea, right?" She questioned herself. It was at that castle, after a long time at the banquet, that Regina's health became a bit unstable. She dragged her tired self around, taking a deep breath. Now she just wanted to quickly bathe in warm water. Suddenly, from behind, a hand grabbed her wrist. It was her fiancé Arson. She curiously asked, "What's the matter?" A gentle kiss was placed on her hand. "Good night," he said. "Yes, good night to you too," Arson spoke and then left, leaving her quite surprised. "What's that about?" Regina's face showed clear worry. What's his intention with that? The next morning arrived. In the luxurious room, the butler prepared to enjoy a pleasant breakfast with her. "Good morning, Jebelo," she greeted. The head of the dining table remained empty, a special seat reserved for Arson. Seeing this, she asked the butler, "Where is Arson?" The butler, while pouring water, said, "He has gone to see His Majesty the Emperor early this morning." Her mood began to grow restless. Why did he have to go so early? Moreover, he returned quite late yesterday. Regina recalled the moment he had kissed her hand. That thought made her blush. "Why am I suddenly thinking this?" The butler added, "Early this morning, I heard there were fires in many places." She asked, "Fires happening simultaneously?" "Yes, he is investigating whether it was an arson or not." Regina worried again. Was Arson called to investigate the fire? There's something very strange. Clearly, there's something much bigger behind this. That's why it's so odd. In the scene of the fire, a question was raised. Was there such content in the original story? That same morning, the sound of carriages filled the air. Regina, sitting inside, still doubted her fiancé's affairs. The more she thought, the stranger it seemed. Some memories had faded, but an event like this was naturally remembered. Indeed, this fire was not in the original story. It first appeared when wearing these non-prescription glasses in the carriage, which also had a long-haired young man. She asked him, "You're called EZ, right?" "Yes, that's correct." She inquired further about the fire. "Do you know the extent of the damage?" He replied, "Around the fire area, there are 3 injured people." Regina looked up. "Only 3 people? Is the scale of damage less than what I saw this morning?" "Yes, the fire occurred in a diner. They say that since it was early morning, there were no customers, only staff when the fire broke out. After the exchange, they both arrived at the scene of the fire, which was very chaotic." Regina suspected. She aimed for a time when no one was around, or did she want others to discover the fire later? "I want to go out and see for myself." With that, she stepped out of the carriage and approached the scene. The closer they got, the more they heard whispers about the fire. What she saw before her made Regina fall into deep thought. Her face showed extreme fear. The fire had completely burned the roof, along with charred marks on the upper floor. Looking at the damage left by the fire, the people around were heartbroken. Some couldn't accept this harsh reality. Is it possible to live like this when there's a difference between the original story and this world? But there was no other way. Regina clenched her dress, trying to calm herself down. Her thoughts also changed. She did not want to die, nor did she want to be a hero. Suddenly, she turned her face away from the horrors beside her. From now on, she had to act more cautiously. A shadow behind her made Regina wary. He staggered as he followed her. While she observed the situation, someone had been following her for a while. A loud thud sounded. They accidentally bumped into each other. "Sorry," she said as she looked up to see who he was. Because of this action, Regina inadvertently smelled gasoline on him. His large body and frightening face overwhelmed her spirit. Regina trembled. He was the prime suspect in the recent fire. In this situation, the person smelling of gasoline, yet her fear still did not subside. She quickly turned her face away and left rudely. Seeing this, he called out, "Hey, miss!" In her heart, she had only one goal, to get to the place with easy. Regina glanced around the area. Black hair is a woman. Just a little further and there's easy. The young man who was on the same ride with her earlier also surveyed the situation. Suddenly, the voice of the man who smelled of gasoline earlier boomed. "I told you to stop. Someone is calling." His hand was just a few centimeters away from her. The situation became extremely urgent, like a fairy tale. Arson, the dark horse, arrived from behind, his eyes full of hatred as he looked at him. This also increased the distance between her and that unfamiliar hand. His appearance was like magic. Regina's gaze at him was enough to realize that her worries were fading. He also looked at her with concern. The next moment, Arson dismounted and asked him, "What's the matter?" The man with the smell of gasoline pulled his hat down over his face and left. "Nothing, sir, I've been rude." He left before their eyes. Both threats had been resolved. Regina sighed with relief. She thought, when an enemy, he is the worst enemy, but when on the same side, he is the strongest teammate. That's what Regina felt about him after the rescue. Arson asked her, "What's happening here, Regina?" She replied, "I wanted to see what was going on." She added, "The man had a smell of gasoline. Is he the arsonist?" Arson comforted her. "Even if it's not crowded, don't worry." Then he helped her onto the carriage. "Let's go back," he said. "I was going to check another place, but if that's the case, let's follow Arson's words." He turned to the young man and said, "Let's go back." "Yes, sir." Normally, a noble lady wouldn't come to places like this. Regina's heart started to race. She asked, "Are you all right?" This time, too, memories from the past resurfaced at this moment. Someone's voice rang out, "Do I look like someone who likes murder?" The scene was terrifying. A bloody hand lay scattered on the floor. Thinking back on these things, Regina became even more frightened, her body shaking violently. In contrast, Arson thought she was afraid of him. "You seem very scared of me," he said, smiling excitedly, making her turn her face away from that gaze. But Arson was very trustworthy. He reassured her, "Don't worry, I don't have a hobby of killing my wife. If you don't betray me." These words directly made Regina collapse, her mood despondent. The question arose whether he was comforting her or threatening her. Arson steered the conversation elsewhere. "Right, my brother said he wants to meet you. If it bothers you, you can refuse." Regina was surprised that he wanted to meet her. How could she refuse the Emperor's call? "I suggest you refuse, but since you've said you'll go, I won't stop you again." Once more, Regina fell into negative thoughts. She worried for her life, feeling even more insecure. Why would the Emperor call me? Is it because I'm engaged to his brother? Or because he knew about that day? In the end, she closed her eyes and thought, even if I don't do that, I can do well joining the organization in some secret room. The silhouette of a man draped in a black cloak gently stepped into the room. Before him stood a mysterious blonde woman. "She is Alicia Russell." This woman immediately asked, "How are things going?" The man replied, "Still according to plan, ma'am. Everyone is focused on restoring the scene of the fire." Hearing this, she smiled enigmatically, gazing out at the sunset. "So, they say Duke Greroy is getting married," Alicia said, her grip tightening on the curtain in anger. "Married? To whom? To Miss Regina, the daughter of Count Blois? That's odd. Investigate this, will you?" "Yes, ma'am," came a soft pat from the young man, who then vanished. On this side, she leaned back in her chair, pondering when she should meet with Count Greroy. After returning to the mansion, the two enjoyed tea together. "From today, let's start a different job because if we leave things as they are, we'll have to keep looking for another job," he said. The energy that Arson radiated was very positive, in stark contrast to Regina's pained expression. I didn't come here intentionally to look for work. Last time, I said we needed someone to grasp public opinion. Yes, sir, she said, slightly surprised by Arson's words as she sipped her tea. He spoke calmly. I can't attend the women's meetings, like Duchess Alexander's tea party. Since we have to participate in such places, let's create a big wave together. Spreading rumors is also good. Regina nodded vigorously. I will do my best, he added. And by the way, I've never seen you wear the necklace I gave you. This comment startled her. Regina thought about the necklace. I've lost it in the drawer, she explained. It's too precious, so I've put it away, sir. He smiled faintly. I'm glad to hear you say that. Regina tried to hide her timidity in front of him. Arson's silence made her wonder. Isn't he going to ask me anything more? It seemed everything had settled down, and she raised her teacup. How lucky. I didn't expect it to go over this easily. She thought, things aren't as I imagined. Before the tea reached her lips, she heard Arson's voice. So, when shall we plan our wedding meticulously? Regina was flustered. Please, let's go back to talking about the necklace. If you want to set a date, feel free to say so. She hesitated for a moment while inside. She was looking for a way out. How much time would I need to escape from this person? 3 months, 6 months, or a year? If I say I want it delayed that long, would he agree? At that moment, footsteps approached them. He shouted, Duke, what's this? Why didn't you knock? I'm sorry, this matter was urgent. He panted as if chased by dogs, his voice becoming shaky. Police Inspector Hugo, he's been murdered. This dreadful news left both of them standing still. According to Arson, Chief Inspector Hugo was supposed to investigate this series of fires. And now the Chief Inspector investigating the case had also died. Regina leaned against the door, her mind in turmoil. Arson is the main character of this novel, so there's no reason not to record such a serious case. Her eyes met the cabinet across the room. Right, before those books. I'm glad I recorded the details of the plot I remember to prepare for situations like this. Regina picked up a book with a shimmering blue cover. On top of the book, there was also a sparkling jade string. Holding it in her hand, she said, This is truly beautiful. How much must this have cost? Such a precious treasure. Yet for me, it's no different than a prisoner's noose. Reflecting on it, I've never seen you wear the necklace I gave you, have I? Arson's earlier words made her concerned. A bold decision occurred, and she raised the necklace high. However, Regina stopped and placed it back on the table. Don't think nonsense anymore, and focus on finding that ledger. She read the pages carefully, one by one. Yet, it took quite a lot of time for her to fully understand. How strange, Regina said. Looking at the page, there was nothing inside. She wondered why there was nothing there. She checked the remaining pages. The sound of flipping pages showed her urgency. It's clear I had written it down, but even if it's not in those 2 novels, I really don't know. Does the content of the original help at all? Because if it did, I would have died already. A murky future. She hugged the book while lying on the bed and sighed deeply, her hand on her forehead as she mumbled, What should I do now? Dusk was also falling. Next to the body of Chief of Police Hugo, there were murmurs. Arson on horseback asked, Is there anything suspicious around here? The investigator replied, No, Duke. Nothing suspicious has been found yet. As soon as he dismounted, he asked further, Have you found the murder weapon? That has not been found either. Tell the people near the scene to come to me. First withdraw. The investigator tipped his hat and replied seriously, Yes, I understand, sir. Arson's gaze followed the man who was talking to a few others. He pondered what to do next. The man covered up behind nodded. We've missed it already. He added, It seems like more than 5 people were involved together. Looking at the body, Arson propped his chin and deduced, The murderer stabbed between the vertebrae and severed the spinal cord. Surely this is not the work of ordinary thugs or rebels. This is troublesome. Thinking, he said, I need to return to the royal palace immediately. In a blink, he arrived at the royal palace. where Arson planned to discuss something odd with his brother. The arsons happened simultaneously, so it's not just one or two criminals, at least 5 people. The purpose of the arson is not clear, said Arson's brother, Prince Rulli. Indeed. The two continued to investigate the case. During the investigation, an inspector was suddenly murdered. Does that mean murdered? By a force behind the scenes. As he spoke, Rulli took notes. Arson, looking down, wondered when this would end. I've chosen this path, so be it. It's all thanks to your strength. I won't keep up appearances with you. Rulli asked about Regina, his fiancée. He honestly replied, she has agreed, and soon we will choose a date for the wedding. The emperor asked him, but do you really have to marry? Arson's face turned cold. There's no need to go that far. Then Arson turned to leave. I'll be going now, his brother said with a cold laugh. The personalities of the two seemed completely opposite. Watching the steps of Regina's departing fiancé, Rulli had a clear thought. It said he has no special affection for that girl, but clearly the reaction just now. Rulli put down his pen. Regina Blois is truly intriguing. His eyes looked formidable. The sound of rummaging echoed in the library of the castle. Regina was striving to find a glimmer of hope. Arson went out early again, probably to investigate yesterday's incident. Luckily, I wasn't trapped as I had worried. If the schedule doesn't coincide with the designated one, then anything is possible. Thinking about these things, Regina made a plan for the next day. Tomorrow, I'll go to the bookstore I usually visit, right? Butler Jebelo entered and informed Regina. Miss, the girl you were looking for has arrived. Hearing this, she asked back, me? Yes. She introduced herself as the lady of the Isoda Rose House. This familiar name made Regina's eyes widen. Isoda? She heard hurried footsteps from the staircase. It seemed Regina was in a rush. She looked towards the guest table, where a blonde guest in a flared dress, presumed to be Isoda, was sitting waiting. Regina called out loudly, Isoda! The person's gaze turned to her strangely, but within a few seconds, Isoda became very happy to see Regina. She ran to hug her tightly. After that, Isoda examined Regina from head to toe, asking about her well-being. Are you still well? That guy isn't bothering you, is he? Regina smiled faintly. Isoda's affection for Regina was genuinely very strong. The girl held Regina's face and said, Why do you look thinner? Regina denied it. Not at all. You know how well I eat. It must be quite a surprise, right? It's not like that. So, it's not half bad, right? Hurry up and have dessert, Isoda said while pulling her towards the dining table. I really can't eat, Regina replied as a knock sounded at the door. The conversation was interrupted by Arson. He entered and asked, I'm not interrupting anything, am I? I heard we had a guest, so I came to greet you. Regina replied with a cheerful smile. In contrast, Isoda didn't seem too pleased, her attitude clearly showing. Hello, sir, she greeted without enthusiasm. He asked Isoda, Do you mind if I sit next to you? She didn't bother to reply, her intention clear in her mind. You've already sat down. What more is there to say? Then she turned to Regina and said, Right, Regina. I ate the cake you sent me not long ago. The cake that I personally bought for my dearest friend. Lucky you liked it, Regina responded. Suddenly, Arson pointed out, Oh no, you've got some cake flour on you here. At this point, Isoda was about to lose her temper. Her tone changed. Regina, let's go watch the opera at the Grand Theater. The actor is very famous. It feels very different compared to the previous times. He interjected, Duke Greroy will also join us, right? It was unclear when these two had formed opposing factions. If Regina wasn't sitting there, they might have already been at each other's throats. Isoda's tone was sharp. Isn't Duke Greroy busy? We ladies will go gossip, so you should go about your business, sir. He replied nonchalantly, No problem at all. At this time, we always have time for each other. Poor Regina was caught between two fierce storms. Isn't this the original story with the main girl and the supporting male? But as time goes on, they become more competitive with each other. Isoda said, "The generous Duke will let me have this opportunity, right?" Arson replied, "Embarrassing as it is, I can't stay away from her because I fell for her at first sight." Instead of romantic words, the atmosphere was rather grim. In front of a luxurious car, Isoda called out from inside, "Next time, let's meet outside. Okay?" "Regina, in a place where Duke Greroy isn't present," she replied. "Take care on your way back." It seemed that, in the recent battle, the victory belonged to Arson. Regina worried. Does Isoda really hate Arson? Has the romantic affair just disappeared like that? The original has been changed. My survival has had such a big impact. Regina entered the living room with a dazed expression. He asked her, "Have you seen your friend off?" "Yes, but Arson, what do you think when you see Isoda?" This question made him a bit puzzled. "What do I think? Let's see. Am I not more handsome?" His self-satisfied remark was somewhat true. In that case, the aura he emitted left Regina feeling powerless. She questioned him again. "So you really don't think anything?" Suddenly, Arson hugged her tightly and gently kissed Regina. He said, "It seems like you think I like another girl, huh?" Arson comforted her. "Don't worry, I don't see anyone else but you." These sweet words made Regina not know where to bury her head. She hurriedly ran away, saying, "Yes, I'm going back to my room now." Seeing her like this, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Be careful, Regina," as she left. His expression changed abruptly after Regina left. "So, how did the entrusted task go?" The cloaked figure also slowly appeared, saying, "I've found the arsonist, but he's dead. Isn't he?" he asked. "Yes, I'm sorry, right now." Arson gave a strange smile, leading the way to a dark corner of the house. Everything was in disarray on the floor. The bodies of 3 unidentified people lay sprawled with bloodstains. Arson and his subordinate examined the situation. "The faces are completely smashed. I followed the trail to the base, but by the time I got there, they were already dead," he asked. "How long ago is the estimated time of death?" "About 1 to 2 hours ago. It seems he killed a few vermin and then fled easily. Didn't he? It appears someone is behind this." Arson mentioned, "How has the concubine been lately?" "Recently, it's been very quiet." He thought upon hearing this. "No, that's not right. With such a big commotion, that person can't sit still. Clearly, something is being hidden." After grasping the current situation, Arson instructed, "Investigate again." "Yes, I understand," he replied. That was also a cunning, deceitful picture on Alicia's part, who had just appeared beside him to report the situation, smiling slyly upon knowing everything. At the Grand Theater, music was being sung by artists, and a couple was dancing to the soothing background music. Regina and Isoda were enjoying these enchanting compositions. However, Isoda seemed very uncomfortable, her face growing more and more contorted as time passed. The concert ended as night fell. Regina asked, "Was the seat comfortable?" "Indeed, money is everything," Isoda replied grumpily. "But Regina, when getting married, you have to look at the person's character too." "Of course," Regina hesitated, thinking. "But the character Arson in the original work seems to treat the person he likes very well." Arson in the original took great care of the female character, Isoda. Arson listened to anything, as long as it was what she wanted. In that original work, the two really had to be together, as per Isoda's wish for peace in the Yurden Empire and the safety of Ruli. In the end, he gave her the gift of his own death. The two girls slowly made their way to their seats. Regina should maintain that unhappy mood, thinking that Arson will forever remain in Isoda's memory like that. Clearly, that's the conclusion. At that moment, Isoda called Regina, asking her, "Can you not get married and live with me for the rest of your life?" Regina gently replied, "Then we'll raise cats and dogs. Okay? I'll think about it. Puppies are cute and obedient, much better than a duke, right? What about cats?" Regina pondered. "Cats, remember the leopard and cat I saw in the royal palace? What exactly were they? Why is there a leopard in the royal palace? and it can disappear in an instant. It's like magic. It can vanish unexpectedly without leaving any trace. Can't it? Isoda asked. So, if we live together, we'll raise cats and dogs, right? They had arrived, and it was finally time for the two to say goodbye. Isoda got out of the carriage and waved. Take care, Regina. I'll come to visit again next time, she said before leaving, not forgetting to warn. You must think carefully about getting married. Regina just smiled nonchalantly. Anyway, Isoda's stubbornness can't be stopped. She returned to the mansion, muttering to herself. The coachman pulled the curtain aside and asked, Shall we go straight back to the Duke's house? Let's go, Regina replied. A bit anxious because she hadn't been out for a long time and felt somewhat tired. Thinking about it, she decided to take a nap to recover. A little sleep wouldn't hurt, right? Suddenly, the carriage came to an abrupt stop, startling her awake. She asked the driver, What's the matter? Have we arrived? Not getting a response, she moved closer to lift the curtain. Regina knocked on the side of the carriage. What's going on? A voice from the front of the carriage came. Excuse me, miss. The carriage has suddenly broken down, so you might have to get out for a bit. What should we do if it's broken? Her hand gripped the handle tightly, her sixth sense preventing her from opening the door. Wait a minute. Why is the voice of the coachman so deep? She wondered suspiciously. Could someone be imitating the coachman's voice? What would they gain from that? Her mood became tenser, but if she wasn't the target, then what? Arson in the original work had many enemies, and she was known as Arson's fiancée, so it wouldn't be strange for her to become a target. The knocking on the door sounded again. Miss, if that person isn't the coachman, what should I do? Regina's face was a mess of emotions, her hand gripping the door handle tightly. If my prediction is correct, the danger is the same both inside and outside. One can get hit by a bullet even while sitting still. After a mental struggle, she decided to open the door first, to escape to another place. Scoreboards were raised high, as if there was a competition. A voice exclaimed, How wonderful! A masked person spoke up. This product has been auctioned for 1 million. The customer immediately gets this purchase product. The product he referred to was a person chained and tightly bound. He continued to announce, Now, let's see the next product. This is also a fine product with excellent craftsmanship. In the audience, there was a familiar figure, his face grim as he looked at the human product. In contrast, the bound person was extremely anxious, unsure of their fate. Then, he stood up and declared, It seems that seeing is enough. The confused host asked, What do you mean by that? Arrest them all. He removed his mask. Arson was the one playing the role of a buyer in the black market to take down this network. The police stormed in right after. The host of the show immediately pleaded for mercy. The masked lady beside him could not escape the chains of number 8. The hall erupted into chaos. We have arrested everyone from the host to all the participants. You've worked hard. Now transfer them for me. After chasing the arsonist, to discover a human trafficking auction place, and even the surprise raid was successful. But indeed, the Empress Dowager set the fire for these things, he continued to speculate. Perhaps the arson really had nothing to do with the Empress Dowager. But his eyes changed. Something was very restless. At that villa, the butler shouted, Master! The others all cried and apologized in unison. That person is on their way back from Earl Rose's place. Arson frowned and asked, Where is Regina? The servant stammered. Miss Regina has vaguely woken up. Her hands are tied tightly to a chair from behind, her eyes dull. The servant continued, Has Miss been kidnapped? In a dark room lit only by a dim lamp. At that time, Our Lady was tied to a chair, unable to move. Regina Blois seemed to be in a daze, her eyes gradually dimming. Where is this? She wondered in confusion. She clearly remembered feeling that the carriage driver's voice was very strange. She had been drowsy and then opened the door to step out, powerless to do anything more. Everything happened in a flash, so she didn't remember anything. Moreover, she didn't see anything. Fear gradually enveloped her. Regina trembled with fear in this crisis. questioning herself whether she could survive. Escape from here? To regain composure, she shook her head, thinking calmly and thoughtfully. Then she turned around and paid attention to the rope tying her hands. First, she hoped she could untie this to escape from this place. She struggled non-stop to move the chair, determined to find a wall. If she moved backward like this, she would bump into something. Finally, she succeeded in pressing against the wall. At that moment, she realized it was a wall. Though tied, she still harbored hope, groping for something. "Please, let me feel something," she pleaded. Just a moment later, it seemed she had grabbed something astonishing. The protagonist groped to guess what it was. Sharp and hard, it turned out to be a piece of wood. If it was this, she wondered if she could untie it. She rubbed the rope against the wood, hoping to cut them. Her eyes showed strong determination, a fierce desire to live. As time passed, her movements became faster. "Please don't let me down," she hoped. Finally, it snapped. She felt revived. It snapped! Before she could rejoice, there was a noise from outside. It seemed someone was about to enter. To avoid detection, she quietly untied her legs. Is this the right side? Preparing to flee, she hid behind the door. However, at this moment, she couldn't stop worrying. Honestly, I think the likelihood of being caught is high, but instead of waiting to be tied up silently, eventually someone opened the door and came in. Seizing the golden opportunity, Regina charged at him to escape. Seeing this, the man was astonished, not knowing how she managed to escape. He immediately ordered to secure this woman who was running away. At that time, she didn't know what to do except to run. Although her body was very tired, she couldn't stop. If caught, it would be the end. She gradually ran up the stairs, but unexpectedly, there were 2 guards there. The man from earlier had caught up and ordered to capture her. She was extremely confused by this situation and took a gamble. She ran and crashed straight into the 2 guards, knowing she had to escape quickly. What she feared most happened. One of them caught her hand because she had no leverage, and she slipped backward. She fell and seemed to be in great pain, while those men were frustrated by the protagonist's agony. How can this be okay? She wanted to taste the bitterness, of course. I gave you something very strong, so why? He then took her back to the room. Who created it, after all? Sorry, it was a mistake because I didn't check properly, she apologized. At this moment, she secretly thought about the people who could kidnap the fiancé around Arson, and the person confident enough to undertake that task instead of Lady Alicia Russell. She displayed an extremely arrogant demeanor in front of her. She asked in a stern voice, "What is Arson Greroy's relationship with the Duke?" But the only response was silence from the protagonist. She further asked, "Have you made a deal with him?" At that moment, she thought if she didn't speak, the Queen Mother would kill her. "Have I received anything in the past few days? They are all life-threatening. I feel Arson is better, not the best nor the worst, but having to choose between the best and the worst in this situation makes her very hesitant, not knowing which to choose because she can't hear an answer," she thought. The woman seemed annoyed because of her. She then spoke up. "He is not a man who marries without profit." Clearly, something had returned to the past. When they were young, Arson and Really grew up in the arms of the current queen. Arson's mother and Really's mother had committed suicide early, so only she remained. The emperor had left the queen's position vacant, and what she did was take care of the 3 children, Really, Arson, and her own child. When those children were young, there was no significant discomfort. According to her, she loved the children with all her heart and hugged them gently. Therefore, the children understood the Queen Mother as much as she understood them. Regina was very apprehensive and dared not speak. She interrogated, "Don't you feel what kind of person Duke Greroy is? Are you deliberately not listening?" She showed contempt for her. Seeing her attitude, the woman had to accept that it was not something a human could do but a monster. "Yes, I also know Arson, but you don't know the mood." She became stunned. She threatened, "Do you want to try it out? Don't be shy." She revealed that Arson was a monster who had killed his own father with his hands. Does such an immoral person deserve to be called human? She began to ponder. He must have known about his act of killing his father through the novel. Could be that he had read the novel and thus a crazy antagonist like this could appear later. But why did the Queen Mother tell me this? Surely to cover up the Queen Mother's senseless actions towards Arson. I will not show myself anymore but just stand outside and observe. Then suddenly, she was startled by something and stood up to approach her. So you still refuse to speak? She asked fearfully. She immediately closed her eyes tightly, hoping nothing would happen. She gradually opened her eyes, but in reality, at that moment, she had come close to her face, mocking, I'm really curious about Mr. Arson Greroy's marriage. It doesn't seem interesting, does it? However, she touched her cheek to the point that she shivered. She began to touch her hair, thinking her hair looked very beautiful, not leaving her alone. She struggled, but her hands were tied by the soldier. He slowly removed her ring. Before leaving, she turned to her subordinate and said, Take her away. I will show her what will happen if she holds that man's hand tightly. I will kill them all. There were many people around watching. Why didn't anyone know the truth of the matter? And then she was tied up and taken away. At that time, outside was extremely dark. A subordinate of the Queen Mother threw the ring into the nearby river. After finishing, he reported that he had dealt with it. My lord, she will die, won't she? She ordered. Absolutely leave no trace. To kill the weed, you must remove it from the root. Then she got into the carriage and left. A subordinate reported that Arson's people were scouring the entire area around here. A smug smile slowly appeared on her face. I'm really curious about his face when he finds out his fiancée has died. Still, at the river, the light gradually reflected off the stone on the ring. Then a hand picked it up. At that moment, the people above shouted, Wait a moment. Beneath him, Arson held the ring and silently wondered if this ring had any tracking magic. It seemed to have been brought down from upstream. Right after that, he told his subordinate to go against the current of this river. He also hastily mounted his horse, his eyes flashing with memories of the times he spent with his fiancée, who blushed when he kissed her forehead. The sound of the horse's gallop grew faster, and he harbored the hope that he would definitely find her and return to Regina before the point of his sword. She was terrified, thinking, if something happens, I can still come back, right? Dead. Has everything come to this and she thinks it's over? If I die and become a soul, I will go to the Lord and grasp his collar just once. He slowly raised his sword to end her life, feeling that she had no way to escape death. She was tearful but did not want everything to end like this. She shouted loudly, Wait! The two men stopped. What's that? She thought she was just hesitating, making them confused about what she was saying. In her heart, she was very panicked and blurted out, Regina, please say something. I don't want to die like this. She did not want to die so quickly. Please beg them to wait a little longer. Tears began to fall. Can't I eat something before I die? Like candy. He was stunned by her condition before death. Candy? Stop the nonsense. Don't be fooled by her. Regina became contemplative, crying, Is it not allowed to eat? They joked among themselves that she was pitiful, but the master's order must be dealt with immediately. However, one of them thought, maybe it won't matter in a moment, just give her the stuff and kill her right away. They reluctantly accepted her final request and gave her a piece of candy as she wished. She sadly ate the last meal of her life. Now in her heart, she thought, before dying, I must eat something delicious, right? In the end, Arson did not come. What am I waiting for? Arson is the reason for all this, and she was very resentful. After a while, he asked her, Have you finished eating? Then she replied, I'm done. It won't hurt, right? Feeling nothing left to regret, she screamed, Just kill me now. Going back to before the incident happened, Sally had told her about the precious thing she had made. I should have drunk it sparingly. She joked, I can make more for you, right? Regina thought happily. Before escaping, she must send her back to the Blois house. The scene shifts to a carriage where Ishio wonders, Is there something wrong? But why must you switch to such a dilapidated carriage? The lady realized what he was asking and felt embarrassed about it. At that moment, she thought to herself that because she did not want anyone to discover her when she reached her destination, it would be best to turn the carriage back and rent another one at the rental place. Indeed, do I look very strange in Aizu's eyes? To answer his question, Regina explained, if I travel by Duke Greroy's carriage, wouldn't it be possible for something like last time to happen again? To prevent that, he replied frankly, this time, I will ensure absolute safety. There won't be any incidents, he assured. Hearing this, she felt somewhat relieved. However, it would be better to hide the fact that I am Regine Greroy as much as possible, so neither Aizu nor I will be in danger. He finally agreed to her after she explained and understood, sighing with relief. Finally, I've escaped. After arriving, she guessed that he wouldn't be suspicious. Because he's quiet, he wouldn't know what's on my mind. Arriving at a store, she said, I will go in alone here, please wait for me. He immediately complied. I understand. She excitedly stepped inside. It's been a long time since I've been here. I used to come here often. The shop owner saw her and warmly greeted her. Who is this? It's been a long time, Mississippi. What book are you looking for today? Then she replied, today, I'm not here to find a book. May I use the back door for a moment? He was astonished. The back door? There's nothing wrong with that, go ahead. She happily thanked him and then sneaked out the back door. Fortunately, I have a deep connection with the bookstore owner. Before Aizu realized, she had to act quickly, seizing the opportunity. She went into a nearby store, still hesitating to enter. Good. There are many people inside, so they surely won't pay attention to me. Regina slowly walked inside. Then she approached a young man and called out, Hey, sir. He saw a customer and invited her in. Dear customer, what brings you to our information society today? Then she handed him a bag of money, requesting him to connect her with someone who could read the information she provided. He replied, So that's it. What kind of person do you want? Regina gave him the details. Someone outstanding, interested in trading elixirs, quick-witted, and especially discreet. Returning to reality now. Feeling powerless, she requested them. Please kill me once. I have no regrets left. Suddenly, a loud noise startled everyone, shocking them with its sound. What? One of them stepped forward to let me go outside to survey the situation. At that time, she was teary-eyed. Could it be that Arson was slowly opening the door from outside? His aura was so powerful that it pushed the door open, and his sudden appearance made one of the men fall backward. He was full of murderous intent and said, Such a strong greeting is too much. Seeing him, she couldn't believe her eyes and didn't want things to be easy. One of them grabbed her hair, threatening her to put down the sword. He was not panicked at all. Instead, he was very calm, thinking her tricks were not cute at all. It won't work, he said, as he increasingly gripped her iron sword, demanding they put down their swords. The extremely sharp sword cut her, causing her to bleed. Seeing the situation was not good, he was very worried about his fiancée, not wanting a murder to occur, so he decided to drop his weapon and let them control him. But instead of worrying, she believed that if Arson was there, she would escape. Arson was so capable that even the original story's protagonist had to die over and over, and just sending a few people from here would only take him a few minutes to handle. Because she was so worried, she glanced at the man who captured her. The problem is me, he arrogantly said. We are holding her in such a situation, thinking they captured her as a hostage to make Arson hesitate. If I can get close to Arson because I have a hostage, he confidently laughed, saying, Could it be that Prince Arson is being tripped up by his own fiancée, right? However, she realized that now all eyes were on Asima. If it's now, then I don't know. She began to mumble one or two towards him, her eyes lighting up with hope to signal him. He also nodded, agreeing to cooperate. At that moment, she closed her eyes and then struggled to break free from that man. It seemed like she had escaped from him, but now all she could think about was getting to Arson's side. But something happened. Her vision began to narrow. Just when she thought she had escaped, she was grabbed by the neck by him. she suddenly realized that the opponent was a subordinate of the Empress Dowager. She should have thought that they could use horror. She had been too careless. Being inflicted with a fatal wound like that made her collapse to the floor. Suddenly, bubbles of air began to appear right where she was. She spoke her last words before bidding farewell to this world. "Am I going to die like this?" Then she slowly closed her eyes to pass away. At that moment, the last thing she felt was the smell of blood, the sensation of heat, and the sound of Arson fighting the enemy. Some kind of miracle occurred, making him shout in shock, "No way!" Her body gradually sat up with droplets of water rising along with the wound on her neck. She was slowly healed. She thought it was clear she had been cut on the neck, but nothing was holding Arson back. He charged to attack the men in front of him. One by one, they began to fall at her place. Just a moment later, the battle seemed to end, and he slowly approached her. He untied her, but she asked in confusion, "Am I still alive?" He believed she hadn't yet realized her own abilities. Hearing about abilities, she showed confusion. He gently replied, "Anyway, it seems you have a healing ability." At this time, all she could think was, healing ability? That wasn't in the original story. Then he carried her. To her surprise, feeling embarrassed, she thought she could walk on her own. But he said it was okay. "Just relax and lean on me." Her mood was extremely confused. However, there was a little bleeding, but not so much that she couldn't walk on her own. She suddenly remembered being cut earlier, but she was still unharmed, which was strangely fortunate. And what's this healing ability, anyway? When she was brought outside, the winds hit her, and the scene outside was chaotic. The soldiers, upon seeing him emerge, reported that they had recaptured all the escapees. Then he carried her onto the horse and ordered them to bring along those inside as well. They obeyed the command. "Yes, I understand, sir." "So, how shall we deal with the kidnappers of the lady?" After hearing that he had mounted the horse, she blushed with embarrassment. "Of course, they must pay the price," he said. "The rest is up to you." Being so close to him, she felt flustered. Is it okay to go like this? Finally, they began to return, and he looked at her. Remembering the image of her throat being cut, blood kept flowing out excessively. He secretly thought that if she didn't have the healing ability, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became, clenching his fists because he was extremely remorseful. He had to make it up to her a lot for this to be right, the usual life. After returning home, it was slightly different from before. At that time, she said that she had to stir public opinion and get information according to Arson's wishes, right? But to do that, she requested him to let her go outside. Yet, he said now that it was not allowed, a response that left her at a loss for words. Afterward, she thought not long ago, he acted as if he was assigning her a task, not allowing her to leave the mansion even for a step. Why is that? Then he replied, "You were just kidnapped and you still say that?" His words were so true that she felt guilty. Of course, that day was indeed very dangerous. That night, after returning to the mansion, all the servants there were worried about the young lady. "Are you injured?" She replied, "Oh, I'm fine." Sally was shocked. "But, miss, your dress is covered in blood." Regina could only smile it off. Arson then immediately requested that she cook something nutritious for blood the next morning. She hurriedly agreed. Since that fateful day, she has only been eating meat. When other doctors had no objections, she feared that if it continued like this, she would become useless and lose her life easily. At that moment, he gently made a suggestion. "If you want such a meeting, then invite everyone." She was quite surprised when he suggested that, thinking she had never hosted anything before. But if she learned from the ladies' school, then the teachers would be apprehensive like that. He laughed in opposition. "Then don't." Regina gradually fell into utter disappointment. Suddenly, he argued that the servants in the mansion also have eyes and mouths. "I trust them, but at the same time, I don't believe what I just said," making her incomprehensible. In this difficulty, she suddenly came up with an idea. Thinking back, Arson and she also pretended to love each other in this very mansion. But if the engagement was kidnapped and then appeared before the upper class, things would not match up. She thought to herself that she was quite right, nodding. That makes sense. Rumors spread very quickly in this mansion, so during this time, she might as well rest comfortably, right? Then she decided not to care about it anymore and switched to reading books. But only a moment later, she felt extremely frustrated and turned to call out, Arson. Regina shyly said, I'm a bit curious. Why these days you don't work in the office but here? He reasoned that it was natural because he was afraid she would disappear again. Those words seemed to touch her heart so much that her face turned red. She pretended to look around to avoid being caught in her expression at that moment. Seeing that, she thought that currently, there were only 2 people in the room, so those words were not an act. She began to grip the book tightly. If that's the case, does it mean he cares about me? The scene also shifted to a dark evening. The atmosphere in the room was very gloomy. Regina was still focused on reading each page of the book. Then she tried to glance at him and realized that he had fallen asleep. Has Arson also fallen asleep while working? She wondered, astonished. Looking at him like this is strange. Really beautiful like a sitting doll. His eyelashes were also plentiful. Can human skin be so smooth? She approached him to take a closer look, wanting to touch it just once. Suddenly, she realized something and stopped completely. Regina panicked. Since when did I get so close to him? She had to return to her place before he woke up. While returning to her place, she was held back by him. In this situation, she appeared flustered, and right there, he pulled her into his embrace. Her face showed a very embarrassed expression, and then he raised his hand to stroke her cheek. This situation left her not knowing what to do anymore, as if he had been haunted by the day her throat was cut. Those images now always appeared when he looked at her. He kept staring at her. Then he hugged her, as if he did not want to be far from her. Regina did not resist at all when suddenly there was a knock on the door from outside. The person outside spoke up, Master, miss, I am Sabero. At this point, he finally released her and ordered him to come in. He informed that there was a letter from Emperor His Majesty. Seeing the letter, she was shocked and pondered. He explained that it was about the matter of the few opinions I had mentioned before. I have decided to meet the 2 of you again in 3 to 4 days. Hearing this, she was astonished. In 3 to 4 days? That's too soon. It is known that Emperor Ruli Deli Kresmer is the main character in the original work, the character behind Arson's ongoing murder case. When he saw the 2 of them, he shyly greeted them. I am very happy to meet the 2 of you like this. She was full of worry. In the original work, I am a supporting character who died at the beginning. I never expected to meet the final boss. Meeting such an important character, she respectfully requested an audience with His Majesty, daring only to sneak glances at him. He cheerfully said, All right, come here, you are Miss Blois, the one I have only heard of, right? With national affairs being so busy, I hope you understand why I called you to the office. She stared at him, judging his relaxed face and red hair, the perfect main character. If with Isoda, it seems to fit very well too. However, according to my preference, I really... Nevertheless, she sneaked a glance at Arson. He also turned and caught her looking at him. But forget about that. Ruli cheerfully invited. Come on, you two. Don't just stand there. Sit down for a bit. You must have heard from Arson, right? Recalling the past, she wondered, why was I even there? After being invited to sit, she accepted. She suddenly realized, wait a minute, can I clarify that I have been involved in this issue? He then spoke up, saying, they say all this was under my orders, right? So, don't think too badly of Arson. I regret the marriage issue, but that doesn't mean I can trust you. Hearing that, her heart turned to despair. Then let it be, he continued. No matter how close the relationship is, I can't trust everything, because this is a world where crime is rampant, even within family or friends. His words had a certain implication. I agree with this because a prime example in the original work is Arson and Ruli. As can be seen in the family portrait at the beginning of the novel, they are brothers with such deep affection that Arson killed his own father for his brother Ruli's ascension to the throne. Ruli treated Arson the same way, The two of them indeed the ideal brothers until they both fell in love with the same girl. The first to draw his sword was Arson. Arson betrayed his own flesh and blood brother, becoming the antagonist in the original work. Returning to the present, he still sat nonchalantly looking at him, and she thought that now Arson seemed indifferent to Isoda, so could the two of them continue to live closely together? Suddenly, the Emperor mentioned a recent kidnapping incident, a detail he would keep in mind. Hearing this, she quickly thanked His Majesty. He thought it seemed he had kept the two of them too long, hadn't he? Now he had to step back. Seeing this, Arson asked for permission. Then I will stand up first. Really generous, said. If something happens with Arson, come find me. I will help you no matter what. These words left them both astonished, so they stood up to leave. Before leaving, Rully wished them to take care, seeing the two of them clinging to each other. So he secretly thought, clearly, I said I didn't care. Remembering what he had said before, perhaps that much didn't need to be worried about. But as someone who has been watching for over 20 years, that doesn't seem like the attitude of someone who doesn't care. Returning to the two of them, Regina breathed a sigh of relief. This is the first time I've seen the male lead up close. I'm so nervous. My first meeting with Isoda was just like this. She was lost in thought, not noticing Arson staring intently at her. Suddenly, she realized it and was very surprised. Strangely, he asked her to give him her hand. He then put back the ring that had been taken from her. He said, "You lost it last time, so I made a new one for you." Looking at the ring, she was astonished at the large gemstone. It looks exactly the same. Come to think of it, why did the Empress insist on taking the ring? She asked quietly, Arson, do you know why the person who kidnapped me took the ring? He hesitated before replying, that's because I had placed a tracking spell on the ring. Now she knew the truth about the ring containing a tracking spell. Her emotions became unstable. The gemstone lit up, causing her to become suspicious. Suddenly, she felt the ring was different. When I escape, I'll definitely throw this ring away. Scene changed to a strange place. Some people were bowing and apologizing. I couldn't handle it. Please give me another chance. The Empress appeared with a calculating look. You used a knife to cut, but it healed immediately, right? He confirmed. Yes, I cut the neck precisely, but it reattached right away. Hearing this, she revealed a sinister smile. What an interesting child. I think that child is hiding a special ability. Even Arson personally intervened. This isn't just an ordinary contract relationship. I might be able to use it more. After a while, she asked softly, do you want to live? He quickly responded, yes, please give me another chance. She agreed, her eyes filled with a cruel scheme. If you say so, I'll give you one more chance. At a cafe in the Empire, Isoda kept yawning. Sitting across from her was Kai. Suddenly, she perked up, looking ahead and shouting. Kai followed her gaze and saw Regina, our female lead. Regina smiled brightly and approached them. As soon as she sat down, Isoda hugged her tightly, complaining like an old friend reunited after a long time. It's too much. You've refused all our invitations for visits and outings. We've been so sad. Kai nodded in agreement, making Regina feel even more guilty. She apologized. I'm sorry. I've had some things to deal with. Seeing how they only had a bit of petty anger and then welcomed her warmly after being released from home made her happy. She didn't intend to tell them she couldn't go out, so she kept it to herself. After meeting Rully, I could go out with a bodyguard. Looking at her bodyguard, she felt a bit apprehensive. Having a bodyguard is burdensome, but where could I appear? Isoda suddenly spoke, interrupting her thoughts. It's been a long time since we went on a picnic. How about going boating? Boating? Regina asked. Kai seemed interested and added, that sounds fun. With both of them agreeing, Regina nodded. Let's go then. She thought, Arson will probably agree, right? Hearing her agreement, Isoda joyfully hugged her again. Really? We can really go together. Regina, infected by her joy, smiled even more brightly. Yes, really. Seeing Isoda getting a bit too excited, Kai reminded her, "Isoda, keep your composure," to which she replied angrily, "What's there to be embarrassed about?" They glared at each other intensely. Regina, sitting next to them, could only smile awkwardly, thinking, "These two are at it again." She absent-mindedly looked around and noticed a young man with light brown hair at the next table. The young man, sensing her gaze, looked up and smiled at her. Out of politeness, she nodded and smiled back, but internally she felt suspicious. Why is he staring at me? I don't think I know him. Unaware, Isoda continued talking nonstop. So I told him I couldn't contact Regina, and do you know what he said? Though Regina wasn't following the story, she didn't want to disappoint her friend. Oh, what did he say? Isoda mimicked Kai's voice. Regina must have her reasons. Be patient. After imitating Kai, she continued to criticize him, forgetting that she had also complained to him. Seeing her bring up an embarrassing story, Kai quickly denied it. I never complained. Isoda wasn't done teasing. What happened to that puppy look when you needed to go to the bathroom? Kai suppressed his anger and continued speaking. Choose your words carefully, he said. Regina noticed the tension between them growing. She spoke up to intervene, to prevent them from crossing the line and fighting. Stop arguing, she urged. Both were angry, but when Isoda turned to her, her face was pitiful, seeking comfort. But Regina, Kai said, you seem tired. He offered her some ice cream and strawberries to console her and to keep her mouth busy. Eat this and let go of your mood, he suggested. Although still annoyed, she decided to make peace with him. For Regina's sake, I'll let it go this time, she declared. Jidap followed her lead. She was speechless after witnessing the scene. After making peace, Isoda opened her mouth to eat the strawberry and ice cream that the main character fed her. Unfortunately, the food fell, and the ice cream dropped all over Regina's dress. Seeing this, Isoda panicked. It's dirty now, she said, quickly offering her handkerchief. Use this, she insisted. The main character replied, no need. I'll go wash it in the restroom and come back. The girl beside her could only cry and apologize. She walked to the restroom, grateful for the expensive-looking handkerchief that couldn't be soiled by fresh cream. I must wash it quickly, she thought. At that moment, she wasn't paying attention to the path ahead and bumped into someone else, nearly falling over. Fortunately, the young man caught her by the waist, preventing her from falling face first. This intimate situation made them both pause. The young man, looking slightly guilty, asked if she was all right and apologized for touching her without permission. She smiled politely and replied, I'm fine. Only then did she recognize the young man she had encountered earlier. Remembering the stain on her dress and the recent collision, she asked, You didn't get any fresh cream on you, did you? He smiled gently and answered, No, not at all. Relieved that she hadn't caused any trouble, she said, That's fortunate. I'll go ahead, she said, excusing herself and walking past the young man. He seemed a bit disappointed, as if he wanted to say something more. He called out, Wait a moment. She turned around, looking puzzled. He seemed to want to speak but then hesitated. Perhaps due to his introverted nature, he didn't know what to say to continue the conversation. He sadly said, Oh, never mind, and then turned and walked away, leaving Regina confused about what had just happened as she entered the restroom. As she washed her hands, she felt that the person she had just met was special, but also a bit strange. When she returned to her table, she found her two friends still upset with each other. Seeing Isoda's discomfort, she asked with concern, Are you all right? This question felt familiar, reminding her of the young man who had asked her the same thing earlier. She sat in the carriage, admiring the sunset, and couldn't help but exclaim, Such beautiful eyes, right? Just then, the carriage arrived at the mansion. She entered the house, handed her cloak to the butler, and announced, I'm back. Where is Arson? He respectfully replied, He's in the study, ma'am. Regina peeked into the study and shyly greeted Arson. I'm back. The main character, focused on his work, immediately looked up and asked with concern, "Did you have fun? With Miss Isoda and Mr. Kai Velof?" She nodded, looking up at him. "Yes, it was just the two of us, friends." Since entering the room, she had noticed his bandaged hand. Now she had the chance to ask hesitantly, "What happened to your hand?" He withdrew his hand and sighed before replying, "It's just a small cut." But the bandaged arm didn't seem like a minor injury. She was skeptical but didn't want to expose the truth, though she was still worried. "Can I take a closer look?" Seeing the doubt in his eyes, she touched her neck, feeling shy, and continued, "Maybe I can heal it like last time." She was referring to the time she was cut by kidnappers and then miraculously healed the wound instantly. He was surprised by this, remembering the time he thought he had lost her. He bowed his head in silence. She saw the fear in his face but responded calmly, "Is that so?" After regaining her composure, she approached him expressionlessly. "Let me help you," she said. They both sat on the sofa, and he began to unwrap the bandage. She sat opposite him, carefully examining the wound. She felt sad and confused, wondering why she wanted to heal this person. She took a moment to feel the pain in his hand, then carefully held it. Remembering the original owner of the body was destined to be executed in the book, she felt even more sorrowful. She placed her hand on his palm, reassuring herself, "Focus now. I can't just stand by and watch someone hurt." With that thought, she closed her eyes and concentrated on healing him. Arson watched her intently, admiring her dedication. She focused all her energy on healing, wondering how to proceed. All she could think was, "Let's do this." She knew he was still watching her, but she tried her best. He smiled helplessly but said nothing, causing her emotions to waver. "He's such a good man." Trying to regain the feeling from before. She didn't know how to use magic to heal, so she tried to recall the previous situation to harness the magic once more. After a while, she opened her eyes and whispered, "Is it better now?" But what she saw was a mess of blood. Arson could only laugh it off, not knowing what to say about the torture his hand had endured. "It's already lucky to be able to laugh after all this," he thought. In contrast, she stared in disbelief, as the wound remained unchanged. She grabbed his hand, unable to believe what had happened. The main character, sitting opposite her, found her reaction endearing and couldn't stop smiling. At that moment, she appeared calm, but inside, she was in turmoil, wondering why she couldn't use her powers anymore. Seeing her disappointment, he took her hand, saying, "It's all right." His sudden intimate gesture made her cheeks flush. He smiled charmingly, holding her hand tightly and reassuring her, "I will help you." Regina was stunned for a long time, captivated by the main character's smile. "Sister, snap out of it. You're about to drool," he teased. When she came back to her senses, her face was still flushed. Hesitantly, she asked, "What should we do now?" He began to instruct her. "Look here. Think of healing and imagine a healthy hand." The female protagonist obediently stared at her hand, closed her eyes with difficulty, and thought, "Imagine my hand is completely healed now, right? The hand is fully healed. The hand is completely cured. The hand has no wounds at all." She watched her brother in a mess trying to heal her, and he laughed joyfully as if he had a bountiful harvest. She still focused intensely on finding a method to control the energy within her body. Regina, let that feeling emerge, the panic of that moment, the itchy sensation, and the twinkling light, and the wound that has been completely healed. Fortunately, the female protagonist's persistence paid off. Between the palms of their hands, a bright light began to appear, spreading out to cover her hand and her entire being. Her face showed a bit of surprise and a bit of joy for having successfully used her power. His palm also shone brightly. The wound disappeared completely as if it had never been there. As a modern person who believes in science, she was curious when she saw this strange occurrence and touched his hand a bit, thinking the wound had disappeared, leaving no trace, then placed a hand on her neck. She exclaimed in surprise, "So the wound on my neck has healed like this?" Although he had witnessed her power twice, he was not very surprised but calmly replied, This makes me even more certain that you have acquired a greater healing ability. Moreover, you can not only heal yourself but also others. Regina blushed with embarrassment when praised, her hand still fumbling over his old wound like a child wanting to discover something new. The male protagonist did not rush back to work but let her touch her hand comfortably. Later, she realized she had been holding his hand for quite a while and suddenly let go, startled. She paused for a moment, her face turning red again, and she stammered an apology. "Sorry. It's so miraculous that I did it unconsciously. This is indeed a very useful ability." At the moment, she was still unaware of how close they were. He looked up and realized how close the two of them were. He inwardly lamented, "Why are we this close?" It was the first time they looked at each other so closely. The redness on her face that had just faded returned. She looked into the male protagonist's eyes, seemingly about to fall into the pit of love with him. They were so close that she could feel Arson's breath, their hands intertwined. She was still lost in her thoughts, looking at each other from such a close distance. She saw the demon Arson Greroy. If she saw him as just an ordinary person with warm hands and capable of being hurt, would that be too crazy? Then suddenly, the male protagonist moved closer and placed a light kiss on her lips, startling Regina. She was slightly flustered and then quickly recovered from Arson's bold move. He hugged her tighter as if wanting to embed her into himself, keeping her all to himself. They embraced and kissed, immersed in sweet bliss. After the kiss ended, their hearts trembled together, beating as one. She stepped back a bit to get a clear look at his face, his brows slightly furrowed, cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She was now constantly scolding herself for being crazy, looking back at the male protagonist's face, which was quite calm, but who knows if inside he was screaming crazily. The female protagonist suddenly realized what she had just done, abruptly gathered her skirt, and ran out embarrassed, her heart screaming non-stop. "How could you do that with Arson?" While she was embarrassed for herself, he smiled happily, finally having kissed his wife, which would make anyone happy. Indeed, she was so embarrassed she wanted to dig a hole and bury herself. Then she thought of the person who had gambled his life to get engaged to her. How could you do that to him? As soon as she ran back to her room, she threw herself onto the bed and punched it furiously. Where was the demure lady now? Remembering his handsome face and radiant smile, she inwardly sighed. Arson's face is just my type, and even if he wasn't, he's still too handsome, she admitted. I didn't trade my life for a kiss with him. Oh my God. Regina turned over, lying on the soft mattress, her eyes sparkling, cheeks still flushed, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. Let it be. Arson is like that too. Why is it like this? Then she became lost in thought again, remembering the fiery kiss from earlier, her face turning even redder, her innocent eyes showing confusion. The female protagonist got up, shook her head to dispel those aimless thoughts, and reassured herself, "Think of something else, like the palm of my hand," excitedly saying, "Right. What exactly is this ability?" As far as she remembered, in this world, the healing ability was seen as a blessing from the gods, but in the original work, Regina was never described as having this ability. Of course, because she is a supporting character who was killed at the beginning of the story. If this ability is truly a gift from the gods, does that mean the gods sent me to this world? I need to investigate further, she thought, then collapsed onto the bed, making a decision. Tomorrow I must go to the temple, then I will be able to find a clue. It seemed that someone's kiss was so profound that even if she tried to distract herself with other thoughts, it kept coming back to remind her that it had happened. She touched her lips, feeling his warmth still lingering, and blushed deeply, smiling brightly when she remembered that moment of contact. Then she hit the mattress hard, embarrassed. Am I crazy to remember it again? Oh, I'm addicted. Why be shy about it? Lying on the bed, she frowned, determined that as soon as she opened her eyes tomorrow, she had to go out immediately. I absolutely cannot face Arson again. The next afternoon at the temple, the space was solemn and quiet. From afar, the temple guard approached and stopped, looking at Regina standing there, engrossed in admiring the painting hanging in front of the temple door, oblivious to the sound of footsteps. Only when the temple guard spoke up and asked if she needed help did she turn around and introduce herself first. "Greetings from Lord Lastian. I am Temple Guard Lucy at the temple." She immediately greeted back. "I am Regina of the House of Count Blois. It's my first time at the temple. So is it always this quiet here?" Lucy explained. "Now is the time for prayer, so everyone is in the prayer room." Hearing this, she smiled awkwardly and said, "But I'm taking up the temple guard's time like this. Is that all right?" Suddenly, a voice echoed from afar. "Can I help you with anything?" Attracting the attention of both, she looked closely and then exclaimed, "It's the young man who appeared with a gentle smile on his lips and clear green eyes." This was the person the female protagonist had met at the coffee shop a few days ago, who had accidentally bumped into each other in front of the restroom. She couldn't help but wonder why he was at this temple. He maintained a friendly smile and approached to greet her. "We meet again here, Miss Blois." It seemed that seeing her again was a small joy for him. After a while of getting acquainted, he took charge of guiding Regina on a tour of the temple. The young man cheerfully asked if there was anywhere else she particularly wanted to go. Since it was her first visit and she didn't know where to go next, she replied, "No, there's nowhere in particular." She was more curious about how he knew her name. He looked at her and suggested, "Shall we visit the exhibition room first? There is a place dedicated to collecting paintings and treasures." Seeing his enthusiasm, she nodded in agreement. Suddenly, she thought he might have overheard her earlier conversation with the deity of mercy. Reflecting on his suggestion, she considered the possibility that the treasures might help her find a clue. She then turned to him and casually asked, "You seem to visit the temple often, don't you?" The young man replied, "Do I look like that?" She remembered a conversation between the young man and the deity that seemed very close. The deity trusted him with guiding duties, which he resembled, especially in his reaction. He laughed and said, "Not really." To her surprise, she even thought he was a fervent devotee. The young man continued, "I just have a few personal matters to investigate. That's why I came." Seeing his somber expression, the main character still had some doubts and wondered, "Investigate what?" Suddenly, he mentioned the painting outside the temple door, saying, "The mural you saw earlier depicts the myth of the founding of the nation." She found his explanation interesting and listened more attentively. He explained, "The first emperor received the blessing of Lastian and possessed the power of fire. She used fire to cleanse the evil from this land and purified it with her incredibly strong healing abilities. That's the story depicted in the mural." Regina was quite amazed by the empire's origin, which was not even mentioned in the original novel. She felt moved, learning about it for the first time. The teacher did not react, and he scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. "That's an old story, isn't it? Everyone knows it, so don't make me feel embarrassed." She awkwardly denied, "Not at all, I find it fascinating. But may I ask, can the healing ability be discovered after birth?" He looked doubtful but explained, "No, I've never heard of such a case." She forced a smile and continued, "Indeed, but why has that power appeared in me? Could it be because I'm the main character and no one else has it?" While her heart was screaming in turmoil, her feet followed him to the display of treasures. He announced, "We've arrived," and she regained her composure. The young man raised his hand and introduced her to the exhibition room of the great temple Renesho. Her eyes sparkled at the sight of the rare treasures of the temple. He continued, "This is where sacred relics from thousands of years ago are displayed and protected. Therefore, the historical value of these items is very high." As she listened to his presentation, she admired a ring made of a shiny gemstone in front of her and asked the young man, "What is this?" He replied, "This is the ring that the Saint Tekla received when she vowed to dedicate herself to the deity." Regina then pointed to another sacred relic and inquired, "And what about this?" He happily explained, "This is the vessel the saint used for baptisms." After a series of questions and answers, she had gained quite a bit of historical knowledge and complimented him. "It seems you have researched quite thoroughly, haven't you?" Flattered by the beautiful girl's praise, he smiled brightly and replied, "There's a reason I investigated so carefully." She looked at him with wide eyes, full of curiosity, but since it was his personal matter, she refrained from asking. At that moment, he remembered he hadn't introduced the most famous relic yet. He immediately pointed towards it and said, "I haven't introduced you to the most famous relic here, have I? This is the scepter used by the founding emperor, carefully encased in transparent crystal. Its body is predominantly covered in emerald green, and the top is adorned with a sparkling diamond, looking both authoritative and elegant." She focused on the scepter and listened to its history, which included a legend about purifying evil powers with this scepter. It's because the founding emperor used it to manifest his healing powers. Admiring its timeless beauty, as if protected by some energy source, she couldn't help but praise, "It's truly beautiful." She jokingly exclaimed, "It's crazy. What if someone stole it?" He reassured her, "The holy knights are protecting this place, so that won't happen." At that moment, a commotion outside interrupted their conversation. The young man said, "It seems the prayer time has ended." They both headed outside as dusk fell. She walked ahead, thanking him for his guidance. "I'm truly grateful to you. Thanks to you, I was able to take this tour." He politely replied, "What's it worth, really?" Although he volunteered to be the guide, she felt embarrassed for not having anything to reciprocate his kindness. She then said, "Even so, I wonder if there's any way I can repay you. Isn't there?" He answered, "If you insist." She turned and tilted her head, waiting for the young man to finish his sentence, but he seemed hesitant and merely mumbled, "It's nothing." Regina looked out at the pitch-black sky and said, "It's gotten late. I must go home." He continued, "Yes, goodbye then." She bowed in return, not forgetting to thank him once more. "Thank you very much." He replied, "See you later." And when she looked back, he had disappeared as if he had dissolved into the air. She muttered doubtfully, wondering if she had misheard, thinking that she still didn't even know his name. Walking alone down the deserted corridor, she fell into her own thoughts and realized she might not see him again. So not knowing his name was no big deal. Letting go of that thought, she now focused on the information she had learned today. Recalling the blessing Lastian bestowed upon the first emperor of the empire for the healing ability, she thought that no one inherently possesses that power unless blessed by Lastian. Could it mean that the gods made a mistake, or could it be related to the events, as the original work and its content are gradually changing? She looked up at the night sky, admiring the bright full moon, and sighed in frustration. Returning to the mansion, the servant had been waiting outside the door for a long time and bowed in greeting. "You're back. Mississippi dinner has been prepared in the dining room." Feeling tired from a day out and too much thinking, she replied, "Thank you." Suddenly, she remembered something very important. With a start, she thought, "Wait, if dinner is prepared in the dining room, doesn't that mean I'll run into Arson?" Recalling the passionate kiss from yesterday afternoon, she clutched her head in dismay. "No, I don't want to remember it anymore, but I've completely forgotten about it all day today." The two maids beside her saw their mistress holding her flushed face, looking very distressed, and were puzzled, saying nothing. She hurried upstairs, eager to return to her room quickly, not forgetting to instruct, "I will have dinner in my room tonight." The servant found her behavior strange, but still responded, "Yes, Mississippi." Walking along the corridor to her room, she couldn't escape the embarrassment and fell into deep thought. Although she couldn't go far, it was better to avoid him for now. Meanwhile, the other maid went to the dining room to inform Arson. "The miss has just returned, and she said she wants to have dinner in her room tonight, Your Grace." He replied, "Is that so?" Knowing full well she was deliberately avoiding him, he wasn't angry but gently smiled. "Thank you for letting me know. You may go." Hearing this, the maid bowed and withdrew. Regina's small act of embarrassment had caused everyone in the mansion to misunderstand that our two main characters were at odds with each other. Behind the door, the two maids whispered, "What's going on? Are they fighting? It doesn't seem like it." He glanced helplessly outside the door, sighed, and thought he needed to find a solution. In Regina's room, the food on the plate had diminished considerably. She wiped her mouth with a napkin and sighed in relief. Thank goodness I can still eat in my room, or I would have had indigestion for sure. While enjoying her private space, someone suddenly knocked on her door, startling her. Arson's voice came from outside. I haven't seen your face all day, Regina. Hearing it was him, her face turned ashen, and she trembled as if she were a rabbit about to be offered to some tiger. Without needing her to open the door, he entered as if it were his own room. Encountering the gentle main character, he overlooked Regina's unusual behavior and gently asked, Can you tell me what you did all day today? It was like a bolt from the blue. She felt like she was about to faint, overwhelmed with embarrassment, while he looked on cheerfully, amused by her awkwardness. The atmosphere around them was indeed peculiar. The main character cheerfully inquired, but his tone held a suppressed anger when he called her name, emphasizing, If we keep avoiding each other all day like this, the servants will start thinking odd things about us. Won't they, Regina? Her face showed her discomfort as she was already sinking deep inside. The main character cheerfully revealed his ears, causing her to inwardly lament. I'm caught now. Our main female character could only weep silently and curse inwardly. I know. I said I know. If the two of them continued to avoid each other, this situation would inevitably occur. But then she looked at his face and remembered the moment, wondering how she would manage. She shrank back, fearful, watching him sit beside her as if he would devour her the next second. Seeing her panicked state, he didn't joke around but seriously got to the point. All right, let's get back to the main topic, shall we? Her face turned pale, and she trembled as if awaiting a death sentence. Unexpectedly, he just instructed her to go to the tea shop early, which made her pause in surprise. Regina had thought he came to reprimand her. Arson held up an invitation and talked about the tea party he mentioned to her last time. Do you remember? She regained her composure, took the invitation, and replied, Yes. He continued to instruct her carefully. That tea party is hosted by Duchess Haynes. You should make friends with Duchess Haynes there. Holding the letter in her hand, she listened attentively to his words, looking at him still seriously advising her, and thought to herself, Is that all? I thought I would be scolded more. She knew he was worried about her attending the tea party, which is why he spoke so much, but she couldn't understand why the main character treated her so well. Recalling the moments they shared affectionately, she fell into confusion. She considered a possibility but then shook her head in denial. Just as she had this thought, she suddenly realized, What nonsense am I thinking, Regina? He's doing this just to keep tabs on me. Moreover, she had said she possessed healing powers, so he would regret and fear losing her. With that thought, she quickly escaped from her fanciful musings. Is it late already? He replied, Yes. Then he stood up and continued, I'll go first then. You should go to bed early since you have to get up early tomorrow to prepare. She answered, Yes. As Arson approached the door, he turned and smiled lightly, Good night. But he had no idea of the turmoil inside her at that moment. If she kept fantasizing and being careless, she might lose her life without even realizing it. The next day, at the mansion of Duke Haynes, everyone was noisily discussing something. There must be some misunderstanding here, right? Among them, a girl with orange hair spoke up to stop them. Listen to me. We are being extremely rude. Regina replied indifferently, lifting her teacup. I feel the same way. This seems like a dream to me. She calmly responded, but inside, she felt a ripple of emotion. She thought about the external relations with the Duke's ally, motivated by love. If they knew, would it mean betraying the house of Duke Greroy? It's like I'm causing trouble that I can't handle. The red-haired girl sitting not far from her, clearly unable to contain her anger, said, Of course, it must feel like a dream. You are the fiancé of Duke Greroy, aren't you? Turning back to the night before, after the main character had left, she still felt uneasy. Clenching her hands tightly, she became more determined. You must not forget. You have to escape from here. Right, Regina? The next day was the day she had to attend the tea party organized by the Duchess Haynes. That's why there was such a commotion earlier. The maids had already been standing outside waiting for her to depart. As she stepped out, they greeted her with bright smiles. "It's been a long time since you went out, so have a pleasant trip, miss." Seeing their cheerful demeanor, she also smiled back warmly and softly replied. On her way, she couldn't help but go over the information she knew about the house of Duke Haynes and his wife. The Haynes family is a clan with a friendly relationship with Arson, thanks to a long history on the Emperor's side. The wealth that the house of Duke Haynes accumulated was mainly due to the Duchess managing the trading company. She is famous for bringing back rare teas from all over the world, each time she returns from a trip. Therefore, among the ladies, her tea party is the most renowned. Having gone over the information, she arrived just in time. When she got there, she was escorted out of the carriage by a servant. She sighed deeply, feeling a bit melancholic, thinking, "I'm not sure what Regina is trying to achieve by allying with this side, but I guess I don't need to know more, huh?" Entering the banquet hall, the servant who had always escorted her stood outside the door and called out, "Duchess Haynes, please excuse me for a moment." Looking at the scene inside, she was momentarily stunned and marveled inwardly. The guests had all arrived. Duchess Haynes cheerfully welcomed her. "Miss Regina Blois has arrived, hasn't she? Come over here." Miss Blois, whose full name is Iria Haynes, the Duchess of the Haynes house, and also the owner of the Senia Trading Company, guided her to her seat. "This way, Mississippi." She immediately thanked the Duchess for her enthusiasm. She was somewhat surprised that her seat was arranged right next to the Duchess's. "I'm just the lady of the White Octopus House, and yet I'm being treated like a duchess?" Everyone had arrived, and Duchess Haynes began to introduce the tea they would be tasting today. Today's tea comes from the far eastern continent, so it will have a strong foreign flavor. It is said that they burn the naturally grown leaves from that area and then dry them with the same smoke. At the same time, the female servants brought in various sweets to accompany the tea. When the Duchess poured her tea, she shyly thanked her, continuing, "The color of the tea is a light orange, just like the sun of the east. Although the aroma is gentle, it is very delicate, truly a rare and hard-to-find specialty." She took a small sip of the tea and was surprised by its flavor, exclaiming, "This is delicious." Before she could fully enjoy her cup of tea, she suddenly felt someone's gaze on her. Looking up, she saw a young lady with striking orange hair. The young lady, caught staring, was startled. Seeing her keep looking, she wondered, "What's going on? Why is she staring at me so intently? I don't think I know her, do I?" At that moment, a servant of the mansion approached the Duchess and whispered, "Duchess, there is an urgent matter related to the trading company that needs your attention." Hearing this, the Duchess hastily left, saying, "I'll be back shortly." After she left, people didn't pay much attention and continued to chat among themselves. But only Regina watched the Duchess leave, speculating and feeling a bit of admiration. Indeed, the person running a trading company is always busy, isn't she? The lady with brown hair next to her shyly started a conversation with her. "Miss Blois." She turned to look at her and called out in response. The lady, who had been holding back for a long time, finally had the chance to ask Regina, "What brought you to meet Duke Greroy?" Being suddenly asked about romance, she was taken aback. The lady continued, "I've only heard rumors. Can you tell us the story directly?" Before the eager eyes, she was not flustered and happily agreed. Of course, because before coming to this tea party, she had anticipated this situation would occur. The heroine quickly switched on her super storytelling mode and began to tell everyone there about her romantic love story. "So, on the day I met the Duke, one night we happened to meet while walking around in the pitch-dark streets. I had lost my way and was wandering around. As I was telling the story, I imagined myself extremely tired, lamenting, 'Where on earth am I?' I continued. At that moment, the Duke appeared like a shining star to help me. Then I imagined the main character appearing and saying, 'Oh my, you're lost, aren't you?' Surprised to see him, I exclaimed, 'Good heavens!' I narrated, Under the star-filled sky, a love blossomed. The two people in the story walked hand in hand without a word. Regina looked at me like the shining stars in the sky. Happily, I replied, Arson, my poet. The story ended there before the admiring eyes. Outwardly, I forced the perfect smile, saying, we've been talking like this for so long to get to today. Inside, I was impressed with my own storytelling skills. Another lady curiously asked, it's really admirable. How long did it take you to pursue him? Before I could answer, the red-haired lady spoke up with a sour tone. It seems you were quite passionate to get the Duke to accept you. Regina frowned in annoyance, looking at her and wondering, what's her name again? Because of that malicious attitude, it seems like she once liked Arson. Her voice sharp, her face hardened. She continued, how exactly did you confess your love? In response to her mocking tone, the main character remained completely calm, gracefully taking a sip from her cup before replying, well, I'm not quite sure myself since it was Arson who proposed first. This drove the other woman mad, slamming the table furiously, asking in disbelief, Duke Arson proposed to you? The brown-haired lady sitting in the middle trembled in fear, watching her rage with horror, her body sweating. The main character immediately countered, it's unbelievable, isn't it? Not just unbelievable, but astonishing. Noticing the atmosphere was about to spiral out of control, the other ladies panicked. Some were scared and sweating, others whispered among themselves. There must be some misunderstanding here, right? At that moment, the lady with orange hair intervened. Listen to me. We are being extremely rude. Everything unfolded as before. We saw her fall into deep thought, pondering how to end this conversation. Suddenly, someone hugged her from behind, and a familiar, soothing male voice said, it's like a dream, isn't it? Startled her slightly, it was Arson. He let go and continued, sorry for interrupting the tea party, but I have something important to say. She turned to look at him, guessing what the important matter could be. Although she didn't know what he intended to do, she had to cooperate with him and asked, what is the important matter, Duke Arson? He draped one arm over Regina's shoulder and gently took her hand, saying, it seems you've forgotten something. She managed a bright smile and played along with him. The main character kissed the ring on her hand with a silent reverence, as if holding a precious treasure. The ring suddenly shone brightly before all the admiring eyes. Only the red-haired woman felt jealous of the scene. He whispered intimately in her ear, I've added some magic to this ring. Just now, I activated the spell with this intimate gesture. She blushed with embarrassment, her face nearly turning red enough to cook. Arson stood up straight and gestured towards the door. With the hope of receiving support from the new head of the Greroy family, I've prepared a token of goodwill. It's just an item from the top of Senia, but I hope it will be useful for the tea party. As soon as he finished speaking, the servants brought out a box and placed it on the table, revealing colorful candies when opened. He continued to introduce, these are sweets favored by the Eastern royal family. Coincidentally, today's tea is also from the East. Hearing this, she was startled, thinking, what a coincidence. How would I know this is the Duchess's tea? He approached the Duchess, showing his thoughtfulness. I've already asked for permission from the Duchess, so you don't need to worry. The Duchess, standing nearby, seemed amused by the couple and laughed. On my tea table, no dessert can be missed. Having expressed his affection, he then turned to the Duchess to take his leave. Then I shall take my leave first. Thank you for accepting this sudden visit. She replied, it's nothing, take care. After the main character left, the admiration on everyone's faces remained excited by this sweet display of affection. Even the angry face of the red-haired woman had not yet subsided. The Duchess was the first to speak. Duke Greroy seems to really love Miss Blois. This comment made the red-haired woman even more uncomfortable, her face downcast in an attempt to hide her overwhelming emotions. At that moment, to everyone's surprise, she could no longer bear it and suddenly stood up, running out quickly. The Duchess, who had been absent, asked, what's going on? What happened while I was away? Not wanting to disrupt her tea party, she could only offer a wry smile. "No, ma'am. There's nothing wrong at all." The Duchess replied, "Well, that's a relief." She nodded in agreement, thinking to herself that the tea party must not be ruined because of her. Now she had time to think about the main character, worrying to herself, did Arson forget something? How did everything turn out like this? Was it according to plan? That day, the argument was used to build the image of Duke Greroy as deeply loving his fiancée. At times like this, she couldn't say anything. With this thought, tears fell like rain, comforting herself. She silently vowed that if there was a next time, she would definitely choose someone better. As the sky gradually turned a brilliant orange with the setting sun, it was time for the tea party to end. Everyone said their goodbyes and went their separate ways. She waited for the Duchess to leave, then approached to express her gratitude and to foster a closer relationship with her. She said, "Today it is truly an honor to have been invited here." She laughed in response, "Oh my, there's no need for thanks. Can I invite you again next time?" She eagerly replied, "Thank you, ma'am." Hearing this, the lady happily waved at her, saying, "Then, I'll look forward to the next tea party." The main character responded, "Yes, ma'am," and thought to herself, is this promise similar to what Arson said? Suddenly, someone gently tapped her shoulder from behind, saying, "Miss Blois." She turned around and recognized the Duchess of Hilliouans and Miss Aconi, who was shyly hiding behind her mother. She had a good impression of Miss Aconi, as she had helped her converse during the party. She asked with a cheerful smile, "What's the matter?" The Duchess replied, "This little one is new to the capital and doesn't know anyone, but she insisted on talking to you." She was a bit surprised to hear that Aconi wanted to be close to her. Aconi hesitantly said, "I am honored to meet Miss Blois." The teacher seemed quite tense, so she warmly replied, "Honored? There's no need to be shy. I can sense that this isn't arrogance or disdain." Aconi excitedly said, "Where I live, I've heard about you and the Duke, so I wanted to talk to you." After speaking, she seemed to glow with radiance, her sparkling eyes fixed on the main character, making it impossible for her to look away. She then thought to herself, it's like meeting a celebrity. Reflecting on it, she realized she had inadvertently become famous. After a while, Aconi's radiance dimmed, and with an expectant voice, she asked, "I wonder if I can see you again?" Before those hopeful eyes, she quickly replied, "Of course, if there's a chance, let's meet again." With that affirmation, Aconi beamed with joy, saying, "Yes, ma'am, I will wait for you." On her way back to the mansion, Regina leaned against the window, looking at the surroundings, puzzled. Why am I so happy? It seems naive, but why do I feel a vague sense of confusion? The next day at the temple, Priestess Lucy opened the door to the library and was surprised to find Regina inside. Lucy approached and greeted her. "We meet again." The main character turned and smiled. "Hello? Lately I've been interested in things like divine magic." Lucy asked, "Are you looking for a book?" She replied, "Yes, may I take a look?" The priestess cheerfully answered, "Feel free." She picked up a book and began to read. The content in this book refers to the recreation of torn equipment and the reattachment of broken bones as healing abilities. This is the blessing of Lastian. In the early days, those with healing abilities could save lives. The book illustrates a red-haired woman with healing powers resurrecting the dead before her eyes. How many people reconsidered their actions? Therefore, those who coveted this power began to commit evil deeds. The blood of the healing power gradually depleted, and the ability disappeared. The image of the healer being pursued and murdered appears at the end of the old line. After reading, she asked Priestess Lucy with some curiosity, "So, what would happen if people like the early healers with healing abilities appeared?" Priestess Lucy replied, "That's an interesting imagination. Such a thing absolutely cannot happen. But if such people did appear, those who covet the ability would be in danger." She added, "This is a serious matter." Hearing this, her face suddenly turned grim with fear. In Arson's office, A subordinate was respectfully reporting newly received information. The actions of the prince's consort were very suspicious, and the specifics were still under investigation, but the atmosphere was abnormal. Moreover, the evidence related to the prince's consort in the recent fire and the investigation by Mr. Hugo, a human trafficker, had all disappeared. Arson's face darkened. He ordered his subordinate, "Additionally, prioritize finding out what they are doing." The subordinate replied, "Yes," as Arson clenched his fist ominously, saying, "Whatever it is, we should first uproot it." His face became tense as he commanded, "Do it well. The most necessary thing to escape from Arson is now." Naturally, the Duke's family was responsible for her lodging, but it was clear she would be discovered if she saved money to flee. There, she had found a solution to this problem in the temple's library. According to the book, those with healing abilities could create holy water. Holy water, which could only be obtained through the temple, could be produced with a low concentration to make medicine. This way, she could profit without any danger. She would save up this way to escape and start the happy life she had imagined. Even if I successfully escape, this ability of mine could still put my life in danger. Moreover, I don't have much free time, so I've been thinking, when should I get married? Arson asked Regina with a smile, a question that made her fall silent and look away to avoid it, because she had completely forgotten about some matters. Regina felt confused. What should she do? If she mentioned a date too far away, he might become suspicious. So she suggested, "How about in about 6 months?" Arson, hearing her answer, remained calm and agreed, which made Regina doubt her worldview. Was it that easy for everything to turn out this way? If she knew, she would have set a date even further away. Wouldn't it be safer to live with Arson? Arson is a strong character in the original work, a person with overwhelming abilities that even the main character cannot confront. If she keeps his life, at least he won't die at the hands of another enemy. However, Regina slipped away from Arson's embrace. For instance, what if she gave up her freedom? Regina ran towards the bright light ahead, and suddenly the coachman's voice interrupted her thoughts. "We've arrived, Mississippi." First of all, today she shouldn't think too much because today is the day she meets her friends after a long time. From afar, Isoda and Kai were waiting for Regina to arrive. As she approached them, Isoda gave her a heartfelt hug. "Sorry, did I arrive too late?" "No, we've just arrived too." Rose couldn't hide her excitement and said, "I've been thinking about going on a boat with Regina so much that I couldn't sleep last night." Kai, standing beside her, looked annoyed. "It seems the boat can only carry 2 people, right? Are you dissatisfied?" "If I go with Regina, the smell of gunpowder between the two will be intense," he said. "What are you saying? Regina will choose who to go with her." "Obviously, Regina will choose me." "Who said that?" Regina looked at the two squabbling before her and could only laugh to resolve the issue. "Actually, it's very simple. I'll go alone, and you two go separately." This move by Regina caught the other two off guard. Isoda called out Regina's name tragically as the boat gradually moved away from the shore, while Regina just smiled gently, bidding them farewell. If she just stood there, she would be there forever, so she had to quickly follow. Just as Regina stepped onto the boat, it rocked, catching her off guard. Fortunately, before she could fall, a young man ran over to support her. Regina looked at the boat in front of her and sighed in relief. That was close. The young man gently asked her, "Are you all right?" "Yes, thank you." "Oh, it's you again." Lugan greeted her with a gentle smile. "Let me take your hand and help you down." "Yes, thank you. Anyway, it seems we are fated to meet. If you don't mind, may I ask your name?" Somehow, the two of them were now rowing the boat together. How did it happen that we're rowing together like this? To Lugan's request, Regina just laughed it off and casually replied, "This is the 3rd time we've met like this. Isn't it? Although I don't want to be suspicious, if someone like this appears, my life could be threatened by those who desire that power. Or maybe it's because of those words that I feel this way. Am I being too sensitive? Call me Leah," she decided. Because being cautious is not a bad thing. So Regina decided to use a fake name to deceive Lugan. "Leah." Lugan called her name with a bashful expression. Why are you so delighted? Feeling guilty for lying, Regina could only ask Lugan in return, your name? My name is Rue, call me that. He seemed not to reveal his real name either. Leah, do you like painting? Yes, I do like it because painting is my hobby. Since we've met like this, it's fate, so I want to give you a portrait if you don't mind. Please sit still for a while. Lugan focused on painting while Regina, sitting as a model, felt a bit embarrassed. Suddenly, a strange noise caught her attention, and from afar, a familiar boat carrying a couple was quickly approaching her. If she weren't on the water, Regina would have dug a hole to hide in. Just ignore it. It's so liberating, she thought. A stark contrast to the image of the noble aristocrats she had imagined before. Of course, she also felt partly guilty for not educating Isoda properly, being an illegitimate child. Thinking it over, this person was the same. Aristocracy and painting are common in the empire. But is this person from a family that is not strict? While pondering, Lugan had finished the painting. I'm done, he said, looking at the beautiful portrait in Regina's hands. She couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. He shyly added, although my skills are not yet excellent. She immediately interrupted. What do you mean not excellent? I find it incredibly beautiful. I'm very grateful. Isoda, seeing the two people so happy, felt a sudden irritation. Who is that blockhead sitting next to Regina? Let's get going right away. He nodded in agreement. Regina was chatting happily but panicked when she noticed her two friends rushing over. She couldn't help but fear Isoda's current state. What's wrong with him? Then she hurriedly urged Lugan. Let's go home quickly. He replied calmly. Is that so? Suddenly, Regina shouted loudly. Yes. Hurry up, please. At that moment, Isoda's face was still flushed with anger for daring to sit in the same boat with Regina. Regina was truly terrified now. What would happen if Isoda caught this person? After safely reaching the shore, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Thank you. Now you should go quickly. He, not understanding the situation, casually asked back. She was too hasty. May I ask, Regina? Can we meet again? She suddenly became confused. What was it since last time? She felt like he was hiding something contrary to Lugan's expectations. She withdrew her hand. Do you know who I am to act like this? He awkwardly replied. Who are you? We can get to know each other slowly. Regina smiled with empathy. Consider me someone who is already engaged. Lugan was surprisingly direct in his inquiry. Is it truly a marriage based on love? After that, she excused herself to leave. Regina's mood was quite confused. Calm down. He asked about a political marriage, which is normal. But why does it seem like he knows everything already? Was it because of what happened earlier? Why am I suddenly so thin? She hadn't finished her thought when she heard a growl from afar. Regina realized there was another problem. Isoda had just rushed over to question her intensely. What's going on? Who is that? She quickly denied knowing. I don't know who that is anymore. Hearing this, she became furiously angry. How can you not know who sat in the same boat with Regina? Isoda's reaction truly frightened her. He must be really mad. Regina was still trying to explain. It's just someone I've met once or twice. He said his name was Rue. Before she could finish, Isoda interrupted her. What kind of strange name is that? Velof, standing nearby, also spoke up to analyze. Anyway, it sounds like a fake name. There are too many brown-haired guys, so it's hard to distinguish. Isoda, hearing this, became even more worried. He quickly warned Regina. Using a fake name is suspicious. Indeed, I should have stayed close to you. Next time you meet someone like that, find me right away. In response to the overreaction, Regina could only give a wry smile. I know. Thank you, Isoda. Despite this, she still wasn't really at ease, staring at her with admiration. Why is Regina so famous? Just being the Duke's name is enough. Arson, reading a book nearby, suddenly felt an itch in his ear. Why is that? Isoda kept imagining. When did they discover this relationship? How long must Regina stay by my side? These incessant thoughts made her anxious, and she shouted, "You can't abandon me, Regina!" She didn't know how to reassure herself and simply smiled in response. "What's that? Why did you suddenly say that?" At that moment, Arson received a greeting from the butler. "The Duke is back." When asked about Regina, he bowed and replied, "She just returned from boating, sir. I'll prepare dinner." Hearing this, Arson declined. "No need. I'll go to the office right away. I'll receive reports about what happened in my absence." A servant suddenly blocked the way, bowing. "You've arrived, Sir Duke." Arson, observing intently, saw a piece of paper in the servant's hand and inquired, "What is that?" The reply was, "It's a painting from the young lady's pocket, sir. I found it while intending to wash the clothes, so I was about to return it to her." After looking it over, Arson easily recognized it as a portrait. The special feature of the painting is the erased mark near the engagement ring. As he returned it, he told the butler, "There's no special report about the boating escort." He hesitated. "There's nothing threatening the young lady, but I heard she had 1 or 2 encounters with Mr. Lugan." Arson smirked. "Interesting. It seems our friend is coveting my brother's fiancée." After seeing the neatly placed book on the shelf, Regina exclaimed with joy, "I've found it!" As soon as the wedding date was set, she prepared to escape. The urgent issue was to gather funds through holy water. The survey results from the library were fortunate. The method of making holy water is not too difficult. The real challenge seems to be secretly distributing holy water and collecting cash. Whether I can truly create holy water remains a mystery, and above all, there is an immediate issue that needs to be resolved. To address this issue, I must write a letter and receive approval. I will visit the royal palace after receiving an invitation from someone at the palace. I will guide Miss Blois to the office. Regina hastily agreed, "Yes, thank you," feeling secretly delighted. Receiving an easier acceptance than expected, I think. Furthermore, being called to the office instead of the reception room, it must be thanks to Arson. Looking at the first issue that needs to be resolved to escape from here, Regina suddenly stopped and made a request to the guide. "While I go inside, could you please keep something for me?" He quickly agreed. "Of course. To do that, I need someone's help." After just meeting, she received a greeting. "It's been a long time, Miss Blois." The Emperor warmly welcomed her. "What is the urgent matter you wish to discuss with me?" At this moment, the person who had guided her before meeting the Emperor was extremely anxious because the item Regina asked to be kept was the engagement ring filled with magic, unbeknownst to him. After the announcement, Regina Blois requests an audience with His Majesty. He seriously inquired, "All right, what is the matter you insist on discussing with me?" She paused for a moment, thoughts suddenly springing to mind. Perhaps because this is a private meeting with the Emperor, who is not the main character, the tension is even greater than before. Thinking that he had frightened Regina, the Emperor immediately changed his demeanor. "Oh dear, I've made our honored guest stand. Please, take a seat." She replied shyly, "Thank you," and he continued to speak at length. "All right, are you living well? I'm curious, are you healthy? Does Arson treat you well? Does he often show affection without overstepping?" After pondering for a while, it seems he was very curious about her. Wondering whether she should list everything, Regina cheerfully answered, "Yes, he is very good, so I am living without any worries." Hearing this, the Emperor laughed. "Well, that's good. So, the reason for your request to meet is surely not because of Arson." Her voice hesitated. "Yes, I have a request." The Emperor's face brightened. "Go ahead. Whatever it is," he said, eyes following Regina's every word. "Could you possibly protect my family?" The Emperor was taken aback, emphasizing, "You're asking me to protect your family?" She quickly affirmed, "Yes, I have no other choice since I'm married to Arson, but my family, regardless of what happens, can you protect them from being involved?" He fell silent, pondering why she would ask him to protect her family. It must not be a special favor then. Surely she knew the dangers of becoming Arson's partner from the kidnapping a few days ago. Perhaps someday it will spread to the entire family. Not just her but also the prince's consort and the Blois family. She thought of her family's safety before her own. As soon as the thought ended, the emperor decisively replied, "I promise you, I will take responsibility for the safety of the Blois family." Regina, extremely grateful, thanked His Majesty, feeling relieved inside. Fortunately, speaking briefly about the character Rully, who is known to keep his word, he will surely uphold this promise. Even after Regina escapes, Arson will not be able to touch her family. The Blois family is now under the emperor's protection. After the two said their goodbyes, a feeling of guilt still lingered in her head. Although she felt guilty for using him, there was no other way. It was all for the moments of reunion with her loved ones that made Regina tear up. "I miss my mother so much." Her mother also reminded her, "You must contact us first before returning." "What's the matter that you've come back so suddenly?" She hastily explained, "I had to step out for a bit, and on the way back, I just stopped by." Her mother happily informed her. "Edwin also hurried home because he heard you were returning. He too was flustered." "It's been so long, Regina," she replied awkwardly. "You too," her mother quickly suggested. "Let's go inside and talk. Has Duke Arson been treating you well?" Even Edwin looked on curiously. The sky was also turning to dusk. At the end of the memorial service for her father, her parents were overjoyed. "It's fortunate that you are still living well. If you are such a sentimental person, I am at ease and trusting you." Conversely, a hint of sadness lingered on Regina's face. Then Edwin stepped forward to stop her. "Wait a moment." She was also surprised. "What's the matter?" He had been continuously asking since earlier. "Are you troubled by something?" This made her a bit uneasy, trying to cover up. "Why would you think that?" He pressed on. "From earlier until now, your face doesn't match your words at all. Even if you pretend to smile, I can see the worry on your face." Her thoughts exposed. Regina tried to gloss over it. "It's not that. Maybe I'm just tired from not going out for a long time." The explanation temporarily put him at ease. It calmed Edwin down. "If that's the case, then that's fortunate. But if anything happens, you must tell me," he said. "The problem is you always keep your worries to yourself. You need to speak up so I can help you understand." She was a bit moved and forced a smile. "I will talk about it." At that moment, Regina also realized that the sensitive and perceptive people are the ones who have surrounded her with love during her anxious times. After coming here, someone who originally had no family in their life like her has become someone who knows the existence of a family for the first time. So no matter what happens, she still wants to protect them. As she stepped onto the carriage to return, she continued to ponder deeply. She could only trust that Rully would keep his word while visiting the horses. Regina silently told herself, "And I also have to do what I can." Just by observing, she could tell this was a well-managed horse. She was startled when she discovered someone else's hand also caressing it. It turned out to be Arson, who leaned in close to her hand and whispered, "It seems you're quite pleased with this one, huh? Are you planning to learn horse riding?" The feeling of confusion made her admit to get past the issue. Yes. Lately everyone has been properly educated. And besides, last time when I rode with Arson, I wanted to learn it." So Arson praised her. "Well done. You make a lot of sense." Before his welcoming attitude, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. But the next statement made Regina jump. "I will teach you horse riding." The thoughts of resistance were rising in her mind. No, I'm learning to escape from you." In the end, she resignedly practiced horse riding. While Regina was quite clumsy, Arson was very excited. After some contemplation, she boldly asked, "Do we really have to ride the same horse like this?" Arson laughed upon hearing this. "It's just that I don't want to be far from my beloved fiancé. Isn't it the same for you?" "Yes, of course." Her offhand answer made him unexpectedly happy. "Then that's great. It gives me even more motivation to teach you. Use your strength and thighs and hold on tight." Arson's excessive enthusiasm made Regina think, although I said that, isn't this a bit too much? He suddenly paused when he saw her cheeks blushing. He then suggested, Let's stop for today. Okay? Can you get down by yourself? Regina boldly declared. Of course I can. But then her legs slipped, losing balance, and she staggered into Arson's arms. This made him exclaim worriedly, "Oh my, you have to be careful," she replied, flustered. "I'm sorry. My legs suddenly went weak." Arson immediately reassured her. "You must have strained a muscle. If you want to ride horses, you also have to nourish your body." She turned away, embarrassed, and wondered, physical strength? Physical strength? Meanwhile, Arson was intently looking at his own hands and then wondered, are her hands that small? Perhaps he hadn't noticed because she had hidden herself in dresses all this time. Regina showed quite an interest in the horse, and Arson hurried over to introduce it. "This horse is Dusk. It's 4 years old. Although agile, it lacks stamina." Regina felt quite surprised. "You remember everything about these horses." "Of course. I will continue to help you practice horse riding in the future," he assured. She quickly thought of a way to decline. "On a day when you are not busy, why do I receive such a confident response?" He confidently replied, "I can make time to ride horses with you. Don't worry. I will teach you very gently." Regina herself could not understand her feelings at the moment. Clearly, she was smiling, but why did she feel so unlucky? The Empire's National Founding Day is approaching. Although the National Founding Day of the Empire is celebrated over 3 days with a banquet held throughout, it's not just the titled nobility who must attend, but also their sons and daughters. All are required to participate in the banquet. Both Regina and Kai Velof were caught by a call. "Hey, what do you think of this?" Isoda appeared in a splendid outfit, curiously asking if the color suited her. Faced with Isoda's indecision, Regina quickly reassured her, "It's not bad, but you should try on the next one too." Isoda, still unsatisfied, stepped into the fitting room, not forgetting to tell them, "I know. I'll try on the next one, but aren't you guys buying anything? Just watching me is a bit odd. For example, this top seems to suit Regina." They both quickly declined. "I have to wear something that matches Arson." So Velof shook his head vigorously when Isoda suggested a plow button that suited him. "My family has already prepared everything." Seeing her friend sulking, "I might even give you guys a gift," she teased. Regina cleverly suggested, "Next time you can give it as a gift," while Isoda maintained her grumpy expression, causing Regina to feel a twinge of sadness thinking that not everyone in the Empire will accept monogamy or follow the law. Isoda, being the illegitimate child of the Earl, was naturally despised by the Earl's wife. Consequently, family members and everyone in the clan looked down on her, and Isoda had to live as if she didn't exist. Therefore, even for the dress for National Founding Day, she had to choose alone, and Regina and Velof suddenly found agreement, nodding to each other and diving into the search. Regina chose her outfit with the determination that she absolutely would not let Isoda be looked down upon. After a day of searching, Isoda finally felt satisfied, ending a wonderful shopping spree. "It's all thanks to you guys. Thank you for this year," she said. Gina spoke up, "It's nothing," and she reminded them, "Whenever you hesitate or need help, you must tell me." Especially Regina. Before her astonished eyes, they both voiced their agreement. "You've lost weight lately. You seem tired," Isoda said. "That's right. If it's about you, we're ready to listen anytime." The teacher just hummed in agreement. "I know. I will definitely tell you guys." Isoda immediately emphasized, "Definitely." After getting into the carriage to return home, Regina kept wondering, have I lost weight? Have I been unconsciously stressed by preparing for the escape? Lately, I've heard many promises to help me. Have I exposed myself that much? The clattering sound suddenly startled her. "What's that?" Regina anxiously asked what was happening outside, and Izu quickly replied, "It's nothing, miss. Someone just suddenly ran into the street." Hearing this, she grew even more worried. Was someone hurt after that? Realizing the danger, Izu quickly moved to shield her from the incoming dagger. He urgently advised, "Miss, quickly get inside." But before he could finish, Izu was horrified to see a sharp sword right in front of Regina's neck, held by a masked man ordering, "You must come with us now." Regina stood still, motionless, constantly wondering to herself, "What should I do now? Should I use that?" The next warning from the assassin made her jump. "I think you shouldn't move. It's better for you to stay alive." Aizu, on this side, was furiously rushing over, and the man was threatened by him. "If you want the mist to be safe, you should lower your sword." Regina cautiously signaled with her eyes, still questioning. "Have I really lost weight? Have I been unconsciously stressed by preparing for the escape? It seems these men are not with the other guy but are people accompanying Arson, right? If I create a slight opening, she could win." Strange terms began to sound, making Regina easily recognize that it was a wizard, and a large circle appeared under her feet and the wizard's. Regina panicked inside, knowing it was teleportation magic. He decided to take her away, and she had to prevent him from teleporting immediately. She quickly raised the dagger she had drawn and stabbed it forcefully into the wizard. The first time she took a life, Regina was shocked, standing frozen for a moment. That's why he had the opportunity to counterattack with a strong stab. When Aizu shouted in panic, "Miss!" all he heard was a painful cry from his master. But she would not care about this wound because it would heal. Aizu then rushed over, embracing Regina with concern, and she reassured him, "I'm fine." Instead, she urged, "Look at that person," as Regina gasped for air, exhausted. Watching closely, the group of assassins was startled to realize they were surrounded. The injured wizard nodded, signaling his teammates to escape. Aizu, having noticed in time, quickly ordered, "Chase after them. Hurry up." Regina was still not over the shock, her hands trembling as she held the weapon, thinking she had not been captured or killed. So she was fine. After returning to the palace, although she reassured everyone, "I'm really fine," Sally couldn't help but worry. Arson also hurried down, his face aghast when he saw Regina. She quickly flashed a bright smile, showing she was okay. He called out to Regina with concern. She hastily explained that something had happened on the way today, but Aizu helped, so she returned safely. Arson's touch on her hair startled her. "I know you like these adventures, but I wish you'd protect yourself. The people following you are capable. They could have handled it without you getting into this mess." Regina, flustered, explained, "But now I'm much better. Everyone knows my abilities. I'm fine." Arson, still attentive, gave her a tight hug. "But even if you have the ability to heal yourself, it doesn't mean it doesn't hurt." In that moment, she suddenly realized and smiled happily, saying carelessly, "It seems I have a bit of a reckless streak, don't I?" Arson suddenly let go, urgently suggesting, "First, go upstairs and take a bath. You must be very tired today." As she followed Sally, she looked back, continuously wondering, "Is he worried about me? I thought I was fine." But it's like he's worried and reassuring the one he truly loves. So Regina touched her wound, thinking of the moment she attacked the wizard and then his sword strike in return. Just thinking about it made her skin crawl. Stop thinking about it, she decided, about to doze off when she heard a knock at the door and called out, "Who is it?" Seeing Regina sit up, Arson quickly came to her side. "It's okay. Just lie down." She curiously asked, "What's going on?" Arson gently replied, "I don't know if you slept well. I came to sing you to sleep. Now lie down." Arson tenderly stroked Regina, and in that moment, she realized that Arson, when an enemy, is the cruelest, but when on her side, is the strongest. Perhaps that's why, even though he's someone who might kill her, her heart feels strangely at peace. He looked at her tenderly, wishing her good night. At that moment in the palace there was questioning. "Have you checked for sure?" "Yes. The wound healed instantly. Is that true?" Seeing the prince's consort continue to inquire, the kneeling wizard volunteered. "That's because the wound the lady inflicted was too large, so it's being treated." She laughed loudly. "You say what? She's more interesting than I thought." Early in the morning, the maid Sally was called into the ladies' room and instructed, "Keep the secret of my injury from my family. Okay?" Sally, worried, bowed her head. "Shouldn't we tell the Earl?" Regina chuckled and shook her head. I don't want to worry my family. I'm fine. Besides, she was also bound to the bed by Arson's orders. Seeing her mistress say so, Sally had no choice but to obey. If the lady says so, I won't say anything, Sally added, with a guilty tone. But really, thanks to the lady, my heart is no longer there. Regina said nothing more, just quietly enjoyed the hot tea the maid had brought. Since the accident, she has tried to hide that truth. However, due to the commotion in the central area where carriages pass by, it was inevitable that someone witnessed it. Indeed, it couldn't be hidden for long, and with people's nature to talk, Regina thought they couldn't keep it to themselves. The financial elite began to gossip about the incident. That night, she wondered what had happened. She heard that someone, envious of Duke Arson's marriage to his fiancée, had attempted to assassinate her. Then Duke Arson Greroy appeared and saved her. Others believed she had personally defeated the assailant. Eventually, after passing through the lips of the upper class, the outcome was as expected. Regina was called by her parents for a private talk. They gripped their daughter, urgently asking, "Are you really okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Your complexion doesn't look good." She dared only to sit silently. Indeed, such sensational news could not possibly go unmentioned among the elite. Regina's mother, tense and unable to hide her distress after hearing about the attack by a stranger, exclaimed, "I thought my heart had fallen out. Why didn't you tell me?" Regina reassured them, "I didn't want to worry you further. The matter has been resolved now." Suddenly, a voice interjected into the conversation, accompanied by the sound of a door opening. "No matter what, I heard an important guest has just arrived." She turned to see it was Arson, who greeted the two standing before him. "Now, should I greet you? I am Arson Greroy." Her mother recognized him as the Duke and invited both to sit down for a talk. Regina looked between them, crying silently in her heart, having wanted to avoid this situation. Yet Arson sat down beside her with her parents facing them. The silence lingered for a while, making the already awkward atmosphere even more tense for Regina. Her parents spoke first to Duke Arson, who replied, "Yes, please speak." Her mother got straight to the point. "There have been many rumors about this incident, but the high-ranking nobles speculate it was a move to control the Duke. Is that true?" Arson listened seriously, causing Regina's worry to deepen. She quickly spoke up to salvage the situation. It wasn't because of Arson. She was about to beat around the bush before anything else happened. But he cut her off. He admitted, as the lady said, Arson took the blame. Regardless of their motives, the fact that Regina was endangered because of me is true. The Blois parents nodded in agreement, their faces softening a bit as he continued. I truly have no face left after putting the beloved daughter of you two in danger. Arson bowed his head in apology, then looked up at them with determined eyes. From now on, I will not let this happen again. Regina was surprised by the man beside her. She could not have imagined that Arson would bow his head like this. In her mind, he would use his status to pressure her parents. Perhaps offer wealth or titles as compensation or behave as usual. The Blois parents looked at each other and nodded. Arson's sincerity had appeased their anger. Mr. Blois looked at him seriously. I trust you, Duke. I hope such an incident will not happen again. Lady Lois smiled happily. Because you are the first person my Regina loves, I don't want to object. Mr. Blois sat beside, nodding in agreement with his wife's opinion. Only their daughter was stunned, unable to articulate, and Regina blushed, hastily intervening to prevent them from saying anything too far. I can't really speak the truth about this. Arson observed her expression, falling into deep thought. He remembered his childhood when he still had a mother and two close brothers. Back then, the three boys played until they were covered in mud, staining their clothes. His mother not only did not scold them but gently brushed off their clothes, saying, Oh dear, your clothes are all dirty now. The eldest brother playfully said, Even so, this time no one fell, right? Alicia instructed all three brothers to always be careful and not get hurt. Because you are all my beloved sons. This was the most beautiful memory in Arson's mind. living peacefully until he grew up. When he returned home with blood on his neck, his mother was no longer gentle as before. Instead, she spat venomously. "I have raised a demon." Arson, looking at his brother with a blood-stained sword, was furious. "No matter how I treated you, you still killed our father. I should have killed you when you were small." Arson did not make excuses, calmly exposing her plot. "Mother, you no longer need to hide your true feelings. Compared to father's death, the fact that your plan went awry is the real issue. Isn't it? Didn't you poison the Empress and plan to assassinate my brother to make your son the crown prince?" Seeing everything exposed, Alicia no longer held back. She clenched her teeth, her eyes wanting to devour her opponent. "Yes, you have been such an annoying child since you were She threatened that one day she would tear you apart and kill you," Arson mockingly challenged. "I'm still waiting here, Mother." Regina's call brought him back to reality. She informed him that the carriage had already left, and he, lost in thought, had forgotten that he was standing waiting with Regina. Arson told her, "Your parents are good people," making Regina smile shyly. "Is that so?" As they walked and talked, he responded to her, "Indeed, I feel they cherish you very much." For some reason, hearing this made her feel embarrassed. Suddenly, Arson called her name, "Regina," and stopped to ask her seriously, "Aren't you curious why I killed the Count?" She turned pale and stammered, unable to understand why he would ask her that. He added, "You might be curious, but since you haven't asked anything about the forces behind everyone threatening you, or why I killed someone, I sometimes forget that you don't know everything." Each of his words struck her like an arrow to the heart, scaring Regina. She laughed it off. "Why would I be? It's just that I'm not curious. No matter who they are, Arson has promised to protect me." Hearing this, Arson froze. He smiled, satisfied with her answer, and reminded her, "So you must not stray far from me. You must know that many people are targeting your abilities, especially at the temple." Regina's voice trembled as she tried to respond, "Yes, you must protect me." There was one more thing she dared only think, not say out loud. "And don't kill me, please." She dined in a gloomy mood, with people around her constantly asking, "Miss, are you all right?" Some even teared up. "If anything happens to you, miss, I would be very sad." Her mind was still on the afternoon conversation with the Duke. Regina turned to thank her maid Iconia, intending to stop the girl from crying. She thought about the recent attack, suspecting that the Empress had sent the assailant. In the end, there were two people in the novel, Arson and Empress Alicia, targeting Regina. As she lifted her teacup to drink, she thought, "This life is truly hellish." Although the Empress appeared to be on the same side as Arson, she did not hesitate to threaten him. A woman's voice startled her. "Have you heard the news yet?" Regina looked at the person speaking to her. "I heard that Count Lugan Russell's daughter is also attending the national ceremony this time." Iconia interjected, "If it's her, then she's the one who's been absent every time since the former emperor and his majesty passed away, right?" Regina pondered. "If it's Lugan Russell, then he's the Empress's biological brother." She recalled that he was hardly mentioned in the original work, so she hadn't thought of it. Perhaps after Ruli ascended the throne, he temporarily ceased his activities among the nobility, right? If it's the national ceremony, then it's a perfect excuse for those living in seclusion to return. Iconia excitedly turned to Regina, interrupting her thoughts. "But isn't the Count's daughter on good terms with the Duke?" Regina smiled faintly. "I've never heard of it, so I'm not sure." The woman who spoke earlier hinted at many things. "When the time comes, you'll know everything." Regina thought about what kind of person Lugan Russell was. Could he be a handsome young man with characteristic green eyes? The scene shifts to a luxurious mansion hosting a gala where couples are dancing, and everything is lively. Suddenly, something happens, and everyone pauses for a moment. A man and a woman pass by, their beauty captivating the onlookers. They whisper, "Look there, it's Duke Arson walking with Regina." The two, dressed in striking blue, are a sight to behold. Today, Regina is radiant, irresistible in her beauty. But before she could enjoy it for long, she felt faint. Arson turned to ask, "What's wrong, Regina?" She patted her chest, reassuring herself, "Nothing. It's just that I'm not used to being stared at like this." He laughed teasingly. "If we get married, you'll have to endure much more than this." The mention of marriage made her feel even more melancholic. "I feel like I turned to dust under those gazes." As they whispered to each other, someone from afar was sneakily watching them. Arson's expression, far from sympathetic, was even happier than before. "If that's the case, I'll have to keep my fiancé somewhere safe," he said, making Regina stiffen with fear. The thought of that scenario made her determined to escape soon. Suddenly, she noticed something. Regina looked at everyone who had been sneakily watching her all this time, none daring to approach. She glanced at the handsome man standing beside her and understood why. They probably wanted to befriend Duke Greroy's family but lacked the courage to speak directly. Seeing Arson's cold expression, she empathized with their fear. Who could casually strike up a conversation with such a person? From afar, someone loudly called her name. "Regina!" Rose ran up, tears brimming in her beautiful, worried eyes. "I've heard everything, are you all right?" Accompanying her was Count Velof. Rose hugged Regina tightly. "We've been so worried." She glanced at Arson and greeted him sternly. "Good evening, Your Grace." He returned the greeting warmly. "Have a good evening, Miss Rose, and you too, Count Velof." Regina was still surprised by this sudden appearance. Rose pulled Regina towards her, holding her tight and using her eyes and words to interrogate Regina. "Did you come here safely? Lately, because of someone, you've always been in danger." Regina felt helpless. The only person who could behave like this with Arson was Isoda. Velof couldn't stop her, but gently reminded Isoda to watch her words. Arson, unaware of what was happening, found himself losing his fiancée to Miss Rose's embrace. Rose added, "All this is because Regina is too attractive, isn't it? Look at the dress you're wearing today. You look like an angel." She suddenly felt like she had a halo shining over her. "And the earrings and necklace too," she said, stunned. While the person who transformed her into this was smiling behind her, Rose was still visibly annoyed with him. Although Regina suits everything, Arson interrupted to explain. That's why he had taken a long time to consider what to choose for her. Regina glanced at him as Lady Rose also refused to be outdone, saying, "If it were me, I would have chosen something suitable for him in just a second because Regina's long facial features go well with long dangling earrings." Arson calmly replied, thinking of her skin and overall image. "Silk seems more suitable than gold for her," to which Rose immediately exploded. "I also know those basics." "And about the necklace," he interrupted. "It should not be too long and should cover the neck, right?" Clearly, in this duel, Arson was one step ahead of Regina. Watching them compete helplessly, these people started again. Velof stood outside, not understanding what was happening. Velof hurried over to Regina, saying, "You've been through a lot." She laughed it off and glanced at the two of them, thinking they didn't seem as difficult as she had thought. Everyone at the party was whispering and gossiping. Surely, the atmosphere wasn't as stiff as this. We also tried having someone come up to start a conversation. "Hello, Duke Greroy. I come from the Frederick family." And then people took turns coming up, first time speaking with Miss Blois. "I come from the Baylor family," making her feel a bit embarrassed. On the outside, she smiled, but inside she was extremely flustered. Suddenly, everyone was coming close like this, and then a loud voice said, "Excuse me, let me through." And there she was. Isoda heard her name. Lady Rose turned around, and a large hand was placed on Isoda's small shoulders. This person was slightly taller than Isoda, with a face somewhat resembling the lady. He introduced himself. "Hello, Duke Greroy. I am Giles Rose, Isoda's brother." Isoda pushed his hand down, refusing to acknowledge him as family. "Go away. Don't pretend to be close like that," which only made him laugh awkwardly. "Why would you say I'm pretending to be close? That's funny." Turning to Arson, he said, "This little girl is like that, Your Grace." He smiled somewhat slyly, talking to Regina. I didn't expect Miss Blois, my sister's special friend, to be your fiancée. Regina and Velof looked at him with visible annoyance. Regina glanced at him, realizing that Giles Rose usually looked down on Isoda, but now he was using her to get close to Arson. Seeing Isoda visibly uncomfortable with him but unable to do anything about it, she inwardly cursed. How shameless! Isoda clenched her teeth, thinking of something, then abruptly pulled away from her brother's hand and moved towards Regina. You haven't danced with the Duke yet. After being asked unexpectedly, she stammered, Oh, right, yes. Isoda pushed her close friend onto the dance floor. Now is the perfect time. Go dance. Arson agreed it was a good idea, so he followed suit. That's a great idea. Turning to the other man. Then I'll excuse myself first. Giles, having no reason to stay, could only say goodbye. Yes, next time we'll talk more. He extended his hand to invite her to dance. Regina, sneaking a look to the other side, worried if Isoda would be okay. Fortunately, Kai was also there beside her. Giles, having lost the opportunity to get acquainted with Arson, was very annoyed, constantly glancing at his sister. Seeing Isoda's face, she probably wanted to punch her older brother right then. Regina temporarily set aside this matter and stepped onto the stage, having another concern while dancing with Arson. What should I do now? The music started, and the two began to dance. Regina's face didn't look good at all. Ah, Rin, you seem very happy. It's indeed a special dance, she said, embarrassed, bowing her head. It's the first time I've danced in front of so many people. She hesitated before continuing. Please don't tease me. Arson laughed, holding her small waist tightly, reassuring her. Don't worry, he whispered. Because you just need to trust me and follow my lead. Regina listened to the music, still melodious, and they continued to dance. She realized it was real. She was dancing to his rhythm because she trusted Arson, and she gradually became more comfortable. Their hands held tightly together like a connecting thread. Regina wondered, why do I trust and follow Greroy, the one who once killed me? Is that okay? The two made a beautiful scene together, both visually and audibly. Arson complimented, You dance very well. Regina shyly avoided his gaze. Don't joke, she said, looking towards Isoda and noticing that the other man was no longer there. She felt relieved, even though she had already left the spot. Because his goal was Arson, who is no longer there, and Isoda's face has also become less annoyed. Arson looked in her direction and suddenly spoke. Normally, she stares at me as if she wants to kill me, but it seems I'm still better than her family, right? She was startled. What? For a moment, Regina understood what he meant. It turns out Arson was talking about Isoda. Regina asked again, Do you know Isoda is staring at you? He calmly replied. With such an obvious look, it's hard not to notice. Having received a satisfactory answer, she didn't ask anymore. This time, she turned her gaze to him, thinking silently, yet that day he still smiled and let it go just like that. Moreover, no matter how rudely she behaved, he never criticized her. Was Arson, who was so generous in the original story to those who were rude, really not bothered at all? Absolutely not. Her eyes filled with worry. Could it be because Arson had started to have feelings for Isoda? Noticing Regina looking at him, Arson was momentarily surprised, then chuckled. His eyes conveyed affection to her, but he was unaware of the many thoughts she was harboring. Everything seemed to be returning to how it was in the original story, she thought. Could everything really go back to being like the original? Her heart beat faster than ever, her eyes almost tearful with worry, distracted by her thoughts. She missed a step in the dance, leading to a stumble, but Arson caught her to prevent a fall. He asked with concern, Are you all right, Regina? Regina quickly explained, I'm fine. It's probably because I haven't danced in a while, so my feet are a bit swollen. Their conversation was interrupted by the announcement of the Emperor's entrance. Arson said, It's just the right time, let's go. Regina walked away, apologizing to the audience for having pushed through them abruptly. She smiled and said, I'm okay. Giles didn't say anything to you? Did he? Mentioning her brother's name, Isoda immediately frowned. Whatever he said, I don't care, she declared as the sound from outside carried in, everyone bowing in reverence. Emperor Duelli appeared, his face still expressionless. He walked in, everyone around bowed in greeting. Duelli approached the throne, sat down and said, I hope everyone will enjoy the ball tonight. Regina looked up and thought to herself that the emperor seemed stronger than the male lead. A fleeting thought made her a bit melancholic. Thinking back, after surviving, many things had changed. Regina wondered about the three main characters. What would happen to Isoda and Arson? Would Arson love Isoda? Glancing at Duke Greroy, she pondered if Arson loved her as the original story unfolded. Could she escape? Noticing someone looking at her, Arson turned to her and tapped Regina lightly. Do you have something to say to me? Startled, she quickly deflected. I'll take a short break and come back. My feet are a bit uncomfortable. Arson indicated he wanted to accompany her, but she shook her head, declining. No need. I'll just be a moment. I'll be right back, so you stay here. He watched her leave. Regina stepped outside into the hall, wondering why she had fled from there. Arson's gaze made her feel uneasy, wondering why she couldn't face him directly. She reminded herself to go to the resting room to calm down for a bit. The gentle breeze played with her long, shiny hair. She widened her eyes as if she had discovered something. There was a young man standing by the opposite window. She didn't know how long he had been there. He was looking up at the bright moon, admiring the gentle beauty of autumn. Hesitantly, Regina approached and exclaimed, causing the man to turn around abruptly. Recognizing an acquaintance, he greeted, Leah. Surprised to see him there, she asked, What are you doing here? He stammered, I was admiring the moon. Regina sighed, thinking to herself that was obvious. She was asking why he was out here, but seriously reconsidering, Regina stared at the anxious-looking young man. Surely, someone who could enter the ceremonial hall must have a clear background, right? She began to feel guilty for having doubted him. She broke the silence. You don't seem to enjoy the party much, do you? The young man forced a smile. Yes, I haven't liked it for a while now. He continued, because of the founding ceremony, if there's nothing special, I still have to attend, no other choice. Regina nodded in agreement and excused herself. It's also time for me to rest. I'll take my leave first. The man tried to stop her. Wait a minute. But before he could finish, punch flew straight at his hand. Regina was startled as Arson appeared, pulling her into his arms, while pushing the stranger's hand away. She greeted, Long time no see. Arson held Regina tightly as if afraid she would run away, while she was clueless about what had just happened. Arson continued, It's been a long time since we've met like this, hasn't it? The young man remained silent. Regina quickly turned back, asking, Wait, do you two know each other? He laughed sarcastically. Know each other? You could say that. The man opposite clenched his fist, holding back his anger, remaining silent. Arson took advantage. Leah, I didn't expect to see you here. Regina looked worriedly at the man before her. With Arson speaking like that, there was no way he didn't know the truth that she was engaged. She remembered her special status, that she was Regina Blois, the girl with the rare black hair in the Empire. It was likely he knew. Regina asked softly, Did you know who I am? The young man admitted, Yes, I know. As if struck by lightning, Regina stood frozen, demanding an explanation. Why have you pretended not to know until now? He bowed his head, avoiding her gaze and her question, unable to hide any longer. He began to introduce himself. The name he was about to say seemed like it would surprise many. I am Lou Lugan Russell. Ditmay raised his head and replied, It's been a long time since I've seen my brother. Upon hearing this, Regina trembled, understanding why he had hidden his identity from her. She remembered the tea party where someone told her that the son of Earl Lugan Russell would attend this dance. Regina recalled Arsena Lugan Russell, the biological son of the Empress and the person she wanted to ascend to the throne. Memories of his help flooded back, linking everything together. She wondered why, after meeting him, she frequently encountered him strangely. Could all those meetings have been planned by the Empress who had already tried to kidnap her twice? If she wanted to use her son to approach Regina, it wouldn't be surprising. Regina spoke up, asking, Isn't it Lugan? In her mind, she only thought, if this is true, then how far has the Empress's beast come? Regina continued, You have deliberately approached me until now. After Arson took Regina to rest in her room, she sat tiredly on the chair, while he stood gazing at the moon. Regina wondered to herself, Have I developed feelings over time? She recalled the moment at the window when Lugan confessed his identity to her. The only thing Regina hoped for was that the word no would come from Lugan's mouth. He hesitated to say something. She looked at him directly, demanding an answer. Say it's a misunderstanding. Lugan nearly bowed his head, then turned away abruptly, remaining silent until the end. Ultimately, the worst thing Regina thought was true. He didn't say a word, but that was also considered an answer. Arson then broke the awkward silence. Although I don't know what happened, perhaps this is not something to discuss here. He supported her as they walked with difficulty, not forgetting to tell his brother, If you want to say more, you should formally visit the family. Duke Greroy met Lugan again, who timidly replied, Yes, sir. The guilt seemed to prevent the young man from looking up at them. Regina, disappointed, walked away, memories of Lugan surfacing in her mind again. Despite suspecting him, thinking of how he had helped her, Regina had always believed that someone good to her could also harm her. Lugan was the first person she met. Regardless of the original content of the story, she didn't know who to trust in this tale. Suddenly, the pain from a slip reoccurred, pulling Regina back to the present. She let out a soft cry, and Arson turned around. He hurried back, attentively caring for her. The pain lasted longer than I thought. Are you in much pain? She reassured him. It's nothing serious. Arson sat on the ground, gently examining the swollen wound on her leg. He reproached, Your words of being fine are not trustworthy at all. He sighed, touched her slightly, and the pain reappeared. Seeing this, he realized the situation was not okay, and Regina, unable to speak, looked at him worriedly. I'm really fine. Arson didn't believe her words. He looked up gently at his fiancée. If you're tired, just say you're tired. It's okay. Arson added, Indeed, I propose to you to use you, but that doesn't mean I intend to exploit or torture you. You just need to do what you can. Regina's heart skipped a beat again, seemingly moved by his warmth. She couldn't help but wonder, looking at the man concerned about her injury. Why has he been saying soothing words to me all this time? Arson stood up straight and said, The Emperor has already met, and the ceremonies have ended. Let's go home. She snapped out of her thoughts and quickly agreed. Yes, that's fine. Arson approached her, asking her to wait a moment. Regina didn't know what he planned to do, but he lifted her in a princess carry, the sudden action leaving her utterly bewildered. Wait, are you planning to go like this? Arson smiled and nodded. I see you're having trouble putting on your shoes. She continued, embarrassed. What if someone in the hallway sees us? Arson turned and walked slowly, calmly saying, Between two people deeply in love, it can be like this. He carried her out to the hallway, adding a few words to reassure her. So you don't need to worry about anything. Regina, embarrassed, bowed her head, silently letting him decide. She realized that Arson, whom she met after coming here, was different from his cold exterior. He was gentle and affectionate. So now, I want to forget everything and just rely on that day. Arson carried Regina to the carriage, but she didn't want him to put her straight into the carriage, so she told him to put her down, and she could get in by herself. Inside the carriage, she sneakily looked at her fiancé, who was gazing outside, deep in thought, but she couldn't tell what he was thinking about. Regina had her own thoughts too. She realized that the crazy Arson she had seen in the original work had disappeared. The clattering of the carriage wheels carried her thoughts along. If the original work changes, it doesn't mean that one's nature can change too. If so, is that day hiding his cruel face perfectly? His meticulous mask is terrifying, making me unable to stop doubting him. Upon arriving home, the maid Sally was carrying a candle out of the room before closing the door, still fulfilling her duties. "I'll be stepping out, Mississippi, good night. You've had a tiring day," she said. Regina thanked Sally, feeling exhausted after a long day. She stumbled into bed, lying in the warm blankets, and exclaimed with joy, "I'm so tired. So much has happened." She also remembered the scene where Arson carried her through the crowd, which made her feel embarrassed. She vented her anger on two innocent pillows, her face burning hot, certain that many people had seen her. Regina had no excuse, so she blamed Arson's face for making her flustered and unable to refuse. If only his beauty would fade, then his gentle smiling face would appear in her mind. She sighed. "My mind is too troubled to sleep." Suddenly, she thought of something. Regina looked towards the door lying still. She gently got out of bed, feeling very strange. "Now if I push this door and step outside." Regina stealthily opened the door, peeking to see if anyone was guarding. She was plotting to go to the room next door. Regina gently opened the door, thinking that if she could see Arson's face, her heart wouldn't be stirred anymore. With that thought, she hesitated at the door, suddenly feeling uneasy. "I haven't been brainwashed, have I? Up to now, he has been treating me well because of this." Regina opened her eyes, determined. She was about to knock on the door when she suddenly paused. A voice from inside the room called out, "Come in." Regina opened the door, standing half-hidden, not daring to enter. She muttered to herself, "I'm about to die here." She hesitated, apologizing for coming so late. "I have something," but left her sentence unfinished. Arson slowly approached her, lost in thought. "A valid reason not to notice the person in the room," Regina startled, and he spoke up. "Why aren't you coming in? Why are you standing there?" He pulled her hand away from the door and gently said, "Come in quickly, Regina." Now face to face, she blushed uncontrollably. The sound of wine pouring into a glass. Regina was sitting in the room of the person who kept her awake. Clearly, she was determined to come, but now the embarrassed one was her. "Right, I must have gone mad." She suddenly realized she had foolishly returned to the tiger's den on her own. Arson broke the silence. "It's really unexpected. You came to find me first." She jumped. "What?" Regina stammered. "I've never come to find you before." He sipped his wine, smiling kindly. "Perhaps you've been avoiding me many times." His words like a knife to the heart, filling her with guilt. Regina laughed it off, trying to change the subject. "Why would that be? It must be the mood." He joined in. "So then lucky." She felt strange inside, her face flushed. "Maybe it's because I drank wine. It's suddenly so hot." Regina sneakily looked at the figure sitting in front of her, feeling everything was surreal, even drinking wine together like this and those purple eyes. All of this. Arson looked up, cutting off her strange thoughts. Seeing him look at her, she quickly said, changing the subject, "I didn't think Arson would be in such a large room like this." Her comment also made him a bit puzzled. Regina, confused, kept talking nonsense. "Wouldn't a room this large be very lonely?" Arson replied, "Let's see if I speak seriously. It's not just me here." She looked at him wide-eyed, not understanding what he was saying. Something lightly tapped the armrest. Regina turned to see a large animal staring at her. A leopard. Regina paled, realizing it was not an ordinary leopard, but a spotted one. She didn't understand why it looked so familiar to her. "That's for sure. I've seen this leopard before at the royal party, and it was my fiancé who petted it." Regina stammered, asking, "Where did it come from all of a sudden?" He smiled brightly, proudly saying, "Just call, and it will appear, no matter where." She froze, recalling that it had suddenly appeared and then disappeared before. Indeed, this is not an ordinary animal. Seeing his fiancée like that, Arson was quite amused and asked her if she wanted to touch it. Regina, startled by the unexpected request, screamed just loud enough for everyone in the room to hear. He reassured her, It's harmless. Don't worry. Despite his words, Regina was still very afraid. She timidly reached out and stroked the leopard's head. It closed its eyes in pleasure. Seeing the animal so gentle, Regina's fear lessened, and she even felt a pang of affection. She couldn't stop exclaiming how adorable it was. Her heart officially melted. Regina turned to Angelry and confirmed, "So it really doesn't bite and is even gentle. What's its name?" He calmly replied, "The kitten's name is that." She was taken aback and asked again, "Kitten?" Arson affirmed, "You've called it that." Her eyes wide open, she looked at him with hundreds of questions pouring out. "When did I ever?" Suddenly, she remembered the day she chased after a cat to retrieve an object, running and shouting, "Give that back to me, kitten!" But at that time it was a small, adorable cat indeed. Regina seriously stroked the leopard's head and asked the man before her, "Could it be that the person who dropped the hair accessory was also Arson? To have the kitten bring it to me?" Seeing his fiancée had remembered, Arson laughed loudly. "Let's see, shall we?" Regina, seeing his reaction, was at a loss for words. "Right. What does it matter now?" Arson leaned on his chin, moving closer to Regina. "Now, pay attention to me instead. You've been looking at the kitten all this time." He gently touched her hand. "Your fiancé is me, after all. If you keep this up, I might get jealous, you know?" His sudden action made her blush. Arson continued, "Now that I remember, I haven't really acted like a fiancé, have I?" Each word made her feel so flustered that she couldn't bear it anymore. She quickly grabbed a glass of wine and gulped it down until it was empty. Knowing she couldn't drink anymore, she stood up and headed for the door. "It's too late. I must leave now." She bowed her head and walked away, a myriad of thoughts overwhelming her. Perhaps she had drunk too much wine, which is why she hadn't been clear-headed. She needed to cool down her body. Not long after, she bumped into something and staggered. Regina braced herself for a fall to the ground, but fortunately, Arson rushed over to catch her. Arson looked at her with a mischievous gaze. "Thank you for your concern." She didn't understand what he said, her eyes wide open as she looked at him. Arson approached and gently asked, "May I kiss you?" Regina, frightened by the closeness, pushed him away and stood up, turning around. She couldn't refuse. Arson, disappointed, exclaimed, "What a pity, Regina!" Her face flushed. She dared not say anything and ran straight for the door, reminding herself not to look back. She feared that if she turned around, she might go to a place from which she could never return, like Orpheus losing a place with a beautiful and terrifying demon. Regina returned to her room and closed the door tightly, her face a bit sad. She thought that if she looked at Agent, she could rearrange her feelings, but it seemed that only made things more confusing. The next day, the sound of birds chirping cheerfully woke her up. Maid Sally knocked on the door to wake the lady, but there was no response, so she opened the door and apologized. "I didn't hear a response from the lady, so I haven't prepared breakfast yet." Sally screamed, "Lady!" 2 vases fell to the ground, their liquid spilling all over the floor. Sally, in a panic, stammered, "Lady Regina!" Surprised, Regina turned around, and Sally was bewildered. How did the lady get so drenched? The main character could only laugh it off and stroke her hair, thinking to herself, "Well, I didn't expect to succeed on the first try." A few hours earlier in this room, someone had placed a basin of water on the table. Turns out it was the main character. She was leaning out the door, speaking to the maids. "Ladies, could you clean up in a little while?" The 2 maids, surprised, replied, "Yes, ma'am," and closed the door. The lady's face was eager, thinking, "Good, everything is ready." But inside the room, dark, ominous smoke appeared. She reassured herself. According to the novel I read, when the atmosphere is as gloomy as this, anything you do will surely succeed naturally and suddenly. She remembered Arson saying that everything in the mansion was under his watch. Worried, she was certain she couldn't let anyone report this to Arson. Turning back to the water experiment, she needed clean water and a prayer she had copied from the temple. Her hand hurt, and she thought she was dead for sure. She sighed deeply, touched the water, and began to recite the spell. After a while, a light flashed in the water, and droplets began to rise. Now, Regina was surrounded by the light of the spell on the floating water droplets. Next, the water in the basin began to boil as if sensing something. She opened one eye to peek. Was it a success? Suddenly, the water boiled violently, splashing everywhere, leaving the main character drenched like a drowned rat, her face full of questioning and frustration. She remembered, since then, she had struggled to estimate the amount of power that could be contained in the holy water. Too much would cause a mess, too little, and nothing would happen. Holding the vase tightly, she thought, anyway, I'm lucky that in the end, I succeeded. While being dried off, she reassured her maid Sally. It's all right now. She sat down for a moment. Surprised, the maid asked, Why, ma'am? When Sally sat down, the main character presented the newly successful potion and hesitantly asked if she wanted to try it. Smelling it, Sally asked, What is this, ma'am? It seemed to have a scent. The main character, embarrassed, replied, It's a medicine I made. I didn't put anything strange in it, Sally. You've been with me through so much hardship. I'm very grateful and want to repay you. Hearing this, the maid was moved. The lady was a bit worried, but Sally agreed to drink. Then I will drink it with all my heart. In front of the main character's expectant face, Sally took a sip, and the main character anxiously awaited the outcome. Anxiously, she asked, What's the result? Do you notice any change? Sally, taken aback, replied, Miss, this? Regina, disappointed. You don't see anything at all? But contrary to her disappointment, Sally said, No, ma'am. On the contrary, I feel as light as a feather. Yesterday I had to wash the bedding, so I had muscle pain, but now, not only is the pain gone, but I also feel very comfortable. Hearing this, the main character sighed in relief. Thank goodness. And excitedly, Sally said, This is truly miraculous, miss. I am really, really grateful. Embarrassed, Regina replied, It's nothing. I'm glad I could help you. Thinking it over, I can't leave Sally here alone and go, she thought. If I do, Arson won't know what to do. Recalling Sally's regretful words. The precious thing that Miss has made, I should have drunk it sparingly. The main character reassured, I can make more for you, right? Looking at Sally with a sad gaze, she thought, Before I run away, I must send her back to the Blois house. The scene shifts to a dilapidated carriage moving through the forest with Aizu inside. She said, There must be something wrong. But why must you switch to such a rundown carriage? The young lady in front of her was startled. Approaching, I just realized it's the main character, she replied anxiously. She thought to herself, Because I don't want anyone to discover me when I reach my destination, it's best to turn the carriage back and rent another one at the rental place. Indeed. Aizu looked at her strangely, and she answered, Aizu? If I travel in a carriage from the Duke Greroy's house, wouldn't it prevent incidents like last time? To prevent that, I will ensure absolute safety this time. It won't happen again, ma'am. She tried to convince him. However, it's better to hide the fact that I am a Greroy as much as possible, so neither Aizu nor I will be in danger. Convinced, Aizu agreed, Yes. And after hearing his words, she breathed a sigh of relief, finally free. Stepping out of the carriage, she worried, He won't suspect anything, right? Since he's quiet, I don't know what he's thinking. Then, standing in front of a shop, she said, I will go in alone. Stay here and wait for me. Hearing the command, Aizu replied, I understand, right? She opened the door and stepped inside, thinking, It's been a long time since I've been here. She inquired, Excuse me. And looking inside, memories flooded back. I used to come here often. A middle-aged man asked, Who is this? It's been a while, Mississippi. What book are you looking for today? Regina, a bit embarrassed, said, Today, I'm not here for a book. May I use the back door for a moment? Surprised, he asked, The back door? She cheerfully replied, Yes, thank you, uncle. As he opened the old door, she thought to herself, luckily, I have a deep connection with the bookstore owner. Before Aizu realizes, I must act now, she thought, peeking through the door a bit. Great. There are many people inside, so they surely won't pay attention to me. She blended into the bustling crowd quietly, approaching a man. She called out, "Hey, sir," and the man quickly responded, "Welcome, dear customer. Are you here for our Information Society services?" She threw a pouch of gold on the table, saying, "I want you to connect me." A man flipped through a stack of documents, saying, "I see. What kind of person do you want?" With a serious expression, she replied, "Someone exceptional, interested in trading elixirs, quick-witted, and especially discreet." The scene shifts to a party. Regina sipped tea and listened to the soothing music when suddenly Isoda called out to her with a radiant face. Regina replied, "Ah, Isoda," dazzled by the main character's radiance. "Do you have some good news? You look very happy today." Smiling brightly, the main character answered, "Is that so?" A bit embarrassed, she explained, "Actually, the issue I was worried about has been resolved nicely." Isoda, concerned, asked, "What was the worrying issue?" With a mysterious air, the main character replied, "It's a secret because it's been resolved now." Isoda, discontented, "What's with that, Regina? You're too stingy." The main character could only offer a wry smile. The scene shifts to the past with the sound of a doorbell, someone entering the room. There was already someone waiting inside. The man placed the suitcase down, surprising the woman. The woman asked, "Are you the one selling the medicine?" The mysterious person took something out and replied, "Yes, that's right." At this moment, it was revealed that the mysterious person was the main character, her hand holding a letter. "So, you're the one who sent this letter through the guild, right?" The woman thought to herself, "Medicine brought by a beautifully dressed lady? Honestly, I wasn't expecting that." Then, Regina took out a red vial of medicine from the suitcase. The woman questioned the effectiveness of the medicine and its source. The main character honestly answered, "I made it myself, and its effectiveness is guaranteed." Hearing the woman's skepticism, she asked seriously, "On what basis?" The woman replied, "An outstanding person interested in trading elixirs, quick-witted and especially discreet." The main character continued to pour the red liquid into a full glass for herself, drank it all in one gulp, and then turned the glass upside down as proof that she had finished it. She said, "As you have seen, I haven't put anything strange in here." The woman lifted the glass, preparing to try it but still hesitant. Seeing this, the main character quickly reassured her, "Go ahead, try it without worry." The woman sniffed the drink and commented, "It smells very ordinary, like Bologna and Angeliga." The main character urged, "First, just try drinking it." The woman took a sip, and Regina watched nervously. Suddenly, the woman felt something and froze for 5 seconds. She was extremely surprised and looked puzzled. The main character asked worriedly, "Is there a problem?" The woman, in astonishment, said, "How is this concocted?" The main character replied with an embarrassed smile, "That's a business secret." She thought to herself that she couldn't reveal its healing potential. The woman, still surprised, thought, "Looking at the taste and aroma, this is just an ordinary herbal tea, not made from any special ingredients." The concentration was very low, but it showed immediate effects. The main character asked unexpectedly, "How do you find it?" The woman asked seriously, "Will you sign a contract with me?" After that, the contract signing went very smoothly. Remembering this made the main character happy, thinking she had introduced her identity, so now everything was prepared. The woman then said, "I am Ella. I will contact you through the guild." Suddenly, Isoda called Regina, startling her. Isoda continued, "So you're not going to tell me what's really going on? You're sitting with me but thinking of something else. That's too much." Regina replied, slightly embarrassed, "There's really nothing. I'd rather hear your story. How was the fireworks festival? I heard it was spectacular, but I went home early and didn't see anything. Isoda tried to remember. Fireworks. But the atmosphere became eerily silent. After a while, Regina lost patience and asked Isoda, "What's wrong with you?" It seemed Isoda was embarrassed and had something difficult to say. She stammered, slightly worried. "This is not a joke, so don't tease me too much." Hearing this, the main character just laughed and said, "What's the matter? You're hesitating, not like yourself at all. What's going on?" Isoda, deep in thought, whispered, "No, His Majesty the Emperor is keeping an eye on me." Hearing this from her friend, the main character was so shocked she couldn't close her mouth. Isoda quickly said, "Regina, calm down." And the main character spoke up. What on earth happened after I left?" Isoda hurriedly clarified, "No, actually, it seems like that's not really paying attention. After he left, I also left the banquet hall because I was really annoyed and uncomfortable because of Giles. I couldn't even protect Regina with my abilities. I almost let that foolish Giles take advantage of me." Isoda clenched her dress, thinking she had thought meeting friends would change her a lot. But why can't she change? She choked up and screamed, and even entrusted Regina to that duke. How infuriating. At the same time, she screamed as the fireworks were launched, pausing for a moment. She silently thanked the fireworks, thinking surely no one heard her because of them. There was also a hand offering a handkerchief to her. It turned out to be Prince Rully, who smiled reassuringly, seeming to understand her troubled mood, looking at her affectionately. He continued, "If you're uncomfortable because you were overheard, I apologize. It seems you thought no one would know someone was here because of the fireworks." At the tea party, she awkwardly said such a thing happened. In front of Regina's astonishment, the main character secretly thought about what had happened on the way back. She remembered reading in the original story that Rully clearly resembled the queen, a person both loved and hated. She began to feel curious about Isoda, who had a completely different personality. Meanwhile, Instar scratched his head awkwardly, thinking it didn't seem like anything special, right? The main character wondered if the fate of those two would be tied together again. It felt like seeing a prophecy slowly becoming reality. So she worriedly thought, if the story written in the original work finally becomes reality, then I wouldn't have been able to survive and stand here. Then where would my fate lead? Suddenly, a loud bang on the table jolted the main character awake. The person began to speak. "It's been a long time, Mississippi. What's going on?" Seeing the person before her, the main character seemed confused, thinking this was the person she met at Lady Duchess Haynes' tea party. Then she replied, "Hello, Mississippi. It's been a long time, Akoni Hiluans." Surprised, the person said, "You still remember my name? That's an honor." Seeing this, Isoda showed no fondness for this lady. She thought, "What's with this girl? I'm so annoyed." Afterward, Isoda kept glaring at Akoni with a murderous look. Despite that, the lady still appeared cheerful. Meanwhile, our main character found herself in an awkward situation. One person was cheerful, the other full of malice. She thought to herself, "Why has the atmosphere turned out like this?" Suddenly, Akoni spoke up, "But you two are friends, aren't you?" The main character quickly replied, "I'm really not sober at all. This is my friend, Miss Isoda Rose." Although introduced, Isoda showed a clearly angry face. The main character continued, "Isoda, this is Miss Archon." Then the atmosphere became awkward again because of the malice Isoda radiated. This time, Akoni broke the silence, hesitantly saying, "Miss Blois, could I invite you to a tea party sometime?" Always eager, she continued, "If the lady visits our home, it would be a great honor." Hearing this, the main character smiled and replied, "When I have the chance, I will come." Akoni asked again, "Really?" In the middle of her excitement, she said, "I will prepare very carefully." Regina thought to herself, "Why is she following me like this? I don't think our relationship is that close yet." Suddenly someone called Akonit. She quickly turned around and said, "My friend has arrived, I must leave now. See you later." The main character replied, "Yes, take care." After watching her leave, Regina breathed a sigh of relief amidst Isoda's irritation. Isoda suddenly called out to Regina. The main character answered, "Ah, Isoda," annoyed. Isoda said, "I don't like that girl at all." Regina asked, "Why? What happened?" Inzona replied, I have a bad feeling." Hearing this, the main character laughed and replied, "Isoda is really something." Isoda's face turned serious. She thought, "Really, Regina, don't get too close to that person." The sunlight, warm and bright, filtered through the leaves in the practice yard. Someone spoke up in the pleasant afternoon. Hearing this, she turned around and replied, "Yes, a pleasant afternoon indeed." The lady standing before him, although she was Lady Regina, was not in her usual dress style. Instead, she wore a neat outfit with trousers, yet it could not hide the radiant beauty of Lady Regina. She spoke with fervor. "Thank you for agreeing to such a sudden request. I hope you will help," Iso replied. "I will try my best." The lady said she wanted to learn swordsmanship to protect herself, right? The protagonist nodded. "I will start the self-defense training as soon as possible." Worried, she thought, what if a situation like that happened again? If I knew some basic sword techniques, I could handle it better. Then, Izu drew his sword and asked, "Shall we?" "First, we'll learn how to hold the sword." Regina, determined, answered, "Yes." Holding the sword up, Izu led. When holding the sword, grasp the hilt at both ends. Relax your shoulders and focus your mind on your muscles. As she swung the sword, she continued, "Maintain the posture and strike downward." Putting the sword back in its sheath, Izu, with a serious face, said, "This is a basic slashing motion. There's also an upward slash." Hearing this, the protagonist's eyes sparkled with admiration. She added, "First, practice this move 100 times. The protagonist sighed. 100 times? Izu explained. Those training to become knights practice swinging their swords thousands of times a day to perfect this move. Since you want to learn for self-defense, I've chosen the minimum level. Let's start." Regina tearfully agreed. Yes. Then she began swinging her sword in the first series. 1, 2. The sun's intensity had lessened. Finally, she was about to complete the swings. 98, 99, 100. Exhausted, she swung for the last time, collapsed to the ground, and gasped, "I'm so tired." Meanwhile, Izu praised her. "You've worked hard. The lady seems to have potential," he observed. The protagonist, panting, rejoiced. "Really?" Izu sighed and continued, "But your basic stamina is still lacking." Hearing this, Regina's mood fell. "Yes." Izu offered her a handkerchief. "Next time, we'll start with a warm-up." As she wiped the sweat from her face, a voice rang out. It turned out someone was already using the training ground. "You came to train afterward. That's diligent." The speaker was Arson, speaking casually. The protagonist replied, "Arson, are you here to train too?" He looked at her and answered, "I came to loosen up a bit. Since we've met, I should test my fiancé's abilities. Shall we?" Regina, very worried, asked, "How so?" Contrary to the lady's worry, Izu cheerfully said, "The Duke has the Empire's finest sword skills. He will surely be of great help to the lady." Arson, smiling brightly at Izu, said, "Thank you for saying so." Before the protagonist's anxious face, Arson cheerfully suggested, "Now, try swinging the sword." At that moment, Regina, lost in thought, nodded firmly, gripping the sword. She thought she had wanted to avoid being alone with Arson during sword practice. "Let's get it over with quickly." With that, she swung the sword forcefully forward. Arson watched and smiled secretly. He complimented, "Beautiful posture. Well done." She was surprised. "Really? Thank you." Arson continued, "That's enough. Let's do this." Regina, puzzled, saw his beaming face. "Let's have a duel. My training today will have to include that." Regina was shocked. Her face paled as she stared at Arson in confusion. She thought, How can I duel with Arson, a master, when I've just started today? He's not planning to pretend to slip up and kill me, is he? Suddenly, a laugh broke her worry. Arson laughed heartily at her confusion. He said it was obviously a joke, and hearing that, her heart skipped a beat as she laughed. He then said, "You didn't think we would actually fight, did you? But if you want to, it's fine." Hearing this, she quickly turned pale and shook her head, saying, "No need, thank you." With a sly smile, Arson then pondered, "So what should we do? I will show you how I practice, so next, you should show me your sword, right?" She hastily agreed, "Yes, as long as it's not a real fight." She thought to herself, although he has helped her so much, it was still strange to be in such attire. Arson turned away, not forgetting to say, "Then I'll take it as your agreement." Regina bashfully said goodbye, thinking to herself that she shouldn't go against his wishes for now. Arson got into a battle-ready stance, drawing his sword. The main character was surprised by Arson's swordsmanship, which no longer had a gentle demeanor but instead was extremely serious with a sharp gaze. She inwardly admired his swift sword strikes, knowing from her own experience how extraordinary it was to swing a sword so quickly and smoothly. Moreover, every swing felt like a wave, and Arson could even handle magic, so a wrong touch could mean the end. Despite not intending to touch, Arson suddenly spoke up, startling Regina. "It's your turn now. What are you thinking about with that expression?" At that moment, Regina was extremely flustered, stepping back while saying, "Oh, nothing. I was just thinking how well you handle the sword." She silently wondered how he could move so much without breaking a sweat. He exhaled and said, "Now, show me your sword." With no other choice, Regina drew her sword, thinking it was unlike any human to hold the sword hilt so tightly. She raised her sword, practicing the moves she had just learned. Watching her, Arson silently assessed her, then called out, "Regina," making her pause. He approached her calmly and instructed her, "Stand in the right posture. Let's see. You're doing well, but you still seem a bit stiff." At that moment, the two were very intimate. He continued, "When using a sword, it's not just the arms but the whole body that must be used." He firmly grasped her hand. "Relax your shoulders, focus your strength on the hilt, and make the sword lighter." Suddenly, he felt something was off. The main character was trembling slightly, her body hot as if feverish, her face flushed. Regina felt embarrassed. "This is strange. I feel like I've never experienced this before." "Oh, right, of course. This feeling hasn't had time to settle," she thought. But before she could ponder further, Arson called out, "Regina?" Pulling her back to reality, she quickly turned to Arson, thinking of an answer. "It's called feeling affectionate," she suddenly said. Then he embraced her and kissed her forehead. Afterward, they looked at each other, and he smiled contentedly. The scene continued with eye contact and hand touching, in front of the main character's questioning gaze. Arson found her embarrassment interesting. Really very interesting. The scene shifted to a luxurious party, with musicians playing non-stop, everyone dressed beautifully. Suddenly, someone called out, "Miss Blois." Regina turned and replied, "Yes." At that moment, the main character wore a black off-shoulder dress that accentuated her sharp beauty, and everyone around praised her dress as very elegant and classy. "Is that so?" The accessories in her black hair were like stars. "It's wonderful." She heard those words and responded by nodding, thinking to herself that she still couldn't get used to this atmosphere. She missed Isoda too much and sneakily watched her, thinking that at this party, she just needed to play the role of Arson's companion. Suddenly, a girl in a blue dress spoke up. "I just remembered, Miss Blois. When is the wedding going to be held?" A blonde girl also chimed in, "I was so sorry I couldn't attend the engagement party." With a professional smile, Regina replied, "The wedding is planned to be held in another 6 months." "Oh my, so that's the case?" The girls there said with sparkling eyes, taking turns saying, "Remember to send me an invitation then, and to my family too." Regina helplessly thought, "So this is the real purpose." She quickly found an excuse to leave the place, I will send them. I think I need to get some fresh air because of the wine. The other girls said, Go ahead, Mississippi. She opened the window to the balcony, feeling tired, in stark contrast to the cheerfulness of the other girls. I wonder if it's because of the wine that I'm feeling more tired than usual? Suddenly, someone called out, Regina! She turned and discovered it was Edwin. He continued, You're getting a lot of attention, aren't you? She quickly denied, It's not me people are interested in, it's Arson. Edwin laughed and replied, Is that so? But you seem closer to the Duke than before, right? What did you say at first? Looking into the distance, Edwin continued, I've had the feeling that this marriage is not what you want. Although your parents seem completely unaware of this, only siblings can recognize it. Even though the Duke's family doesn't seem to mistreat you and you appear to be living well, I'm now a bit relieved. Regina agreed with a fond look, focusing on his demeanor and thinking that Edwin had been especially caring for her since the accident 5 years ago, the day Regina truly fell into the lake. That day, I entered this body after being pulled out, and everyone in the family was astonished by my 180-degree change. Even I thought I was going mad, which seemed only natural. Therefore, my family was always by my side, in the fear of someone who nearly died. Their presence became a comfort to me. Regina, are you all right? If there's anything, just speak up, everyone will help you. Because that's the first family I had. She clenched her teeth as if she had decided something. Regina spoke up, Brother Edwin? He asked in surprise. Huh? She emotionally said, Family, I'm counting on you. Edwin seemed shocked by what he heard. What are you saying that's so strange? She just smiled and replied, It's just that I'm getting married soon. Leaning on the railing, Edwin sighed and said, Ah, you said it's in half a year, right? The little girl from back then is getting married already? Time flies indeed. She laughed and replied, What are you talking about from just now? Turning sharply back towards the railing, he said, Anyway, and laughed, continuing, Don't worry about Mom and Dad. Take care of yourself first. Looking at Edwin, she softly thanked him, breaking the emotional atmosphere. He pointed at her and said, What's there to thank? They are my parents too. She was embarrassed. Still, she thanked him. He stood up and said, Let's go inside, shall we? She thought to herself and apologized to him because she might leave without being able to say goodbye. Her eyes were sad as both siblings walked back inside amid the murmurs of the crowd. She wondered, what's with the atmosphere? What's going on? Suddenly, someone approached, and as everyone saw that person, they whispered incessantly. Even Arson took notice. Seeing that person, Regina was also shocked, and Edwin was surprised. Did you hear she was going to attend the party today? It's Queen Alicia Russell. Arson turned back and saw Regina looking scared. With a glance, he knew what he had to do at that moment. The main character was still very panicked, thinking the queen was walking this way. What now? She couldn't move. Suddenly, Arson stood in front of her, spreading his arms as if to protect this girl. Regina was also surprised by his heroic appearance. She questioned, Arson? He was the one who spoke first. It's been a long time since we've seen each other, hasn't it? Alicia Russell's eyes met his, and she replied, Have you been well all this time, Arson? He coldly answered, Yes. Has the queen been well too? Looking at Arson with concern, Regina thought, Why did he block the queen and help me just now? His face was as cold as ever, something she hadn't seen in a long time. In the meantime, Edwin whispered, I'll go back now. With a proud stance, she said, Without the Emperor, how could I live well alone? But you seem to be living very well. Unexpectedly, at that moment, he had a fiancée. I still haven't taken off my mourning clothes. Hearing these words from the queen, the main character turned pale, thinking she was provoking. The one who killed the Emperor was Arson. So, if you analyze that statement, after killing someone else, I'm still organizing a very happy wedding. Arson smiled and wrapped his arm around Regina, saying, That's how it is, Your Highness, because we truly love each other. Of course, It's different from you, who married to put your son on the throne. She smiled cunningly. I thought you would live alone all your life. Indeed, beyond expectation. The main character was secretly terrified by her words, meaning, a monster like you is getting married? That's not reasonable at all. From a distance, a couple discussed, the man saying, their relationship is very tenuous, but I see them talking very normally. The woman replied, maybe it has become awkward. The main character silently listened to those comments, feeling the pain hidden in those words, like a knife. She suddenly said, anyway, before the wedding, if you don't say a word to this mother, it really makes me sad. Until now, you still don't intend to introduce me directly? Arson smiled provocatively. Arson continued, isn't it that you already know, Your Highness? Why bother listening again? It's troublesome. She also laughed in response. Not cute at all, just like before. Suddenly, she called out, Miss Blois, causing the main character to startle and show a murderous look. She smiled sharply. Before long, I will send an invitation to the tea party for Miss Blois. Seeing that scary demeanor, she forced a smile, thinking, what trouble have I gotten myself into? At that moment, Arson spoke up to save the situation. That won't be possible, Your Highness. My fiancé will be with me all day. Seeing the lightning in the eyes of the two opposing each other, Regina involuntarily thought, before being broken like a twig, I must escape. That day, the queen, after talking with us, immediately returned. Does that mean her purpose for coming to the party was because of us? No. Seeing how quickly she approached, her goal must be me, but I don't know. What is her ultimate scheme? She worried. Thinking from Arson to the Empress Dowager, I must quickly leave the Empire. The scene shifts to her transaction with Ella. Please check it, miss, Ella said. The protagonist replied, thank you. Ella said, the medicine that Miss brought last time has all been sold out. That's the Miss's share. Inside the bag that Ella handed over was a pile of gold coins. Regina wondered, what about the fees? Adjusting her glasses, Ella answered, this is the amount after deducting the fees. The protagonist was surprised. After deducting the fees, there's still this much left? So, I will be able to gather enough money to escape sooner than I thought. Placing a suitcase on the table, the protagonist continued, the next item is in here. As requested, this time I have doubled the amount. Lifting a bottle of medicine to inspect, Ella was satisfied. Very good. As soon as it's sold, I will send a letter to the miss, Ella said cheerfully as she stepped out of the shop. Thanks to you again this time. Ella thought it seemed to be selling well. Luckily, if it continues like this, money won't be a problem anymore. To keep Arson from finding out, I just need to be careful. Looking at the gold in the box, she thought she would collect it in this box until the time comes to escape from Arson. The scene changes to a box on a table along with some bottles of medicine made by Regina. A person solemnly said, is this the item the miss is selling? The one I reported to you before, right? What should we do, Your Grace? The person sitting confidently, now shaking the bottle of medicine, was Arson. He said, this one. Arson appeared calm, suggesting, let it be for now, when he saw his subordinate still hesitating. But he immediately interrupted, don't recall it, and don't block it. Just leave it as it is. Eventually, she will realize it herself. No matter how much she struggles, the outcome will still be in my hands. As he said this, Arson's eyes suddenly shone brightly. Isn't it adorable that she's acting so hastily without realizing I've discovered it? This made his subordinate wonder, what an unusual hobby. After a moment of thought, he also instructed his subordinate, for now, just keep watching. I mean temporarily. At this time, Regina was still focused on her research. Seeing her body trembling with goosebumps, Sally called out in panic, are you cold, miss? Shall I close the window for you? Regina hastily refused. No need. I'm fine. Suddenly feeling a chill after the maid left, she suddenly realized something. What's this? Just now, I felt something very ominous. Looking back at her work, Regina had to admit that now, looking back, It seems that embroidery is also extremely unlucky. Clearly, I was following a sentence, and a feeling of emptiness overwhelmed her mind because she thought this couldn't be used anymore. Looking up thoughtfully, she sighed deeply. I have to make it a big deal now. Earlier, Regina was very surprised and asked about the hunting festival. When Arson informed her that he would attend the hunting festival hosted by Duke Haynes, she asked, "Have you ever been to a hunting festival?" She shook her head and replied, "No, I've never seen a hunting festival." Regina showed confusion. "So what should I do there?" He then seriously continued, "I'm attending this hunting festival because I have business at the Duke's house. So you do whatever you want here?" Seeing this, she exclaimed joyfully, "Really?" Her adorable demeanor made Arson laugh. She added, "Of course, whether you want to attend the festival with me happily or go to a boring tea party, it's fine." Regina whispered softly, "I will go to the tea party because I don't want to hinder Arson." He frowned. "So you think my abilities are just that?" "I understand now," despite her attempts to explain. "No, it's not like that," her face showing confusion. Arson quickly spoke up. "Then just attend the tea party and report back to me if anything happens." Regina could only nod in agreement. "I understand." The content of the conversation made her constantly think that after hearing what he was doing with Duke Haynes, she no longer wanted to create trouble, just wanted to quickly get away from someone as dangerous as Arson as fast as possible. Anyway, it seems I went against Arson's mood, so I tried asking Sally. As soon as she finished her thought, Regina cautiously approached her and asked Sally, "What do people normally do for their loved ones about to participate in a hunting festival?" After thinking for a while, the maid came up with a suggestion. Usually, they would gift a handkerchief, and she pointed to a place that represents a wish for their loved one's victory. Thinking of embroidery, Regina was oddly confident. A handkerchief? That should be fine. I've seen plenty in novels. But when she started doing it herself, she suddenly realized that wanting to do something doesn't mean it can be done. This was already the 10th attempt. Sally, sitting nearby and observing, suddenly felt guilty and apologized. "I'm sorry, miss. I'm not used to teaching others." Regina, while focused on her work, reassured her. "It's okay, Sally. It's not your fault. It's mine." The more she followed her, the more she realized she had really made things difficult for herself and couldn't stop lamenting. "I had intended to simply embroider the Duke's family crest. But suddenly I'm doing something I've never done before. It's really tough. I have to try again, right?" Seeing Regina's determined face, Sally boldly spoke up. "Miss, how should I put this? It seems you've become closer to the Duke lately." Regina exclaimed in surprise, startling Sally, who tried to explain further. "Although you seemed distant before, lately you don't seem like the miss I've served all this time. But now you seem much more comfortable, so I'm also relieved." Regina glanced at the unfinished embroidery in her hand and nodded in agreement. "So that's it." The maid was pleased, thinking it was good, while Regina also felt puzzled, thinking, "What am I doing right now? I'm still embroidering to cheer on Arson. Moreover, even what Sally said now, am I feeling reassured because my escape plan is progressing smoothly?" Regina proudly showed off the handkerchief she had just completed, astonishing Sally. "It's beautiful, miss. For a first attempt, you did so well. Surely the Duke will be very happy to see it." Regina was still confused and speechless before such flattering words, suddenly remembering, "Isn't that how a harmonious couple should be?" After returning to her room, Regina rushed to the soft cushion, feeling a wave of comfort. She also realized that indeed, sewing is laborious, and she was exhausted after finishing. She suddenly sat up and admired the handkerchief, praising herself. "Although it's not perfect, it's still good, right?" Then she tried to justify her crazy actions. "Don't overthink it anymore. I just don't like going against Arson's mood. Besides, I just need to be careful with saving money like I'm doing now. Maybe I'm a bit sleepy because I've been preoccupied with this and that. A little nap won't hurt, right?" After letting herself drift into sleep, she suddenly heard strange sounds that made her wonder, "What's that? Am I dreaming? That's me before I entered this body, right?" That's before I left the orphanage. This is the first time I read Isoda's Forbidden Fruit. Why did I enter this novel? Why has the content of the novel I recorded disappeared? After questioning herself many times, Regina candidly admitted it was her fault. Suddenly, a reproachful voice asked, "What have you done wrong? This place needs you. Everything will be restored to how it was." Those echoing words startled her as if she had heard them before. What? Who keeps telling me those words? Next came the rustling of pages being flipped, accompanied by an explanation. "The path you're on, I'm accompanying you on it." Regina heard this and panicked, jumping up, and at that moment, the carriage had started moving. It was taking Regina and Arson to the hunting convention. Feeling unwell, she whispered to herself, "It must be because I didn't sleep well, and carriage rides are indeed tiring." She suddenly remembered the past. Regina wondered, what exactly was that dream? Especially the phrase, "the path you're on, I'm accompanying you on it." What does accompanying me mean? Cutting off her thoughts, she was informed they had arrived. "We're here, Your Grace," said the coachman. Regina slowly stepped down from the carriage, supported by Arson's attentive care, reassuring herself that the dream was just because of recent troubles. She gently called out to Arson, who responded kindly, "What's up?" Seeing her flustered, she replied, "This is the handkerchief I embroidered myself. I prepared it to give as a gift at the hunting convention." Arson was both surprised and touched, staring at the handkerchief and noticing the meticulously embroidered symbol. He quickly grasped it, full of gratitude. "Thank you," Regina shyly responded. "I made it in a hurry, so it's not very refined." A second later, she received a sweet kiss on the cheek, startling her with the unexpected gesture. Arson affirmed, "I will use it often. Thanks to you, I have a good feeling." The onlookers began to whisper among themselves, leaving Regina truly confused and bewildered. "What's going on? My heart is pounding as if it wants to jump out of my chest." Yet, she tried to convince herself that it was probably just a calculated act because many people were watching. But as soon as she entered the tea party, she received a friendly greeting. "Hello, Miss Blois." Regina cheerfully replied, "Hello, Duchess. The weather is indeed beautiful today." Her own tardiness made her quite embarrassed, as it seemed everyone had arrived very early. After looking around, Regina also realized that most were people she had met at the previous tea party. On this side, today is also very sparkling. They began to discuss animatedly. "Isn't everyone curious to see who will be the winner of this hunting festival? Anyway, since I have no duties this time, I guess I just need to sit still and enjoy the breakfast." Predictions are being made. If it's about hunting, then Duke Allegrand is surely the most outstanding. I've heard that the young master of the Creon house is also skilled in hunting. Regina suddenly felt quite out of place, thinking she wasn't familiar with the hunting festival, so it was difficult to join in. She hadn't even started to enjoy herself when she was interrupted by a statement. "But today, isn't Duke Greroy also participating?" Another person also expressed agreement, right? Even if the Duke participates later, he always catches the deer with the highest score. From the first time he participated, it was clear he was a strong candidate for the championship. Hearing this, her eyes filled with pride. It turns out Arson is also a candidate. After the tea break ended, she received a suggestion. "How about everyone takes a walk and then comes back? We will prepare immediately." Regina was secretly delighted, thinking it was just the right time as she was full. Walking would help with digestion. She was then astonished by the beauty of the Gia flower forest. The hunting festival is organized in such a dense forest, and she didn't know that someone was following her from behind. A flock of birds appeared, leisurely flapping their wings. Regina silently took a deep breath, enjoying that refreshing feeling. Realizing someone was watching her, she called out, "Miss Hillians?" She too was flustered and replied, "Yes, what is it?" When Regina inquired what she had been doing standing there, Hillians suddenly became speechless. After regaining her composure, she whispered, "I wonder if we could take a walk together?" In response to that proposal, Regina also politely agreed. There's no reason why not. Hylian's tense face suddenly brightened strangely. She quickly stepped closer, thanking her. Standing before Hylian's excessive enthusiasm, Regina truly felt puzzled. She really didn't understand why it had to be this way, though it seemed there was no ill intent. At this moment, she continued to speak non-stop. Walking alone, she feared she would get bored, so she followed. Normally, she also wanted to talk to her, but she was always with Miss Isoda. So, Miss Isoda seems quite uncomfortable with me. Seeing Regina's wary look, Hylian's tried to explain. It's absolutely not bad-mouthing at all. Hearing this, she could only smile and let it pass. Regina was also surprised to learn that she had sensed Isoda's discomfort because there had been a time when Isoda spoke about Hylian's, saying she didn't like her and had a bad feeling. It must be because every time they met in the noble circle, she always showed off. Even if she had bad thoughts about the person she was with, Regina still defended her in front of Hylian's. Isoda is just shy around strangers, not because she's a lady. So don't worry, Hylian's, it's like a big rock has been lifted from her heart, and she's comfortable sharing more. That's great. Actually, I plan to return to my hometown soon. Anyway, I don't have many peers there. Until then, I want to become as close as possible to everyone. As she said this, she turned her face to hide her embarrassment. Anyway, it's good that Miss Isoda doesn't dislike me. Standing before such sincere confessions, Regina suddenly felt touched. Turns out she had such a background. Somehow, I feel guilty for keeping my distance from her all this time. The conversation between the two was interrupted by a sound nearby, the crackling growing louder. This made Hylian's extremely scared. What is this sound? Regina's eyes showed anger, and she kept muttering, "This is crazy." Hylian's couldn't hear clearly what she was trying to say, and hurriedly asked, "What?" While Regina was frantically urging to run, Miss Hylian's, the birds in the sky scattered in panic due to an attack, and a large deer also lay dead on the spot. After shooting down another, Arson received endless praise from the man accompanying the Duke. Indeed, he's not ordinary, hitting the target with a single shot. He also appeared quite modest. "You flatter me. Today, I'm in a good mood." The man sitting on the horseback suddenly spoke softly. "This place is quiet, so it's also easy to concentrate." Arson quickly grasped the issue and went straight to the point. The atmosphere gradually became silent. "Now, speak up," the man hurriedly continued. "The movements of the Allegrand Duke's house are not normal at all. They are gathering everything from leaders to soldiers." Hearing this, Arson remained calm. This was not an unforeseen event. The army's movements were suspicious. It seemed they had sided with the Empress Dowager. A warning from his companion suggested that while the soldiers' garden wasn't violating the law, it warranted attention. Arson quickly turned to show trust. "I must rely on you again, Duke Haynes." He accepted decisively. "Of course," said Duke Haynes, who was walking beside Arson and was known for not meddling in politics. He was so astute that he could sense every move of the Empress Dowager and was quickly managing the Senia Trading Company and Capital Flow, also serving as a source of information both within and outside the empire. Indeed, compromising with him was a wise choice. After continuing the hunt, Haynes laughed loudly and declared, "I can't go back empty-handed. I must catch at least a fox or something." Arson cheerfully suggested, "Shall we go a bit further? This isn't where the prey gathers." Before he could finish, he saw a deer crossing and immediately raised his gun to aim and shot it down with one shot. Haynes, no longer surprised, could only laugh as the Duke stole another one. "That's the second one already," sighed Haynes. After observing for a while, Arson frowned. "Duke Haynes, don't you find this forest very strange?" Haynes, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean?" Arson patiently explained, "There have been about 2 deer running in the opposite direction when chased. Moreover, the place was so quiet it was infuriating." Haynes began to feel the oddity after hearing Arson's analysis. Indeed, it's like they're avoiding something. And then a loud crash occurred. While Arson listened calmly, Haynes was quite scared and curiously asked, "What was that?" At that moment, Arson quickly identified the direction of the noise. He looked intently in one direction, constantly worried about Regina. At that time, she and Hiluans were trembling behind, utterly shocked. Regina carefully walked, constantly reminding herself to stay calm, sensing it instinctively in front of a bizarrely shaped beast growling fiercely. She realized that if she turned her back, she would die. The first thing Regina had to do was remind her companion, Miss Hiluans, until I signal, absolutely do not run. Then she stepped lightly while the beast continued to growl, maintaining her composure and moving stealthily, almost escaping the beast's pursuit. But an unexpected event occurred when Regina unfortunately slipped and fell. The loud noise from the fall startled the ferocious beast. With no other choice, she panicked and yelled, "Run!" Although both tried to run fast, they couldn't escape the beast's chase. The distance between them and the beast seemed very close. At that moment, Hiluans felt quite exhausted, looking back to see the beast starting to control its tentacles to attack them. This terrified Hiluans, who kept calling, "Miss!" and threw herself in defense. Regina quickly made a judgment and suggested they both lie flat on the ground. Unexpectedly, Hiluans was seriously injured and fainted on Regina's shoulder, causing her to call out in panic, "Miss Hiluans!" but received no response. Fortunately, Count Beloy appeared just in time, continuously calling for Regina. He shouted, "Over here! The beast has been lurking around here." While Regina, still in shock, held Hiluans in her arms, trembling all over when she realized her hands were covered in fresh blood. This made Regina constantly blame herself, thinking it was all her fault. At this moment, Aizu was fighting a monster while continuously reminding her, "Miss, stay still here." Regina seemed not to care at all. She always silently blamed herself for not being able to protect herself. What should I do now to protect Miss Hiluans? Her eyes suddenly lit up as she remembered. That's right, the healing ability. If I heal Miss Hiluans with my healing ability, but there are too many people around. If I use my power here, I will surely be discovered while everyone is still urging each other to attack the arm. He brought a gun and I feel tormented. What are you thinking, Regina? Someone got hurt because of you. What should I do? She had just finished her thought when she realized someone was hugging her from behind. It was Arson reminding her not to use her power. Regina, he emphasized again. You must not use your power. Regina stood before her own remorse, always saying, But, Arson then spoke reassuringly. I will take full responsibility and find a way to deal with that lady's injury. If possible, you should hide your power. Regina still couldn't stand by and watch someone die. While holding Hiluans tightly, she continued, But I have the ability to heal wounds. Because I have this ability, it's my duty to heal others. She was about to reach out to help. He hurriedly tried to stop her but failed, and in panic he shouted loudly. Regina's eyes reflected worry, and Arson's tone was urgent. You are more important to me than anything else. At that moment, the rescue team also arrived in time to support Hiluans, not forgetting to announce, I will move the patient now. Arson also hurriedly entrusted, Please take care of her, everyone. Regina's heart was still in shock. Why did he say those words to me? Words like I'm the most important person or something. If it really was him, he surely wouldn't say those words. Right after a loud explosion, everyone stopped and cheered. It's down. The monster has fallen. No one is injured, right? In front of the terrifying corpse, Arson quickly warned, Don't look, Regina. She immediately pressed her head close to his chest. After she calmed down, Arson gently continued, I hope that in your eyes, there are only beautiful things. After hearing those sweet words, Regina's eyes sparkled, but she still reminded herself, this is really a lie that no one can resist. At that moment, Kai Velof from the other side also panicked and called out to Regina. She happily responded to Kai, who anxiously asked, Are you injured anywhere? Regina replied, I'm fine, are you injured? Relieved, she sighed. I'm also not hurt, thankfully. Any later, and I don't even want to imagine. Arson quickly became anxious to intervene. Sorry, but was interrupted. Regina needed to calm down and realized she had been too agitated, awkwardly apologizing. "It seems like I've interrupted you too, sorry." Regina, hearing Velof say that, shyly corrected, "No, you're not interrupting anything. Next time I will contact you." Arson at this moment did not hesitate to cut off the conversation between the two and then lifted Regina up affectionately, causing her to be embarrassed again. After silently telling herself, "Even if I ask him to put me down, it would probably be useless," Arson walked away while saying goodbye to Velof. "We'll be leaving first." Regina's eyes looked at him affectionately and sincerely said, "Right now, I don't have the strength to walk alone anymore." From a distance, there were calls for Miss Blois. Mrs. Ha was quite worried, urgently asking the young lady, "You are not injured anywhere, are you?" Regina hastily replied, "Yes, I'm fine. But what misunderstanding has occurred, ma'am?" She slowly answered, "Before you, she has been transferred to the temple after receiving first aid. She has been treated by the best medical team, and it is said that holy water was used, so the young lady need not worry." At this point, Regina could finally breathe a sigh of relief. "How fortunate," added the Duchess Haynes. "Thanks to Duke Arson, who quickly assessed the situation and reported to me. The decision to use holy water at the temple was also his." His expression unchanged, he suggested, "Let's leave the rest to her," and excused himself. In her heart, Regina felt a bit of admiration, thinking that when he said he would take responsibility, it wasn't just talk. The Duchess Haynes also took the opportunity to entrust, "I'm sure Miss Loy was very frightened. Duke, please take good care of her for me." He confidently nodded, "Of course, I'm off now." On the way home, Regina shyly looked at Arson with admiration. Her eyes sparkled when she heard him call her name, "Regina." She then eagerly responded, "Yes, sir." Arson gently sat her down and reassured her, "I will definitely clarify this whole matter, so don't worry." She suddenly remembered, "That's right. This forest is where the hunting festival at the Duke's house took place. That means he had checked its safety several times. The story of the beast appearing at the hunting festival was due to someone intentionally bringing the beast in." Arson's hand gently touched hers. "Now, rest assured and close your eyes for a bit. I will call you when we arrive." Seeing him stand so close made her body tremble continuously. Arson put his arm around Regina and urged, "Come on, hurry up," making her blush and protest. "There's no need to go to such lengths." But he continued to show concern. "If you're not comfortable, you can sit on the other side." At that moment, Regina obediently snuggled up against Arson and whispered back, "No, sir." While the carriage continued to roll through the twilight, she fell asleep without knowing when, occasionally letting out a few snores. Her hands still clutched Arson's garment, causing him to smile involuntarily at her adorable actions. Arson carefully supported her head to prevent it from bumping during the ride. He didn't forget to lay her down properly, and then whispered softly, "It seems I really like looking at you like this, and that too, very much." In the bustling streets crowded with people, a girl suddenly called out to everyone, "Look over there. Those are the holy knights." The man standing next to her chimed in, "They've been busy day and night for several days now." Then hearing someone call him, "Hey, you," he quickly replied, "What is it?" He realized it was a woman shrouded in a mysterious black cloak who continued to press, "Do you know why we've been seeing knights around lately?" The man, astonished, explained, "Haven't you heard? Someone stole the holy water from the temple and sold it." Seeing her curiosity, he was about to ask more when the man urgently added, "To dare touch the temple, one must be quite bold. You should report to the holy knights if you see anything suspicious," he advised. The woman in the cloak nodded hastily, "Yes, yes, thank you." The news struck her like lightning, causing her thoughts to race as she realized she was the culprit. What to do now? This is a big problem, a real big problem, she thought, stealthily scanning her surroundings. If they are caught by the holy knights, they will surely reveal that I was the supplier. After pondering for a while, she decided to leave other matters for later. Arson has discovered his secret fund already. Regina's attitude is very hesitant as she thinks the money she has for her escape is still far from enough. I must meet Ella before the night. As she thought to herself, she ran quickly to the formulation room where Ella was intently researching, only to be interrupted by a noise that caught her attention. She exclaimed in surprise, "I thought you would come later." Regina, drenched in sweat, was about to enter when she heard a voice. "You're here because of the temple matter, right?" The man speaking was carefully closing the door. It was Eben, causing Regina to panic and press herself against the wall. She felt extremely confused and scared, wondering why Eben was there and hastily trying to hide herself. Not calm at all, she thought he might have come for the holy water. Inside, Eben was informing that the Holy Knights had started to search close to this area. Master Ella expressed surprise. "You've arrived already? How fast? What's the rush?" He replied about the sensitive issue of smuggling out holy water. Hearing this, she became curious. "So what do you plan to do now?" At this moment, Regina was also surprised to learn that these two knew each other, feeling curious about their relationship. They were nodding in agreement when Eben interrupted, saying the master had decided to temporarily stop the trade of holy water. Regina was shocked by this news, covering her mouth to prevent making any noise, tormented by the thought, "The master? If Eben's master is none other than Arson, Arson must know everything." Eben proposed a solution, starting with recalling the holy water from the temple side. Before he could finish, he sensed something and quickly looked towards the window, signaling Ella to be silent. After a moment, he moved quietly outside to investigate, reminding her to raise her hand and step out. "Why are you hiding there eavesdropping?" Regina vanished immediately after, leaving Eben bewildered. He was sure he felt someone's presence. Was he mistaken? By the teacup steaming with smoke, Sally was startled by her name being called and bowed in response. "Yes, Mississippi." Regina, feeling downcast, requested, "May I be alone for a while?" Sally, saddened, turned to leave but not without saying, "Yes, I understand. Mississippi, call me if you need anything." The maid's unusual reaction worried her. Since returning, the miss had been so dejected. "Is everything all right, miss?" Regina, holding the teacup, trembled with the thought. If Arson knows everything, when does he plan to act? How much does Arson really control, and can she still trust Sally? She didn't know who to trust anymore, especially Arson. The man who always appeared to protect her, who had gentle gestures, reminded Regina when facing beasts. In that moment, she was astonished by Arson's emphatic statement that she was more important to him than anything else. She sighed, "I don't know how much I can trust him anymore," and hastily put down the teacup, causing it to wobble and make a loud noise. The tea tray was shattered into pieces on the cold ground. After the initial shock, she regained her composure, approached the oil lamp with a smile, thinking she was really clumsy. "It's too late to call someone now," she thought as she looked for a broom. Her footsteps echoed in the quiet, dark room. Regina focused when she detected a peculiar smell, wondering, "What is that scent?" It was distinct yet familiar. As she approached, she was horrified to find Arson holding a bloodied sword. He looked at her and exclaimed, "Oh no, this isn't the scene I wanted you to see." Despite feeling terrified, she kept reassuring herself. Before he could say more, he sensed something and quickly looked towards the window. If that's the case, the man standing before her, Arson, the cold-blooded antagonist, could have been living happily with her instead of being Duke Arson Greery. A new day began at the majestic castle bathed in morning sunlight. Sally, busy with her basket, overheard people gossiping. "Have you heard the news about the Duke and that lady?" they whispered as they passed by. "Are they really a happy couple?" Sally bowed her head, gripping her basket tightly, not showing any emotion. After a long pause, she hesitantly called out to the Mississippi breakfast was perfectly prepared on the table. Arson, with his usual cold expression, began to eat, glancing to the side and cheerfully asking Regina if the dishes suited her taste. But today, the chair next to him was empty, reflecting his own emptiness. He listlessly raised his glass of wine, drinking a sip, reflecting Arson's mood. Now everything is as tangled as a ball of yarn. How foolish, how could Regina be here? I remember that night. Regina witnessed everything. Even blood splattered on her beautiful face. Arson acted before the man in black could attack her. He fell in front of Regina's eyes. At that moment, she was petrified. Suddenly, she jumped at a voice that rang out. It was the assassin. Arson slowly approached, an uninvited night guest who failed to kill me, so he aimed at Regina. He slowly bent down. So don't avoid me with that face. Regina's voice seemed softer than usual. His hand brushed her face. Her whole body trembled with fear, but she still tried to speak. I'm not avoiding you. I was just startled a bit. If he hadn't killed him, Arson would have died, so I can understand. So don't worry. Looking at her hand, still shaking. He thought to himself, she's still so scared, she must be lying. Regina staggered. Standing up, I'll excuse myself to rest now. He reached out. Can you walk? Let me help. But his hand was stained with the assassin's blood. His face contorted. Then he silently clenched his hand. His eyes followed her. Sleep well, Regina, she hurriedly replied. Yes, you should go wash up and sleep too. As she turned her back to leave, he stood up only after hearing her room door close. His heart ached. Arson slammed his glass down on the table. Since that night, she has been avoiding me. Seeing the servant, he couldn't help but ask, Where is Regina? The other replied, The lady said she would have a simple meal in her room. He felt that was very straightforward. Sitting back down, Arson blamed himself. Why then? He clenched his hand, wondering if he was going mad. He still can't forget Regina's frightened face, and her eyes looking at him have changed. There's no part of him that doesn't ache. It's uncomfortable that the person she fears is himself. Cecina hid in her room reading a letter. Regina, I've received your letter. It's been a long time since I got a meeting request from you. Regina, I was very surprised. Moreover, it's rare for you to say you have something to ask for in 2 days. Let's meet as you said. I will also talk to Kai, see you then. Regina, Isoda sends her regards. She was secretly glad. How fortunate to be able to meet him as planned, although I feel a bit guilty for arranging a meeting when I need a favor. Since that night, I've been determined to accelerate the plan. After that day, there hasn't been a moment I've slept well. My heart always pounds. My nerves are tense all day because that image can't be erased from my mind. It's funny that at that time I remembered 2 people. The first is Isoda, and the other is Kai, friends who always help and open their arms whenever I need. Now, in this situation, I absolutely can't run away alone. The only thing I can do is one thing. The door to her room suddenly opened, a familiar voice calling Regina's name. Arson slowly walked in. It seems we need to talk. She tried to regain her composure. What is it? Arson quickly hid the letter behind her back. I'm just preparing for a silent escape so as not to affect those around me. As soon as he stepped through the door, he immediately spoke up. It seems we need to talk. He hesitated. We. Arson didn't dare look straight into his eyes. Regina. About the last time he approached her. She flinched, her hands trembling, clutching each other. Seeing her like that, Arson froze for a moment. He sighed and said, I will not approach Regina any further. So let's talk a bit. It seems you're misunderstanding me. She was shocked. What do you mean by misunderstanding? Arson slowly said, Since you came here, I've increased security. Although there have been some changes recently, assassins can still invade the mansion at any time, mainly forces from the Emperor's side trying to eliminate me. It's hard to send all those guests back quietly. Sometimes such unforeseen incidents occur. After a while, she finally spoke up. You mean the unforeseen incident afterward? He affirmed confidently. Yes, an unforeseen incident. Regina's eyes showed bewilderment. Her tone as if the murder yesterday rarely happened, surely meant to reassure her. But alas, there is a truth that Arson is unaware of. This is a world that she has grasped in the palm of her hand through a novel. No matter how much Arson tries to hide, he cannot escape her notice. She recalls the past, his ruthless actions toward anyone. A person who does not trust me has no right to be my hand. In Regina's heart, he is a cold-blooded man ready to eliminate anyone who opposes him. Even if they stand by his side, a sudden clap resounds. Regina speaks cheerfully. It seems you have misunderstood me? I have no intention of blaming or resenting you. Moreover, they came to kill us. She laughs out loud. It was a truly terrifying scene. Therefore, she needs time to calm down. That's all. He is slightly surprised. If that's what you think, then I'm relieved. But she interrupts him, looking for an excuse. It's already time to go horse riding. Then, she quickly glides past him to leave the room. He glances over when he hears her call his name. Arson, you will help me today, right? His face comes to life. Of course, Regina, she's trying to stop here this time. But all that is just her act. Arson follows her footsteps, curious about what she will do with her delicate hair. The two arrive at the horse riding place. The man keeps following her, asking, "So now you won't run away from me anymore, right, Regina? Can I come closer to you now, Regina? If you don't run away." She wearily agrees with a sigh, then murmurs to herself, "What's been happening all this time? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you?" Moreover, repeating the word escape makes her even more anxious. He suddenly calls her seriously, "Regina." She turns her head to look at him, his eyes not leaving her. "You won't run away, will you? Truly?" Regina is momentarily stunned, her mind blank, not knowing how to respond. So she just utters an in her mind. She's flustered. What now? I've missed the chance to answer. I must quickly say something. Just as she utters a word, a rabbit darts out from the forest, startling the horse, which becomes agitated. This also startles Regina, who inadvertently pulls the reins. The next moment, the horse bolts away rapidly. He calls out in panic, "Regina!" She tries to think, what now? If I fall here, I won't be able to escape and will die. At that moment, he catches up with Regina. "Arson, jump down." She's confused. "How can I jump down from here?" He reassures her. "I will catch you, so don't worry. Just jump." He announces bad news. Beyond this forest is a cliff. Before falling there, hurry. Regina closes her eyes tightly and jumps down. Immediately, he reaches out to catch her, holding her tightly in his arms as they fall to the ground. After a long while, there's movement. Regina, embarrassed, lies on top of him. She quickly gets up and exclaims a few times. That was almost a disaster. Arson? Seeing him motionless on the ground, she immediately bends down to check. What's wrong? Why like this? Regina worriedly calls. Hey Arson. Stop joking. Get up. Seeing no reaction from him, she gradually loses her calm, continuing to call his name, Arson. Suddenly he grabs her. Now you've really forgiven me, haven't you? Their eyes meet. Were you worried? His handsome face breaks into a smile at her appearance. Regina sincerely admits, I was really scared. Yes, Arson. Why would I faint? His next words make her blush. And you're sitting on me. It seems too comfortable, huh? She quickly moves away, apologizing profusely. I can't think of anything, he said slowly sitting up. The first thing he asked with concern was, Are you hurt anywhere? Regina rotated her shoulder and replied, Thanks to you, I'm fine. Arnina asked with a half-joking, half-serious expression. Are you sure? It seems like I'm injured. My leg doesn't seem to move anymore. She eagerly asked back, Where are you hurt? At that moment, touched by his concern, a group of people barged in calling, Duke, Miss, are you both all right? She responded, I'm fine, but compared to me, Arson. Her eyes widened in shock as someone supported him and ordered, Call the doctor immediately. Looking at Arson's limping steps, she wondered, Is he really injured? Did Arson get hurt saving me? It was something she had never imagined. Even Arson's injured appearance was never seen in the novel. She felt an intense pang of conscience, feeling as if she was in an abyss. A call for Regina brought her back to reality. Kai and Isoda were staring at her. She felt embarrassed. Guys, if you keep looking, I'll be pierced through. Isoda reproached Regina for being frozen. What's going on inside you? What's the matter that you wanted to meet us so urgently? Guys nodded slightly. Yes, that's right. Is there a problem? She caressed the teacup in her hand, thinking about when she had approached Arson to offer help, but he firmly refused the doctor. I've been checked already. You don't need to use your powers. You said you have an appointment, right? Go and have fun. Regina wondered why she kept thinking about Isoda, starting to worry when she saw her struggling to speak. What's wrong? Is it something serious? After a long while, she managed to say, I've decided. I'm going to leave the Duke's house. I need your help. Can you help me? Isoda immediately grasped her hand in agreement. Of course, Regina. You're making the right decision. Leave right away and then hang out with me every day. Kai, full of concern, said, I think differently. Isoda's eyes sparked like gunfire. What did you say? He calmly replied, Think about it again. If you're just canceling the engagement, why do you need our help? It seems you have another intention. Regina, still puzzled, asked back, Another intention? She candidly admitted she planned to leave the Empire. Isoda slammed the table, standing up. Why? Isn't that unexpected? So it's true. Her voice became serious. Why do you have to leave the Empire just because of the cancelled engagement? If you're uncomfortable, you can just rest at the villa for a while. Regina explained that Arson is not someone who would easily agree to cancel the engagement. Besides, in the Empire, there's nowhere without his influence now. She couldn't contain her anger. Is it because of his power again? Frustrated, Regina thought silently because she couldn't say she was fleeing for fear that one day Arson might kill her. Unable to bear the noise from the other person, Kai covered his ears and said, I understand the situation. So, do you have a plan? How to avoid his scrutiny, or the day you plan to leave? Regina replied, Yes, the day I plan to escape. She whispered softly, I plan to leave tomorrow. The two listened and then fell silent, looking at each other before shouting, What, Regina? Why so sudden? She was very determined. No, it has to be that day because of Arson right now. After a while, she returned to her room. You're back, Arson? He looked over and called Regina. Did you have fun meeting your friends? She gently replied, Yes. Then suddenly remembered and asked, How's your leg? He laughed. It seems you're always concerned about me. The bandaged leg doesn't show a toe. But I'm just bluffing. I'll be fine after resting a bit. Her face brightened. That's a relief, because Arson was currently injured. She had to act while he was inconvenienced. It might be a bit abrupt, but this was the perfect opportunity. She swallowed nervously. The day she chose was tomorrow. Suddenly he called, Regina, come in? Tomorrow I'm going to escape from Arson. He interrupted her thoughts. Let's go on a date tomorrow. Hearing the sensitive word, tomorrow, she stammered. Tomorrow, he suggested. We should go shopping or something. Her heart was in turmoil. Tomorrow is the day I will escape from here. And her voice became unnatural. Arson asked, You're not busy tomorrow? He calmly replied, Taking a day off is fine, especially since my leg is injured, so I want to rest. She turned away, avoiding his gaze, confused about what to do. I have an appointment tomorrow, she said. Arson, starting to look displeased, suggested, Cancel it. Wouldn't you rather spend the day with me? Her mind raced, suddenly feeling uneasy. Why was he acting this way? He couldn't possibly know about her plan. Regina still chose to decline. I'm sorry, this appointment has been scheduled for a while, so it's difficult to cancel. I'll go with you another day. He unexpectedly took her hand, then softened his tone. All right, next time you must come with me, he said, placing a kiss on Regina's hand. She could only smile awkwardly, thanking him for his understanding. Then she slowly withdrew her hand. I'll excuse myself to bathe. Suddenly, he held her hand tightly and wouldn't let go. What's the matter, Arson? She didn't know what he was thinking. Do you have something more to say? He released her hand, replying, No, it seems I've held you too long. Go rest. She quickly responded, Ah, yes, it's nothing, and headed for the door. There, she accidentally met Zello, who wished her a good day. Miss Regina, he said, delivering a final message. Please take care of Arson, she asked him, to which he nodded in agreement. Rest well, miss. Observing the other's dazed expression, the butler guessed. It seems you couldn't reach an agreement with the miss, right? He called Zello softly, his eyes filled with sadness. What should I do to keep Regina? He offered a freshly prepared cup of tea. It seems you've grown quite fond of the miss. He suddenly realized what liking someone meant. The expression of it was like this. Seeing his reflection in the tea, he spoke slowly, each word filled with discomfort. To compare, that feeling was like being bound and pushed by chains. Zello sensed it. Yet, you seem very happy today. He also felt similarly, which was the strangest part. His mood wasn't too bad, but he was becoming impatient, needing to quickly tie Regina down so she couldn't escape from here. Even if she were let out, there was only one way for her to return here. At this moment, Regina's heart was beating faster and faster. She reassured herself that she would get through this. She wouldn't be discovered, right? Her nose wouldn't grow long like Pinocchio's, would it? Truly, now all that was left was to leave here. From tomorrow, a challenging journey would begin. She had to prepare in advance. Regina carefully looked at the things she had prepared. The items to take with her weren't much, were they? The next morning arrived, and two children were excitedly playing together. Suddenly, the girl bumped into someone and fell to the ground in pain. A woman exclaimed, Oh dear, are you all right? Isel ran over from a distance. Miss, She cut him off. It's okay, Isel. It's just a little girl. She took the child's hand. Let me help you stand up. The child, bewildered, thanked the twins. It turned out the two were Regina and Isoda disguised as children. They observed closely, but the hair color was different and so were the eyes. Isoda chuckled. The little girl has noticed we're twins. Regina, regardless, thanked the twin sisters profusely. The girl waved goodbye and left. Isoda reminded her, Be careful where you walk next time. So, Regina, now let's go choose hats. She agreed. Let's go. Isel watched from a distance, only able to sigh. Suddenly, Isoda whispered, How are things now? Regina glanced around. It's getting stable now, she confidently said. Kai and I are ready, just need to follow the plan. The two approached a stall. Isoda exclaimed, This hat is so cute. The seller enthusiastically introduced, My mother made it by hand. She tried on a hat. Isoda complimented, It's as if it was made for Regina. It suits you so well. Regina's voice became emotional. You'll come back to see me later, right? Looking at her two friends, Regina thought, Even though I can't explain anything to you, you still stand by me. I'm sorry, there's no other way but to lie. I will definitely come back, Isoda said with tears in her eyes. You promised, now let's go. The two held hands tightly and walked away. All right, the real escape officially begins now. The market was bustling, full of people. Isel blended into the crowd, his eyes still fixed on the figure of Regina. An old lady bumped into someone and exclaimed, Oh heavens! Apples scattered everywhere. What to do? He kindly helped the lady pick up the apples. She offered a ripe red apple. Thank you so much. How about you try one? Have a careful day. He also bowed his head to bid her farewell. Isel sighed and continued his work. But now only one person remained. He called out, Miss, don't go too far. Please call me before you go alone. But where is Miss Rose? Isoda calmly replied, What about me? I'm right here, but not Regina. At this moment, Regina was trying her best to run fast. She had been wandering for a while, her heart starting to worry. It's supposed to be here. Someone hiding behind a wall called softly, Regina, she hurriedly said. Sorry, I have to go. Distracting Isoda took longer than expected. Is everything okay? Kai reassured. This way, Isoda will try to stall, but there isn't much time. Now I must immediately leave the capital. She replies, Aha, I know. Kai leads her to the prepared horse. Come on, get on. Your luggage and necessary items are on the saddle. Look for them when you need to. Regina sincerely says, Thank you so much, Kai. As she mounts the horse and prepares to leave, Kai calls out, Regina, and instructs her to be careful. Take good care of yourself wherever you are. Don't get hurt or sick. Live well until we meet again. Regina nods gently, then firmly says, I will try. As soon as she finishes speaking, she pulls the reins hard. I'm off now, and the horse immediately gallops away. He watches her until he's sure she's okay. Then he returns contentedly. The market remains unchanged. Isoda insists, I really don't know. While the other person is flustered. Which direction did the young lady disappear? She still shakes her head, not knowing. While trying on hats, he disappeared. I was just as surprised as everyone else. Isel reflects silently on the words of the Lord. Is this what he meant? This morning, Arson ordered that today's guards must be more vigilant than usual. Naturally, I thought he meant threats from outside. In this situation, it's clear the young lady has left on her own. Isel, angered, squeezes the apple hard. Isoda is losing patience. When will you stop asking the same questions over and over? I am the daughter of Earl Rose. Izu speaks up. Let's stop this. In confusion, we have been rude to the young lady. We hope she understands and forgives us. He goes to the city gate to check if the young lady has left the capital. The other person agrees and leaves immediately. If the young lady hasn't left, she must not be allowed to step outside. I will report to the Lord and return. She panics. It was just now, but I should have prolonged the time a bit more. Then she stammers. Ah, yes, right. After thinking for a while, I figured out where Regina might go. He coldly thanks her for cooperating. Miss, we will escort you safely home. Let's go. She leaves with regret. Sorry, Regina. Perhaps I can only help you this far. Her hand clenches tightly. You must get out safely. Arson, at this moment, is still unaware of what's happening. He's discussing with Julie. So, it's finally unavoidable, a full-scale battle with the Empress Dowager. He cautiously says, Precautionary measures aren't necessarily bad, as I've reported. Her actions are not normal. The fact that she starts to frequent that basement room, you surely know that's not a good omen, right? Julie hesitated. Well, but what exactly is that brace? You said you needed it, right? It's been bothering me so much I can't work. Arson doesn't want to talk much about each story. I've finished reporting. If you have nothing else special to say, I'll take my leave. He calls back. Why so soon? We haven't met in a long time. Wait a bit. Let's talk. Then you can go. He walks straight to the door. No, I have other matters to attend to. He leaves, feeling dejected. That's a pity. As he leaves, July reflects alone. Lately, I've seen many images I've never seen before. Are they good or bad omens? Isel sees him and immediately bows to apologize, then reports, the young lady has escaped. Arson's face looks as if he anticipated everything. So the day has come. He commands coldly, pursue her. He asserts, we will catch her before she crosses the city walls. Amidst the bustling excitement of the people here, a voice suddenly interrupts everything. Take out your travel papers and identification, then form a line, and tanto. Witnessing this scene, I shake my head in frustration. How many more hours must I stand here waiting? At this moment, he was called back by a mysterious woman from behind. Hey, what's the matter? The man replied, and the main character asked, I've just arrived in the royal city, so I'm not sure what's happening here. Could you tell me? And Tanto explained that she hadn't heard any screams from the royal city until today, when suddenly there was a checkpoint for entry and exit papers, causing chaos. It seems they are looking for someone, rumored to be a person with black hair. They have to check each person one by one. How long will it take to check everyone? Regina became anxious right there, stammering. So that's what's happening. And Tonto continued, I don't know what crime has been committed, but they've been searching for days. Then he softly asked the miss if she had come to the royal city for a matter. But before he could finish, he turned around and found that the girl from earlier had disappeared. Where did she go? A helpful young man nearby directed. That miss just ran in that direction. And Tonto looked towards the distance, also puzzled. Why would she suddenly do that? It's suspicious indeed. Regina, on this side, was trying to run fast, weaving through every street. She ran, worrying, thinking that to get through that road, she would first need to hide her hair color. First, she needed to find a safe place to dye her hair. Before she could finish her thought, the girl had to stop because two men suddenly blocked her path. She looked at them and wondered, what's this? Are they sent by Arson? At this moment, the man in front of her spoke. Where are you rushing off to? It looks like a rich young lady running away from home. Hearing this, Regina's doubts were erased. She thought it seemed they were not Arson's men. Although she had exchanged her horse for a sword and cloak to prepare for this situation, which should she use now? A short dagger or a long sword? Just then, the ruffian started to block her way. Do you want to come with us? The main character, feeling violated, made a decision. Regardless of which weapon she used, she drew her sword, thinking it was nothing compared to what she had faced up to now. Then, she kicked over some wooden barrels lying in the street and pushed them towards the two men, causing them to cry out in pain. Watching the main character flee, the ruffians angrily shouted, Catch that wretched girl! Regina ran, thinking she had successfully escaped. Now how to mislead them? If only she hadn't sold the horse earlier. Suddenly, a hand held her back and then pulled her through another path. The person whispered, This way. The two men were chasing after you. They looked at the scene before them, becoming confused, and then wondered where they were. On this side, the main character was being led by a mysterious person, running behind while saying, Wait a minute. Not hearing a response, the girl anxiously called out, Wait, wait! Just then, the person who had just saved her life let go and stopped. Regina wondered, Who are you, and who is pulling me? The person opposite her slowly removed their hood and cloak, then casually replied, Calm down, miss. It's me. The main character looked at the woman and exclaimed in shock, Duchess Haynes! The woman apologized for suddenly pulling her there. I saw the situation seemed urgent, and we've arrived. Let's go inside and talk. Regina, in this situation, became skeptical. If she's from the Duchess Haynes' house, then she's on Arson's side. Could this also be a trap to capture me? Can I trust this? The lady, noticing the main character's fear, reassured her without entering the house. I know what you're thinking, but rest assured, miss, I truly want to help you. Regina thought to herself, Anyway, I have no way to leave the border. After pondering for a while, she decided to step into the Duchess Haynes' house. The girl told herself to just try trusting. There was no other way. Inside the Duchess' house, she was pouring tea for Regina. You must be startled. Have a cup of tea, she said gently. The main character quickly replied, No, I'm fine. But how can you help me? And you even know about my situation. What crime have I committed to deserve this? The woman, the owner of the house, calmly replied, Let's see. It's probably not that bad. So, are you planning to leave the border to avoid Arson? The main character, after hearing this, was frightened and couldn't complete a sentence. How could the lady know? At that moment, the lady sighed and said, Don't worry, Regina. I will take responsibility for getting you out of the border. Outside the royal city, a man of noble status appeared on the street. The people, seeing this, passed around various stories. Look, he's come all the way here for personal matters, right? Don't you know? It's because of the person he's looking for that there's been a check on those entering and leaving the city. Observing the man's hurried demeanor, the people couldn't help but wonder, who is he looking for like that? At the same time, Duchess Haynes and the main character began to execute their plan to leave the border. Suddenly, a call came. That carriage there. Regina hid in a dark, cramped space and asked, "Is this really going to be okay?" The lady laughed in response. "Don't worry. They won't expect it." The girl, sitting in the cupboard, couldn't stop exclaiming, "Who would have thought that under the sofa of the noble lady there would be such a space?" And the cupboard below was precisely where Regina was hiding. At the moment, the girl thought to herself, "I was surprised when I first saw it, but luckily, in this world, there are no X-rays." The main character cautiously said, "But may I ask why the lady created this?" The woman sitting outside gently replied, "Who knows when it might be needed, and now it's being used like this. From now on, you should stay quiet. Okay?" At this moment, in front of the noble lady's carriage, a guard blocks the way and says, "I need to check something, please." "Yes, go ahead," the coachman replies. The guard softly speaks, "Greetings, my lady. May I ask you a few questions? I hope for your cooperation. It's quite troublesome for you." The gentlewoman responds. The man outside asks, "Where are these goods being transported to?" Duchess Haynes confidently answers, "We plan to go to Miss Brunn. I am fulfilling my duties as the head of the trading company." The guard continues with a request, "I'm sorry, but may I look inside the carriage?" "Of course, feel free," the noble lady says. The man looks intently inside the carriage, his eyes scanning all around. Finding no clue, he reluctantly says, "Thank you for your cooperation, my lady. You may proceed." "Thank you," the lady replies. The guard outside signals for the carriage to pass. The noble lady then tells Regina, "See, I told you it would be fine." The main character, hidden in a compartment, also breathes a sigh of relief and replies, "Yes." The woman tells the main character that now they just need to get out of the border. Suddenly, she falls silent, unable to speak. Regina senses something is wrong and asks, "What's the matter, my lady?" Hearing this, the noble lady whispers a reminder to the girl, "Don't talk. Be quiet for a bit." The main character, after hearing this, curiously looks through the crack in the door, wondering what's going on. She can't see clearly because of the sunlight. At this time, the lady looks out the window and speaks to the young man. "It's been a long time since we met. I didn't expect to meet you at the border like this. What brings you here?" Regina catches a glimpse of the man's appearance and suddenly recognizes the hair color. Duke Greroy Arson. Duchess Haynes tries to remain calm while talking to the young man. "Isn't this a busy time? Something important must have come up." Arson replies with a smile. Regina, hidden away, tries to cover her mouth to avoid making noise. She overhears the noble lady speaking to Arson, indicating that the Duke himself had to intervene, so it must be an urgent matter. Arson says, "Yes, just consider it a breach of contract." The noble lady responds, "It must be quite troublesome. I'll take my leave now. The journey is long." "Yes, see you again, Duke Arson," he replies. After the carriage moves away, he silently follows and contemplates. His attitude is not normal at all, like someone hiding something. Our family is forming a friendly relationship with Duke Haynes. The Duchess couldn't possibly be unaware. If there's a reason for the Duchess to be cautious with me, then right now the young man realizes something. He calls out to the guard. "Yes, Your Grace," the guard answers. Arsenal orders, "Stop that carriage immediately." At that moment, inside Duchess Haynes' carriage, she urges, "Speed up, hurry." "Yes, my lady," the coachman hastily replies. Then, the carriage speeds forward, ignoring the calls to stop from behind. "Please stop now." At this moment, Arson also dismounts his horse and chases after the carriage, getting closer to the carriage in front. Regina inside the carriage asks anxiously, "What's happening?" The Duchess reassures her, "Don't worry. The border isn't far now." Outside the border, even Duke Greroy can't interfere. Arson tries to catch up to the carriage in front, while the Duchess also quickly flees from Duke Arson's pursuit. The main character inside the compartment continuously prays for a successful escape, not disappointing the girl's expectations. Finally, the carriage crosses the border successfully, and Arson fails to catch up, stopping his horse at the border gate. He looks intently ahead. where the carriage carrying Duchess Haynes and the main character inside. The young man's face shows annoyance. At this moment, inside the carriage, the noble lady repeatedly calls Regina's name. Regina speaks, and the lady opens the door, gently telling the main character, "You can come out now." Regina steps out of the carriage. At this moment, she feels as if she has regained her vitality, freely breathing the fresh air, admiring the open scenery outside. She joyfully says, "We have left the Empire." A while later, the main character and the noble lady continue their journey in the carriage. The Duchess points to the map and says, "Right now, our carriage is heading towards Gravina of Mizbum. After passing here, we plan to go to Ormos. From the east, which direction will the young lady move now?" Regina immediately stammers a reply. I plan to go to the port city of Anardal. There, I will board a ship to another continent." The noble lady then suggests, "If so, our paths are nearly the same. Let's go together. After all, I'm not at ease letting you go alone." Hearing this, Regina responds, "Really? If that's the case, thank you so much, my lady. But haven't I already troubled you too much? What if something happens to the trading company when the Duchess returns to the Empire?" The Duchess hears this and sighs with relief. Then she says, "The young lady is truly empathetic." "Indeed," the main character asks. The noble lady continues, "In such a situation, you still worry about me first. After all, the Haynes family is forming a relationship with Arson." The main character quickly replies to the woman before her, who speaks with a heartfelt tone. "Yes, of course, but miss, you have forgotten one thing. I am a merchant and also the owner of this trading company. If this matter harms my company, as a merchant and the owner, I would not have done it. I have anticipated the outcome, which is why I am sitting here now. So, you can trust my judgment, and from now on, please call me Iria," said the woman, extending her hand in front of her to form a friendly bond with Regina, the main character. Moved by these words, she softly replied, "Yes, all right, Iria." Then, she also stepped forward to shake hands firmly. At that moment, Igia looked out the window and said, "Good. The rest we can discuss slowly because it looks like we will have to stop and rest here today." They stopped the carriage upon arriving at Mybron, and the Duchess entered. Regina was already inside the rented room. Iria told the main character, "You stay in this room today. I have rented the lodging under the name of the trading company. Feel free to call for anything you need." Regina immediately said, "Thank you so much." Iria, the flustered girl, insisted on paying for the lodging herself, but the noble lady replied, "Put it away, you might need money while traveling, so keep it. Now go rest, and I will call you for dinner." Regina was about to express her gratitude when she was told to disappear already. "It's because I said thank you too much, right? There are many other members of the trading company, but I didn't expect her to give me a private room." Now, standing before the inviting call of the beloved bed, the girl could not help but lie down, telling herself, "I'm so tired today. One day off won't hurt, right? I have truly left that place, truly escaped from Arson." That was the person she was extremely afraid of. Regina praised herself. "Well done. I have finally escaped the threat of being murdered. The rest can wait until after I wake up. It's not too late. Now I'm too tired." And with that, the girl quickly fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, in another place, Rulli was focused on writing a letter. Suddenly, he was startled by the abrupt appearance of Arson, Duke Greroy, who softly said, "I am here because I have a request." Although Rulli witnessed this scene, he could only plead, "Please go. Can't you use teleportation and still look human? Because of you, my lifespan has been reduced by 100 years. I had no choice because there was an urgent matter." The person opposite replied, "All right, what's the urgent reason that has you so rushed? Tell me." Arson honestly answered, "I hope you can officially contact the Mizbern United Nations for me. I need to make a diplomatic visit, and the sooner, the better." The man before him became suspicious after hearing the request. "What do you mean suddenly? You wouldn't ask for such a favor without a reason. What happened in Midbun?" Contrary to the young man's thoughts, Arson simply replied, "Because I have to find the missing young lady. She dared to run away from me. I must bring her back before someone else takes her." Elsewhere, in a place where the floor was smeared with blood, a woman sat calmly before the gruesome scene, softly saying, "Good boy, eat well." Suddenly, someone came to report. "It is said that Regina Blois has left the border." Alicia asked, "That girl?" Her subordinate replied that Duke Greroy was still in the Empire. "We might catch her first." The woman inside immediately laughed. "Being stubborn like that, so you end up being punished and losing your fiancé, acting like a pitiful wretch. Thinking about slapping that face makes me very happy. Not worth the wait. How the power to reattach a severed head, the power called the Lord's power, if it falls into our hands, what can we do with it?" Alicia excitedly said, "Surely we will come closer to our goal." Then she turned to instruct her subordinate. "You must bring her back here, understand?" "Yes, I will remember," the man replied. The girl then ordered, "Dismiss." The two of them plotted without knowing that their scene had been overheard by Lugan, who carefully hid behind the wall to avoid detection. He thought to himself, "Saying I'm living well is a lie. Someone has to tell Regina the truth." The next morning at the inn in Misburn, Regina cheerfully asked the main character, "Are you up already? You must be very hungry. Come and have breakfast." Regina, dressed beautifully and neatly, quickly approached, continuously thanking Lady Iria. "Because the stewed beef is the best, I decided to try making it. I wonder if it suits your taste, Mississippi." "I really like this dish," the main character responds enthusiastically. The girl looks at the noble lady and realizes that she dines with the people in the caravan when transporting goods. Even the Duchess Haynes sits with them, but everyone seems very comfortable compared to a noblewoman, which is quite interesting. The fact that she helps me without gaining any benefit is also intriguing. Thinking of this, her curiosity grows. So, the girl decides to ask for clarification. "Igia, may I ask why you are helping me?" As soon as she finishes, she becomes flustered, thinking she has caused trouble. Then she awkwardly explains, "It's not that I doubt you or anything. I'm just curious if there is a more convincing reason." The Duchess sincerely answers, "Even if you were not the young lady, I would still help. For a long time, I have been determined to help all the young ladies who have to marry someone they do not want to. As a daughter of an earl like me, I had to marry according to someone else's wishes. Fortunately, my husband, Duke Haynes, is a decent man, but not everyone is as lucky as I am. I have witnessed many young ladies having to sell themselves into marriage with someone they dislike, just for the benefit of their family. And then one day, I thought, do I now have the strength to help them? That was the question I asked myself many times before helping the young lady." "Wait, young lady, be calm," I dared to ask. At this moment, Iria softly asks Regina, "Do you think you absolutely cannot be happy there to the point of abandoning everything?" After hearing this, the main character stammers, unable to speak. "I mean..." Then the girl thinks to herself, "Is she asking if I was unhappy? Of course, I could not be happy," she recalls. The happy days with Arson, he once sweetly said, "Whenever you're tired, just say so. May I kiss you? I cherish you more than anything." But in the end, she believes that all of that was just an act, that she would only need to like Arson and then be killed when she's no longer valuable, which would be tragic. Thinking this, she sadly says, "Yes, I cannot be happy." Iria hears this and sighs. "All right, if the young lady thinks so, then it is so. I have some matters to attend to. I plan to depart tomorrow, so today you should rest comfortably." "Yes, thank you, my lady," Regina replies before the lady leaves. She turns back to look at the main character. Then she ponders deeply. "Regina, this is a decision you made yourself, so I cannot say more. I just hope you will not regret it." A while later, Regina paces anxiously in the room, wondering, how can I repay her with what I have? At this moment, all she has is her body and a little money, which cannot repay someone who is carrying the burden of a trading company like Iria. The girl leans back on the bed and ponders. "Now I'm staring at the ceiling, thinking of ways to repay her. Have I really escaped from Greroy? The main character recalls the Duchess's words. Regina thinks, can I really not be happy there to the point of abandoning everything? The image of Arson appears in her mind, causing the woman to become flustered. She tells herself, think of something else, right? The special medicine. I will make a special medicine as a gift for Iria. If I do something, surely these silly thoughts will disappear. Immediately after, she goes to buy ingredients. Holding a bottle of medicine in her hand, she thinks, have I bought enough bottles and herbs? Is everything necessary now? Is there still some time to buy some snacks? At this moment, she strolls down the street, unaware that a child is watching her from behind. Then, the boy pretends to run by and bumps into the girl. He runs off, saying, sorry. The main character, faced with this situation, can only exclaim, at times like this, it's always. Indeed, it turns out that the kid intentionally bumped into her just to steal Regina's money. She consoles herself, anyway, I didn't bring all my assets with me. The necessary tasks have been done, losing that much is okay. Just then, a loud noise draws the girl's attention. The child from earlier is brought before the main character by a man, his mouth continuously shouting, let go, while the young man beside her greets, hello, miss, do you need to settle something with this young friend? Then, he smiles gently and immediately throws the stolen purse back to the girl, reminding her, next time, be careful not to lose it again. Regina looks at the man before her with suspicion, wondering when the purse fell into his hands. So, the person who could skillfully retrieve the purse better than the child who stole her money without anyone noticing might be dangerous. At this moment, the man suddenly says, besides, can you forgive this child as payment for me retrieving your money? Regina immediately asks, what about this boy? The young man replies, I don't know him, but there are many orphans in this area. If they don't steal wallets from tourists, they struggle to have a meal. Of course, this kid must first apologize to her. The child suddenly became shy and dared not speak a word. The main character, seeing the boy's miserable situation, sighed deeply. Then she said, come with me. The boy, after hearing this, was surprised and asked, me? Regina confirmed, yes, you. Before I give you anything, we have something to do. She led the child to a restaurant where a table was laid out with all kinds of delicacies. The child immediately grabbed a piece of meat and devoured it. The main character gently reminded him to eat slowly. If it's not enough, I'll order more. She looked at the person across from her and thought to herself, but why did that person follow us all the way here? At that moment, the girl suddenly asked, hey, did you really have to come all the way here? The man explained, I had to see if that kid would apologize to you properly. Besides, following a stranger like that, I was worried about him. Now that I know you're not a kidnapper, I'm relieved. While Regina was still astonished by the man's kidnapping thoughts, the boy beside her suddenly spoke up, Miss, I'm sorry. The main character, after hearing this, didn't want to scold him further. She replied, it's okay, and then told the boy, drink some water too. The man happily watched the boy politely say, thank you. Outside the restaurant, after enjoying a full meal, the boy left. The man and Regina watched the child's back. At this moment, the man wondered why she didn't tell the boy not to do that again in the future. The main character replied, that's how he survives. If you can't take responsibility to the end, it's better not to interfere. Right after that, the girl softly asked, so, why do you keep following me? Is it not okay? The man was puzzled. Regina immediately retorted, of course, I don't even know who you are. The man continued, oh right, we don't know each other's names. My name is Kieran, and you? The main character immediately refused to answer. I don't like to tell my name to someone I've just met. Hearing this, the man, unabashed, continued, all right, you don't have to tell me. But why did you come to Gravina? Can't ask that either. The girl, faced with this situation, could only silently complain, this is too much trouble. Suddenly, at that moment, someone called her name, Regina. Where have you been? I couldn't find you, so I've been looking for you. The main character realized that the person looking for her was Iria. She thought to herself, good, now I can escape from him. Without hesitation, she approached Iria and said, sorry, I went to buy some things and took too long. The Duchess looked at Kieran and quietly asked, and who is that? The main character had to say, he's just someone I happened to meet on the street. Nothing to do with me. At that moment, Iria became astonished and exclaimed, Kieran Azadi, you came here alone again? Where is your guard? Regina, having just finished, wondered, guard? Iria then realized she had misspoken and quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I was so surprised that I blurted out your name. The main character looked at the man and thought to herself, is he so noble that even Duchess Haynes can't call him by name? The man replied, just call me Kieran, that's fine. Suddenly, someone recognized him, making Regina feel embarrassed. She kept searching her memory, thinking she had heard the name Azadi somewhere before. Wait a minute. Then she suddenly remembered, oh right, the name of the head. The head of the United Nations Mizburn is Morton Azadi. The girl muttered the name Morton Azadi. The main character was shocked to realize the similarity between the two men was the surname Azadi. At this moment, Iria and the man were entering the inn, while Regina stood still, thinking to herself, if that's the case, then he's a relative of the king. Why would he come here alone? Meanwhile, inside the royal city, Isoda became agitated and shouted, Duke Greroy has come to Mizburn. Why are you guys listening? She reminded them to keep their voices down. Isoda, I happened to overhear my brother saying that he had requested entry under diplomatic pretense. Isoda replied, no way, the purpose is clearly not diplomacy. It's obviously to find Regina. No matter what, we must stop him. How could Regina have escaped all the way here? She must be struggling somewhere right now. And in the end, he's planning to capture Regina and take her back. That's absolutely unacceptable. The men nodded in agreement. I agree. But to help Regina, we need to understand the situation. Arcisa Greroy is the Duke and also a close associate of the Emperor. According to rumors, he can use teleportation within a short distance, and moreover, he went personally without sending a servant. How can we stop the Duke in this situation? At that moment, Isoda spoke up. I remember someone we can ask for help. Right then, Rully shuddered with a bad feeling. Why do I feel uneasy? He had been invited by Iria to her house in Mizburn for tea. Regina, after learning of the young man's distinguished background, was terrified and screamed internally. I'm so worried. That smiling face is making me anxious. What's wrong with him? Is he planning to hide what just happened and punish me? At that moment, Regina suddenly asked, but how do you two know each other? The main character, upon hearing this, became as flustered as a clumsy seamstress who lost her needle. She stammered. What? That was... Kieran interrupted. It was just a coincidence. I was walking down the street when I encountered a small problem and helped her. The young man gently asked, right, Regina? The main character had no choice but to go along. Ah? Yes, that's right, Iria softly said. By helping the lady like that, we are now indebted to you. Kieran laughed. It's not that serious, no debt incurred. Hearing this, Regina wondered, what's going on? Is he acting like he didn't help just now? The man asked, so where's the trading company headed now? Iria answered, we are planning to go to Ormos. Just a few more villages and we'll be there. Kieran expressed surprise. What a coincidence. I'm also heading in that direction. Let's go together. The Duchess couldn't believe her ears. What? You're saying we should go together? Kieran Azada continued. As I said, let's travel to Osmer together. Kieran was also going along the same path as Jarina. After hearing this, she whispered to herself, wait a minute, that face doesn't look like it's a coincidence. Saying that is too presumptuous. His face had been looking at her as if he had found an interesting toy. Iria said, anyway, we are on our way there, so it's not a problem, but what about you? Don't you have anyone to accompany you, like an escort? There might be many issues arising. The man simply replied, "No such troubles. Just call me Kieran to be comfortable. Is that okay?" The lady cautiously asked, while the main character sitting beside her whispered in astonishment. Moreover, is this calm person really leaving? If you look at it differently, this might be an opportunity. Considering what Iria has found out, this person is definitely Azadi, which means he's related to the leader of Mizburn. Maybe he will help me prevent anyone from entering Mizburn. Exactly, to keep Arson from chasing here. Finally, Regina spoke up. I agree with what was said earlier. I seemed reluctant, but Kieran wondered why. The main character calmly explained. Thinking about it, I owe you, and traveling together might allow me to repay my debt in one way or another. Then she turned to ask, Is that okay? Iria, the lady, replied. As I said, there's nothing to discuss on our part, so I should tell you our plan now. Let me get the map. Wait a moment. Kieran, upon hearing this, eagerly said, You'll protect us? Thank you, lady. After Iria left, the man said to the main character, That was unexpected. Just now you were grumbling. Why follow her if you're going to regret it? Regina explained, Different circumstances. Kieran Azadi said with interest, I don't know how you'll repay me. Take care of me on the road. Okay? The main character caressed her teacup and reminded herself to wait and see. Then she smiled and said, Yes. I also hope to help you, Kieran. Because she had decided she must befriend this person to safely get out. Elsewhere in the royal city, Julie, looking at the girl before him, he exclaimed, I didn't expect the lady to seek me out first. I thought you felt pressured by me. So what is it that you want to say? Isoda hesitated to answer. Your Majesty, it's about... Julie burst into laughter. Don't be so tense. Just talk comfortably. Then he kept admiring Isoda, thinking to himself, looking back, it's surprisingly similar. The first time we met, I was hesitant. She's just like the Empress from the past. That day, due to Ruli's accidental discovery, Isoda was angrily shouting, demanding that the Duke hand over Regina. Frustrated at seeing the girl crying, he couldn't help himself. He kept exclaiming, It's too similar, not a bit different. Then he approached to comfort the girl, who seemed to have her emotions in turmoil. Back to reality. Isoda softly said, Help me? The young man questioned, and the woman gathered her courage to tell Ruli, Please help me. After hearing this, he asked, Help with what? If it's something I can help with, I will certainly do my best. Isoda explained that her friend was in danger, and the only one who could help was His Majesty. Which friend? The man asked softly. The girl replied, Regina Blois, the fiancée of Duke Arson Greroy, your brother. Please help Regina Blois. As for Duke Arson, he was writing a letter when suddenly the ink spilled all over the paper. Then the pen splattered, causing him to exclaim, Oh no! And he helplessly wondered, Again!
He turned to his aide with a serious look. Send Eben with a fresh pen, he ordered. Eben bowed formally at the edge of the desk, eyes fixed on his master. He lifted a new pen from its case and placed it gently in front of him, waiting for further instructions. The ruler picked up the pen and asked Eben if there had been any word from Miss Bryn. Eben shook his head politely. No news yet. Leaning back, the ruler sighed, and closed his eyes, exhaustion written across his face. He furrowed his brow and pressed a hand to his forehead, thinking over the string of setbacks in his plans lately. His gaze drifted to a letter on the desk stamped with 2 notices. Report of suspicious activity in the Alagran region, and Your Majesty's inspection required. He read every line closely, hunting for clues. Propping his chin on his hand, he mused that there must be a reason for the sudden summons to Alagrand. Worry and curiosity flickered across his features. He glanced at the towering stack of correspondence and realized even Logan, who rarely wrote, had sent an urgent letter. In the corner, a secretary sat by a flickering candle, quietly penning another missive. Arsene, I request an audience to discuss Mother's health. Greyroy tilted his head back, hand still on his brow, his tired eyes reflecting the thought that it felt like everyone was out to make things difficult for him. He remembered how Logan had always shown Regina special favours, and a hint of sadness crossed his face as he thought of Logan blocking his attempts to see her. Raising an eyebrow, he stared up at the high ceiling, piecing together Logan's real motive. Back at the tea table with His Majesty and the Princess, he couldn't help thinking, and judging by the way he's acting, he seems awfully friendly with Regina's friend. He figured she'd always hated him, so it made sense when Logan stopped him from chasing after her. He let a slow smile spread across his face, eyes sparkling as he promised himself he wouldn't let her slip away again. With a quick tug on the reins, he spun his horse around and kicked off across the field, wondering if Regina was planning to bolt for good. Regina whipped around with a surprised giggle, her hair and dress dancing in the breeze as she realized he was right behind her. Later, he sat at the rough wooden table, ink-splattered papers strewn in front of him, gaze drifting off into space. A single drop of ink fell from his pen and he squinted at it, feeling the weight of every decision he'd made so far. The dark blots spread across the blank page, staining the tabletop with a sharp contrast. Eben frowned and forced a shaky smile, worry flashing in his eyes the moment his master abruptly stood up. He hurriedly set the pen box on the floor and padded after him to the door, quietly asking where he was headed. He paused in the doorway, cool and composed, and told Eben he was off to the palace to meet the king about something urgent, then strode out without another word. His hand tightened on the heavy door handle, the hinge creaking as he pushed it open. He thought he'd been more than polite. Under the warm glow of the hallway lamps, he stopped halfway down the corridor and wondered, if I track down Regina, what's my next move? He imagined placing a hand on the back of Regina's palm, hesitating as a thought flickered through his mind. Should he lean in and kiss it, flash a winning smile to claim her under his spell? His mind raced with the scene, kneeling before her amid a field of wildflowers, pressing his lips to her hand like a king pledging her forever, making sure she knew there was no escape. He stepped onto the cold stone floor of the hallway, the click of his heels echoing his resolve to lock Regina away in the palace, far from prying eyes. Greyroy paced its silent length, warm light from the lanterns casting shadows across his worn features. Stopping by a tall window, he leaned on the sill and watched the sunset blaze across the courtyard gardens. He sealed his lips in a firm line, eyes distant and silent as his heart battled his head. With a final breath, he vowed to chase Regina to the ends of the earth. Suddenly, the scene shifted. Bright daylight streamed through a lab window, illuminating racks of test tubes and rows of cobalt blue vials, a stark reminder for Cyril not to overlook any clue. Meanwhile, Regina dipped her hand into a basin of shimmering blue solution, stirring it gently so each drop blended perfectly. As the liquid swirled under her graceful touch, her eyes lit up with satisfaction. She'd just completed her latest concoction. Regina crossed her arms over her chest, a confident smirk playing on her lips. She'd practiced the prayer ritual so much she didn't even need the instructions anymore. She gently dripped a single vial of essence into the shimmering blue solution, whispering a silent hope that this formula would heal Iria. Startled by a soft call of her name, Regina almost dropped the glass bottle. She looked up just as Cyril stepped into the room, shoulders slumped in a half laugh as he rubbed the back of his neck and asked what had kept her so busy all day that she didn't notice him arrive. Her gaze drifted to the detailed map pinned on the wall, and she realized it had been days since they left Gravena. Now they were heading east toward Ormos. Reaching for another cobalt vial from the rack, Regina thought about how she'd been brewing non-stop on the road, desperate to finish Iria's cure before they parted ways in Ormos. She couldn't help grinning, relieved that this batch really might do the trick, and that her friendship with Cyril was finally warming up. She flicked a glance at Cyril, her mind racing with plans for the journey ahead. He bent open the wooden chest, plucked out a clear flask of liquid, and secretly mused that it looked oddly like fruit juice. That evening, the caravan gathered around the campfire, laughing and passing around food. Regina remembered how everyone in the merchant guild had been so kind to her when they first set out. Nearby, Cyril stood by the wagon, arms folded and beaming, always the social butterfly, cracking jokes to keep spirits high. That night, Cyril leaned down and offered his hand to Regina, inviting her to stand and join him by the campfire. She looked up at him, thinking she'd never met anyone as genuine as he was, tilting his head and flashing a friendly grin. His eyes sparkled warmly in the firelight. Regina paused, clutching her cloak with surprise as she watched him. With a mischievous smile, Cyril teased her. Did she find it impossible to look away from his handsome face? Regina rolled her eyes and pressed a hand over her mouth to stifle a laugh, knowing he always knew exactly how to push her buttons. She glanced at him again, her expression turning cool but amused. After all, she had every reason to trust Cyril, so it made sense they'd become fast friends. Leaning against the wagon, arms crossed, Cyril encouraged everyone to drop the formalities and speak casually. He joked that polite titles just sounded stiff. Regina smiled and agreed on the spot. Then he held out a small vial of the glowing blue brew, calling it herbal tea and suggesting she try a sip. His curious look made her grin. Regina nodded, but warned him he'd have to grant one favour afterward. Cyril narrowed his eyes and leaned in to listen. He grimaced, took a deep breath and grumbled that she was way too strict with her conditions. Regina held her breath, lips pressed tight, eyes wide as he finally asked, "All right, or what do you want?" In the dim glow, a figure stood with his back to the lantern, and Regina's voice rang out. She needed him to make sure someone never set foot in Miss Brunn. Regina tilted her head, meeting Cyril's gentle gaze as he quietly asked, "Could you?" Her eyes went wide and her voice trembled as she repeated, "Could you stop that person from entering Miss Brunn?" They knelt facing each other, Regina looking up with fierce determination. She gripped the folds of her skirt, a flicker of worry crossing her face when Cyril leaned in and asked, "Who are you trying to keep out of Miss Brunn?" After a tense pause, Regina pressed her lips together and finally whispered that it was Duke Arson Greyeroy. Cyril nodded slowly, his eyes drifting off as he admitted he knew the Duke. He'd been here before on diplomatic business. Cyril tipped his head, curiosity in his voice. "Why do you want to stop him? Are you running off to Ormos to get away from him?" Regina looked down, stayed silent for a moment, then softly murmured, She stood up, arms crossed, and met Cyril's eyes head on. With a breath, she confessed, "Actually, he's my fiancé." Cyril sprang to his feet, eyebrows shooting up in surprise. Sitting back down, Regina brushed a strand of hair behind her ear and explained she had personal reasons for avoiding him, so she needed to keep him away until they reached Ormos. Cyril nodded thoughtfully, and Regina's eyes lit up as he finally agreed. All right." Cyril slipped into a playful pout, arms crossed like a petulant chibi, silently reminding Regina that she'd asked him to pull off this huge favour. Regina's eyes widened in astonishment as she realised just how far he'd go for her. He lifted the cobalt vial and admitted, with a hint of regret in his voice, that he could only stall the Duke outside Miss Brunn for a short spell, not forever, and checked her expression to make sure she was okay with that. Regina's relief was immediate. She threw him an enthusiastic nod and pressed her hands to her chest, her smile bright enough to light the whole corridor. With a gleeful grin, Cyril tilted the vial back and downed the glowing liquid in one gulp. Regina watched every moment, heart fluttering as she waited for his reaction. His eyes shot open in surprise, his body going almost weightless as he jumped to his feet, flexing his wrist and marvelling at how something billed as herbal tea could kick in so fast. Regina, leaning against the basin, offered a soft smile and thought to herself how perfectly the brew had worked on him, thanks, of course, to the secret healing spell she'd woven into the recipe. Under the warm glow of the lamp, she laid a hand across the rim of the water, feeling the world slow down around her, as curiosity about her own strange new powers bloomed in her mind. Turning toward the window, where golden light spilled across the courtyard, Regina quietly wished she could ask God why he'd chosen to gift her with such an uncanny ability. A delicate hand nudged the teacup aside, the porcelain clinking against its saucer and breaking the sudden hush after the Empress Dowager's question. Startled, the attendant under his hat whipped around when he heard her commanding voice behind him, demanding to know what she wanted to ask. Beads of sweat formed on his brow as he bowed low, nervously echoing, "Your Majesty wishes to ask?" Perched imperiously on her throne, the Empress Dowager's icy gaze pinned him in place as she wondered aloud whether he truly believed they'd never track down that brat. She lifted a sip of black tea with nonchalant authority, and he trembled as he begged for forgiveness. Her brow furrowed at the unexpected twist in events, and she leaned back on her seat, warning him not to make excuses. Nothing could justify failure now. Shaking, the servant finally blurted out that Regina Blois wasn't travelling alone, lowering his head to admit she was moving with the Azadi entourage from Miss Brunn. The Empress Dowager's eyes narrowed in cold curiosity. She tapped a finger on the shadowy drapery beside her throne, cautioning him not to rush anything involving the powerful Azadi family. Offending them would be like crossing all of Miss Brunn itself. Then, lifting her head, she allowed a flicker of sympathy to enter her gaze and murmured that Regina's reasons were understandable. The attendant, still clutching his robe, hesitated before whispering a shaky thank you. Without warning, the darkness beside the throne coalesced into smoky tendrils and lunged at the attendant, sending him sprawling across the cold stone floor. The Empress Dowager's gaze remained locked on that shifting shadow, her thoughts sharp and unyielding. She refused to let this operation fail. Pressing her lips together, she admitted, quietly to herself, that she'd grown weary of this endless hunt. A cruel smile flickered across her face as she mourned the wasted resources spent on tracking down that child and lamented her son's folly. Her once cherished heir, now a naive weakling lost somewhere in the thorny rose gardens beyond. She tapped her slender nail against her cup and sighed, the gesture echoing her acceptance of fate. Her son had outlived his usefulness. The shadow by the throne recoiled and reformed, its silent presence heightening the attendant's terror as he lay gasping on the floor. Leaning forward, the Empress Dowager steeled herself, and in that moment vowed that she would seize true power for herself. A knowing smirk curved her red lips as arcane light pulsed from the ancient carvings behind her throne. She proclaimed without concern for ceremony that no one could stand in the way of divine authority, and that Regina Blois would soon be asked to do far more. The attendant, overcome with fear and awe, sank into a deep kowtow, barely whispering his allegiance under the watchful glow of the living shadows. The Empress Dowager tapped her heel against the cold stone floor and leaned forward, ordering her attendant to make ready for Regina Blois's arrival. With a firm grip on the heavy door, she whispered for him to watch Logan's every move. A fleeting sadness crossed her face as she admitted, coldly but without remorse, that even harming her own son left her unsettled. The attendant bowed hastily and slipped away, draped in the shadows of the grand hall. Outside, the morning sun drenched the sky in gold. The steady thunder of hooves echoed through the courtyard as 3 Azadi carriages rolled over the cobblestones. Inside one of them, Regina stirred at a soft call. Iria's gentle voice floated through the air. "Gina! Regina!" Startled, Regina shot up, stifling a yawn behind her hand and blinking sleep from her eyes. She realized she'd dozed off mid-conversation and apologized with a rosy-cheeked grin. Iria simply smiled and reassured her that a little nap was nothing to worry about after such a long journey. Smiling back, Regina covered her face in mild embarrassment and muttered that she felt terribly sorry. Just then a sharp click sounded at the carriage door, and Regina's eyes widened in surprise. Iria, caught off guard, laughed softly and asked where they were, her gaze drifting to the twittering sparrows outside. Regina drew back the curtain and beamed. She'd woken Iria only to share this breathtaking view. As the dawnlight poured through the window, Regina's face lit up at the sight of seagulls gliding past, their wings outlined against the rosy sky. Welcoming Regina as she stepped ashore safe and sound. Regina's jaw dropped as the sunlit harbour of Ormos came into view, white sails dancing on the sea breeze and rows of wooden shacks lining the pier. She stood wide-eyed, marvelling at the sky full of seagulls and the bright, bustling waterfront. Behind her, Iria beamed and nudged Regina, noting how different Ormos felt from Gravenna. Regina pointed enthusiastically at the pier's striped awnings and colourful stalls, thinking how, despite being in the same kingdom, this place was entirely new and exciting. From the quay, Cyril waved them over, eager to kick off their exploration the moment they disembarked. Iria checked her watch and laughed. There were still 3 hours before lunch. Regina wondered if that was too long to wait, but Cyril volunteered to be their unofficial tour guide. Regina clasped her hands in delight, ready to dive into Ormos's streets. She lifted her gaze to the sun-baked walls of the city's fortress, feeling every first-time traveller's thrill at seeing the world beyond home. She brushed a strand of her glossy black hair behind her shoulder, caught up in Iria's shared sense of wonder. With a friendly clap on her shoulder, Cyril steered Regina forward and cheered, "Let's go!" His sudden enthusiasm made her jump, then grin in response. Without warning, he tugged Regina's hood down, teasing that it was high time she let her hair catch the ocean breeze again. Regina blinked and tilted her head, amused and slightly embarrassed. Her cheeks flushed pink as a shy smile spread across her face. Regina yanked her hood off and flung it to the cobblestones, blinking in surprise when Cyril reminded her she could totally ditch it if she wanted. He gave her a reassuring grin, promising he'd stick by her side every step of the way. He shrugged on his satchel, pointed at himself, and told her not to worry. No matter what went down, he'd have her back. With a warm smile, he offered to personally escort her wherever she wanted to go. Regina laughed, cheeks tinting pink, and shot him a curious look. She couldn't help but tease him, asking why he was being so earnest. Cyril cocked his head, lips pressing into a pleased smile as he realized she'd noticed how different he sounded just then. With a playful wink, Regina shrugged off her cloak and said she'd rather feel the breeze on her shoulders. Cyril's face warmed into a gentle blush as he watched her, his eyes full of fondness. Then, practically bursting with excitement, he threw out his arm and urged, "Let's roll!" Iria waved them on, wishing them a blast and a safe stroll. Regina tilted her chin to the sky, thinking it was high time she stopped shrinking into herself. As the camera panned in on the ship's ropes being cast off, she knew she wouldn't stick around here for long. Turning the thought over, she imagined someone smiling at her, and vowed not to let tiny worries drag her down. Cyril strode ahead, mentioning there was a legendary pudding shop just around the corner, if they could still snag a table. Regina's eyes lit up. She thought to herself, classic Arson move. She also realized he couldn't very well skip town just yet. Meanwhile, the king flipped through the letter with brisk impatience, brow furrowed as he read each line. He sank onto his throne, bewildered by his son's latest antics. Muttering the name Duke Arson and Graroy, he admitted he'd normally welcome him into the realm. But as he turned the page, his expression grew heavy with doubt. The king's eyes flicked over the line. Even my grandson is acting unlike himself nowadays, and he frowned, realizing that his own grandson was the source of his worry. As he continued reading, he saw that someone had sent a letter asking him to bar Duke Arson Graroy from entering the kingdom. No reasons given for the request. He carefully folded the letter, swallowing his emotions as he ordered his scribes to mark Arson's application as denied. A sly comment caught his eye next. "I heard you met your first love behind Grandma's back recently." He scowled, muttering that Arson was a cheeky rascal, then sighed and set the letter aside. Perhaps he thought that audacity was what made his grandson special. Tapping his quill against the desk, he wondered why both sides were behaving so strangely. In the end, not wanting to provoke a conflict with the Duke, he conceded and dipped his pen in ink, writing under the official seal, "My apologies, but this is all I can do as your grandfather." He stamped the envelope, convinced he had done all he could. Now Regina would have to take care of the rest herself. Elsewhere, Regina sat before a golden pudding placed next to her steaming tea. She took a bite and wrinkled her nose. Pudding, so bland. Cyril, spoon trembling, set it down with a clatter. Regina shot him a sidelong glance and asked if something was wrong. He stammered that he'd just had a bad feeling. Regina laughed and teased him. She always thought he wasn't one for gut instincts. He widened his eyes in mock indignation. "What are you talking about?" Looking down the crowded street, Regina realized they'd arrived at one of the city's most famous meeting spots. When a passerby murmured how lovely they looked together, Regina jumped, cheeks warm. Cyril, grinning, leaned in and whispered that he'd definitely heard that compliment, while Regina just stammered in response. Cyril flashed Regina a grin and told her someone had just called them a really cute couple. Regina gave a little nod, still chewing her pudding, but her eyes a bit distant. He caught himself wondering if she even believed him, then propped his chin in his hand and exhaled, watching their easy banter and feeling sure she was being totally genuine. Outside, the carriage wheels thumped insistently against the cobblestones. Duke Arson Graroy leaned against the window frame, his gaze far away. He was pretty sure he'd put down enough pressure to get that approval. He closed his eyes for a moment, thinking through the last loose ends he needed to tie up before leaving. When a footman swung open the carriage door and announced they'd arrived, Graroy set his boot onto the stone step with a soft clack. The meeting room door creaked as he pushed it open, pausing in mild surprise at the warm greeting. The butler stood there with a courteous smile, calling it an honour that the Duke had come in person. Frowning, Graroy asked where his contact was, and the butler scratched his head before saying she'd be down any second. Then a graceful silhouette appeared on the stairs. Graroy's eyes trailed up to her, and he couldn't help thinking she had a knack for stirring up scandal. She frowned slightly as she reached the bottom step, and Graroy hurried to clarify he was only there to... At that moment, Lady Asota stepped fully into view, her expression serious and purposeful, as if she had questions only the Duke could answer.